We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay away.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the Tour de Rocket League. I'm Shogo and joined by Greg and Cole and Johnny to bring you the pre-show before we head into today's matches. And it's a big, big day here, lads. Cole, we're coming towards the end of the season. What a season it's been. But my goodness, as we get a chance as well to show everybody the highlights from yesterday, what a day yesterday was to really throw a spanner in the works.
I mean, that's just EU all over, isn't it? Every single day. We think we've got those works figured out, and then suddenly there's a brand new spanner in them. We started off the day with Solary versus Team Vitality. Solary, who finished 3rd last time out, and Team Vitality, who did finish 4th, but at least according to my eye test, didn't really feel like they should have been up there, at least consistently. But somehow it was Team Vitality, and if anybody didn't see it, this was such a good performance from Team Vitality. They had the look of a premium team. Radosin, he was absolutely bossing it with goals like this, which, spoilers, we may see again later in the best goals of the week montage. And yeah, that led us to Liquid versus Dignitas.
Yeah, Liquid look good. They managed to upset Dig again, and I'm going to call it an upset for now, but next time these two play, I think we might need to reevaluate that, because they've beaten them twice in a row now in Regional 1 and Regional 2. They've beaten EG twice in a row in Regional 1 and Regional 2, and this time they did it in the upper bracket, so they're still in that upper bracket with a shot at going undefeated through the whole thing. Of course, some tough competition ahead.
Yeah, and Luminosity looked amazing. They went 3-0, 3-0 in the lower bracket. They did unfortunately lose out in the upper bracket to Semper in a close 5-game thriller, but it was down in the lower bracket where they really started to shine. And in this game, we could just see how dominant Tox looked. He was controlling the game, everyone on the pitch, was leaving boost for his teammates, so even allowing his teammates to shine that bit more, but he was setting up his team for amazing goals. I think there was an air dribble from Atomic that was all the way across the map, and it was just their boost efficiency that led them to that victory.
And then what's happening to Evil Geniuses? I mean, you know, they made it to the last major and they seemed like they were going to run on from there. But so far in this split, it's just not working out too well for them. Barely able to buy a victory anywhere. Semper Esports, since bringing like Exotic for Archie, are looking much better than at least I thought they'd look. And what I like about them as well is that they're really starting to take the fight to their opponents, not just sitting there passively, actively seeking out the win. And it's working for them.
Yeah, it's certainly that time of the season as well where you're trying to prove yourself, just to finish off this one, maybe get yourself over to London, but also make sure that you've got a good future ahead of yourself, ahead of the next season, because, hey, that's all coming up very quickly. And speaking of what's coming up quickly, the bracket is here. We are looking towards that upper side. Those are the teams with 2 lives at the moment. Moist Esports up against Team Liquid. Hey, that's finally good to see that over there. It's been a year and a bit of us hyping them up. We finally get to see Liquid where they think they should be. BDS against Karmine Corp as well. Karmine Corp finally getting some level of stability to their results. But down in the lower bracket, Endpoint CEX against Semper Esports and Luminosity against Guild. 2 teams that we've been, well, one team we've been hyping up a whole bunch and not getting the results for, and one team that didn't even qualify for the last event, Johnny.
Yeah, they had that first event with their new player, Dorito. CRR and Dorito have got past experience playing together. Now they're on Guild together alongside Devo. Nolly, of course, moved to Karmine Corp in this transfer window. And this is their first event where they've done well. They didn't make it, like you mentioned, to regional number 1. But now they're in regional number 2. It didn't start off all that well in the upper bracket, but they're on some run in that lower bracket, taking down Misfits, which is a really horrendous position for Misfits to be in. But Vitality as well. That's the same Vitality that looked phenomenal against Solary. Couldn't get past Guild.
No, that's certainly a worrying sign for Vitality because we were bigging them up. We thought they were playing so well on our main broadcast. And as always, I think you're doing really well. And suddenly you're just gone. And we don't even know how. So that's the reason why you got to keep your eyes everywhere. We certainly did to find our top plays. And we're going to kick this one off with Cole, kicking us off here with number 3.
So this one is all about the context, and Moist Esports, they struggled somewhat going into their first series of the day yesterday, but everything turned around in a split second. It was against Aogiri, one of the lowest qualifiers up here, and you can see this goal right here. It was at 0 seconds in Game 5, just to leave them the chance of getting a reverse sweep. And they did it. Rise's first touch there completely takes Stizzy out. And if you look at the backboard as well, there was a bump as well in the defense.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And we're going to up the mechanics for the second one. Seiko double reset, but not just any double reset. Look at the time window that it took landing that second reset and then perfectly popping the ball over that second defender. He air rolls 180 degrees into the setup of the second reset there just to give him the immediate shot. And yeah, no defense is going to keep that one out.
Oh, Seiko making double resets look so easy, but single resets can be mighty effective, especially when you change the angle of the ball as much as Radosin did here. You can see the air dribble into flip reset, and Mike Boy on the goal line represent where everyone was expecting that ball to go, to the far side. But with that flip reset, he changed the angle so much that he took it towards the back post. And this is the kind of solo play that Vitality need to keep pulling off to be taking out teams. It can't just be Alpha, it needs to be all 3 of them.
There's one more play I want to bring up today because Endpoint had themselves, well, the sort of day that Cole, I think you've got a bit used to as an Endpoint fan. So we're going to take a look. What happened? Relating Wave, I believe, had a power or an internet issue, one or the other. They couldn't get him in. Coach Eclipse comes in, and Coach Eclipse has a 1 goal per game record to his name.
I mean, what a finish that is as well. I love the fake here from Metsonoros. Look at that. There you go, faked it, because he knows star striker Eclipse. He's always going to put it away, isn't he?
I love that.
I believe they went on to lose that one 6-1, but hey, it wasn't Eclipse's fault. He did his part.
He did.
They did also get Relating Wave back, and Cole, it's sort of just the norm as Endpoint.
It was just such a weird day for Endpoint. They survived a reverse sweep from Guild in their first match, then got smacked about by Karmine Corp. I think in Game 4, they lost to 8-4, so I don't know what was happening with their defense. But then it was up against Solar in the match that we just saw that things went really weird. First, Archie started lagging. He resets his internet after Game 2. As soon as he gets back in, apparently, Relating Wave then has a power cut, and you have 8 minutes to get your player back in. At 7 minutes and 59 seconds, they pressed the Eclipse button. So, all right, get him in, get him in. They lost that game 6-1, so fair play to Eclipse, and then managed to get the 2 games in a row they needed to survive. So it's just a very end-pointy day was had by all.
I think even in that situation, Eclipse was lagging as well. So it's funny how the sub who wasn't even meant to play was lagging.
It's one of those things where, as a team, you've got to be able to step up under the pressure. And Endpoint, they did manage to do that. But we're going to talk about 2 teams that seem to be struggling with that at the moment because we've got Evil Geniuses and Dignitas we really want to focus on because they had horrific days for themselves yesterday at a time in the season where they want to be stepping up. Who wants to talk about Dignitas before we move into Endpoint?
It's rough, isn't it? It's not just this event. It's 2 in a row now that they've exited the exact same position. They are not in control of going to the spring major. It's up to other teams. If Dignitas are going to make it, it's going to be by winning the event and relying on other results as well, because this has just not been the start that they needed. And it wasn't just because they ran into some good opposition. They did. Their opponents played well, but Dignitas were all over the place. They just kept missing the ball. They were pre-jumping for no reason. They just couldn't get it together on the pitch. So they've only got themselves to blame for this one.
It's mechanical errors as well. I mean, we saw Jorius there get completely and utterly dunked unnecessarily when he was the 3rd man back. Now, that's the sort of thing that you need to avoid no matter where you are in Rocket League, whether you're plat or a pro player. Just don't get dunked if you're in that 3rd position. Little moments like that. They have just brought in a new coach. Maybe that'll help them out, but it's an odd time to bring in a coach, and I do worry for them.
Well, Gregan, we're going to also discuss Evil Geniuses here because they were a team that in the very first split of the season, they just narrowly missed out going over to Sweden. We thought that they'd bounced back and had a fantastic time, not only qualifying for LA, but also having a good performance for themselves. What's going on right now with Evil Geniuses, though? Because they've reverted back to old form.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions I want to ask. I want to ask whether they've got that post-tournament blues where it sort of affected their motivation. You know, you spend all that time driving towards getting to a major. They went to the major and then they've gone back home now and it's like, oh, that was so much work and now it's all finished, you know? So I wonder if they need to find a new spark of motivation. I also just feel like there's a lack of confidence in each other and themselves. I saw Catalysm using the NASCAR stock car, which is often a sign of players not feeling confident in themselves. And they're just not going for risky plays because I don't feel like they back themselves to make them. And consequently, they're conceding a few goals a game, and that's all it takes because they're not creating opportunities for themselves. And I also think people are starting to get used to them. People have got their number now. They know the way Evil Geniuses play, and they're playing around it. And I think Semper did it beautifully by working as a team and counterattacking on their overcommitments whenever they were just trying to keep that relentless pressure. And Evil Geniuses need to find that spark of individual brilliance, which we're seeing work so well in the current meta of Rocket League.
It's worrying, isn't it? Especially when these are teams that are still fighting for world spots. And there's a couple of teams that we might be looking at where they might have another poor tournament over in Regional 3. They don't go over to London. And then you've got a really poor spring split heading into Worlds, where you've also got about a month and a half where you're sat there waiting around, wondering where everything seems to be going wrong, hoping you can put it back together. We will go through the points tallies later on and see how things are looking for maybe your team at home. Before then, though, it's time for us to show off how much we can panic, as well as we're going to go through a little bit of trivia on this one. It has been a long and fun season so far, but we are going to go through and see if we can figure out who has set the bar a little bit higher than everyone else. It's something that you guys can play with or play at home. Be sure to let us know your overall score. The way this is going to work is I'm going to ask our entire group a question regarding a record, and they're going to give me who they think owns that record and what they think the tally is. So it might just be something like, oh, who's got the most saves in an individual game? They would tell me who they think the player is that has got that, and also how many saves they think it was. You get a point for getting the player right. You also get a point for getting the closest tally, because I don't think many people are going to get these absolutely right, and I don't think it'll be fair on that one. So we're going to start off with the first question. We've got 5 of them, potential of 10 points up here.
I've got. Is this EU only? Yeah, EU.
This is European regionals only. So not the whole thing. Not for Europe versus Europe a major. This is European regionals. Thank you for asking that, Cole. Okay, I did drop that bit. So we're going to start with question number 1. Which player has scored in the most games in a row?
Oh, and my goodness.
How many games do you think that was?
Oh, that is tough.
They're all like this. Thank you, D-Rex, by the way.
Out there. That's very out there.
How do you even work that out, D-Rex?
I know, that's such a ridiculous stat to be tracking.
He's a master of the spreadsheet. D-Rex can just track anything he wants.
All right. Are we all ready?
Yeah, I think so.
One second. Okay, ready.
Okay. All right. Reveal your answers. 3, 2, 1. Show them.
Okay, so just before we get going,
no idea.
the whiteboard that I saw online when I bought it looked a lot smaller than this.
Why is this so huge?
Can we see the whole thing, Gregor? Can you move back so we see the whole thing?
Did you steal that from a classroom? Where did you get that?
All right, so unsurprisingly, none of you got the player right.
No.
It was Monkey Moon who has scored in the most consecutive games.
It was between Rise, Faker, and Monkey Moon for me. I was so torn between the 3.
Gregan, you get 1 point, though, for being the closest. Monkey Moon scored in 16 games in a row.
16.
Wow.
So you undersold it. All right, second question here. Now you know how ridiculous some of these are going to be. Which player has scored the most goals in a single game? Once again, I want the player and how many goals you think they scored.
Regional.
How long does this go back?
This is this season.
This season, okay.
This season in the European regional.
RLCS had like 6 in a game.
Nah. We're not going that far.
No bonus points for RLCSX, Gregan.
No one cares about the past.
Exactly.
Oh god, there's so much things to think
regional.
about.
There's been some.
Think quicker, because I'm starting to count down
high scoring ones.
Did we get a point for writing our answer down first? Because I was straight in there with mine.
No, because you put down clips last time. So I don't trust that there was much intent behind it. All right.
I'm going to stick with my mind. Hold on. All right. Ready.
2, 1. All right. Let's have a look.
It didn't work last time. It has to work this time.
Oh.
What?
Did you both do Joria's 5?
Obviously, please be
What?
right.
Well, we
If it's
all
right.
did 5, which is pretty
You
ridiculous.
all did 5, so there will not be a bonus point handed out here because you're all wrong.
Can't we all get a
on that
bonus
one.
point?
Yeah, we should all get a point.
but I don't feel like it. So it is
No.
actually Atomic
Oh,
who has on
Atomic.
2 separate occasions scored 6 goals. He sits all by
we're so
himself
close.
at the top of that one, but on 2 occasions he has managed to get 6. Let's go on to question number 3, and this one. It's brutal. I love you, Direct, so much. Which team has won the most overtimes in a row, and how many?
Overtimes in a row.
I need to bring up chat here. I need to start seeing what people are putting. This is
This is going to be
So much
some
fun.
random team we don't know. That's
nope. This is nope. None of these. I've not gibbsed this. All right. These are all teams that you know.
Gibbsed it.
What are
Right.
your instincts?
I'm gonna rush you on this one.
instinctually-
You ready?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's have a look.
Well, I've written probably when the record happened, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, my number's
Ooh.
very low compared to your guys.
So BDS 17. ASO 4. All right, yeah, calls out this one entirely. The winner on this one is actually Misfits.
No way. Misfits are clutching.
McClutch Kings
Clutching overtimes. What?
I know. Jobby's been lying to us the entire time. Misfits
Yeah.
won 12 in a row, which I
Sure.
think gives the point over to Johnny.
Yeah.
Right.
He was
Misfits,
Misfits,
very
if
on
you're
there.
watching right now, just defend for 5 minutes, keep it 0-0, then set up cash in overtime, and you will
Misfits.
make a major, I promise.
Yeah,
That's outrageous. Anyway.
It is outrageous. We're going to very quiquckly move on to the next one. I believe that puts Gregan 1, Johnny 1, and nothing else there.
Lot on the line.
participating.
Paul very much on 0. We're all aware of that.
Yeah.
All right, which team has the most demolitions in a single game?
Ooh. Ooh.
One game. That's
I
a
really
tough
enjoy
one.
my job. I can't tell if you at home can tell this. I really enjoy my job. Let's have a look. What's chat saying? Misfits was clutch, then they got cursed by Jobby. That's very mean. I don't know why I said this live on the
Ooh.
broadcast, but hey, Jobby, you can appreciate that
Everybody's
one.
guessing. Chat's all going NA teams. It's EU regionals.
Yeah,
guys.
EU only.
I know the
EU
NA
regionals.
answer. At least I think I know the NA answer.
Yeah, I definitely know the
All
answer.
right, well, let's see what you've all gone for, shall we? 3, 2, 1. Let's have a look.
Oh, do we have to guess how many? Oh my goodness.
Oh,
it's
we got
been
to
the
guess
same way, but that's
Oh,
gone.
Oh, like every other
Dragon
question.
is out on that one.
What?
13, 15.
Dragon's out on this one. It's 11 versus 12.
Did we all
I
say
can tell you
thing?
all. I can tell you all that none of you got the team right. It was actually Williams Resolve.
Of course it
Oh,
was.
for goodness
And
sake.
Gregan, if you weren't a massive cheater, you would have got this.
No, I didn't even
because
look at
it was
everyone else's.
16. Congratulations, Johnny. You get the point.
Let's go.
It was
He tried
16.
to, did you see? He tried to sandwich it. He tried
Yeah,
to go
exactly.
inside of me.
How did I try and
Cheating.
sandwich? I would have gone
Pathetic.
13 if I was going to try and
Sorry,
cheat.
can we
that's-
ban Gregan from a round after? That's outrageous.
We certainly cannot because Gregan needs to continue cheating heading into our final question. It's 2-1-0 at the moment.
Oh, we got one more. Okay.
Yeah, one
Yeah,
more.
one more.
Oh, look at
Which
him. Look
team
at him.
has won the most series in a row? This is maybe the most normal question we've got for this entire thing. It's gone all silent.
This is. Wait.
Most series in a row.
Oh man, I'm trying to like big brain it, but this is impossible.
Yeah.
Just don't small brain it and you might still win.
Is that too many? Is that too few? I don't know.
Well, let's
Okay.
find out, shall we? Let's have a look. 3, 2, 1.
I think it's just maybe too many, but
We got BDSA, Queso 11,
Whoa.
Queso
Whoa.
11.
Oh
Yeah.
wow, Gregan remembered to put a number.
Copy my homework. Copy my homework. I see.
Right. Well, again, nobody's got the team correct. I'm not really too surprised, to be honest.
Endpoint, is it?
It's very hard. It's Dignitas.
I was thinking
okay, that's
them.
guessable. That's
I was
guessable.
thinking them.
Yeah.
That fall.
Dignitas were at
10.
10 in a row, which means I'm going to split the points between Greg and Johnny, just to really emphasize how few points Cole got. So Johnny wins 3 points, 2 points over to Gregan, and 0 points.
And just to confirm, we can't have it so that when we all said the same thing, we all get a point.
Sorry, I can't hear you over your lack of points over here. Well, speaking about points, let's talk about some of the teams' points, because guess what? They've got an awful lot more than we do. And some of them are going to get them over to London. Maybe some of them are going to get them over to Worlds. Gregan, taking a look at this, though, from the teams that we've got, getting that top 5. Who's sort of looking pretty good here? Who's on the outskirts?
Well, of course, we can straight away go BDS and Moist looking in a great spot, both in the upper bracket in this event and did very well in the first event. So they're looking very solid in that top 5. For the rest of it, I think we've got to be looking at Karmine Corp and Team Liquid, who are both in the upper bracket in this event. They're in a solid spot to keep accumulating points going forward. But Solary and Vitality are out. Misfits are out. Dignitas are out. So that opens up room for Semper, Endpoint, Luminosity, to make their way up through the bracket. But it really is going to all come down to Regional 3. There is about 8 teams that could realistically make it into that 3, 4, 5 spot. But at the moment, I would say BDS, Moist, Karmine Corp, and outside of that, we've got to look at this event really as to where people are going to get points, and Liquid are in the strongest spot for that.
And sort of looking at some of these teams on the outskirts, Guild obviously did not qualify for the last one. If they want an opportunity to maybe go, then they will need to win this and also perform incredibly well over at the next one. But the fact that, once again, we need to look towards teams like Dignitas and Evil Geniuses. They're teams that are towards the top of the next graphic we're going to show you all at home. And it does mean that maybe there's going to be a lengthy time on the sidelines. Johnny, let's talk a little bit about the World's qualification, how that's going to work, and maybe the teams that we're expecting to send.
Yeah, so there will be 3 EU teams at the wildcard, regardless of what happens in London. But depending on EU's performance at London Major, we could have anything from 2 or 3 or even 4 EU teams above that directly qualifying to London. But the key number right now is 6 in total. It's 3 directly to the Worlds, 3 to the wildcard. So look at who's top 6 right now. That's your list of who's going. But Evil Geniuses very much struggling. Even Dig, Endpoint, and Semper above them haven't looked like guarantees or even favorites to make the next major either. So it's actually those teams below them, teams like Karmine Corp. If they can just make it into the major, suddenly they're leapfrogging a whole bunch of teams with the points they can accumulate. But yeah, keep an eye on this one. This one is going to change a lot in in this weekend, in the next regional, and of course, it's all going to be finally determined in the London major.
Yeah, so obviously you do want to be getting yourself into that top 6. If not, your faith's kind of in hoping that Europe does incredibly well over at London, because LA certainly took a whole host of points and positions away from the European teams. So that might come back to haunt us later on in the season. So let's talk then about London just a little bit, because obviously Europe wants to be sending the best. Europe wants to maybe get a hold of that 7th spot as well for their top teams. We're going to talk about who we think's going to make it. We're going to come together as a team. I know our teamwork's incredibly good. We never disagree. We're going to pick together the 5 teams that we expect to send. I think I can sort of skip the first 2. BDS, Moist, is anyone going to disagree at us sending them?
Agreed.
They're going.
All right, fantastic.
Go on then.
Let's
Go on
talk
then.
about 3rd onwards. Who wants to settle down on the 3rd team that Europe will send?
I'll have a little go, because a couple of weeks ago on pre-show, I made a little pre-diddly-iction that the people watching on at home didn't agree with me much about, and that was that Karmine Corp were not just we're going to make London, but we're also going to make Worlds, which can happen. You have a quick swing by them qualifying for London, and for example, Evil Genius is not, and suddenly Karmine Corp wedge themselves in there. So I'm going to say them. I'm going to back them. They're in the upper bracket right now. They've just come up for a comfortable victory against Misfits, then a 3-1 versus Endpoint, a great result against them. Now they're up against Team BDS, which even if they lose, they've wedged themselves deep into this competition already. And they look good as well. You take away the points out of it, with Nolly in the team, they're looking fantastic.
Yeah,
I
great.
agree.
Karmine Corp. I think they're going to make it. So for once, we're all on the same page here.
Yeah. Johnny, do you want to put out the 4th team out there?
Yes, I'm going to say Solary. They're eliminated already from this event, but their 3rd place finish in the last one, and I think a decent finish in regional number 3 will just get them over the line. Even though they're already eliminated here, they're still sitting in 3rd currently. That could change if Karmine Corp and Team Liquid make deeper runs into the bracket.
Here we go.
I necessarily agree with that one. I think that when you come up against Endpoint and you basically get given a free game because one of their players disconnects, they have to bring in their coach, and still manage to lose the series, including an overtime there, that's the sort of thing that can really shake your resolve. That's after losing to Vitality in this event as well. They came into this tournament thinking they were a team to beat, and they have been substantially beaten. And that can really affect you, I think, going forward. So for me, the mentality is certainly in question. Maybe I'd say too much to make top 5 now.
Well, I'm kind of...
Who's replacing them then, Cole? Who have you got taking their spot? Because, I mean, they're top 5 already. They're in it.
Let's work out the next one, right? So we've got Karmine Corp as our 3rd. We're now debating the last 2 spots. So you've suggested Solary. I'm on the fence for Solary. Liquid is my 5th. Are we in agreement on Liquid making it based on...
I do agree with Liquids, yes. I agree with Liquid.
So the interesting...
leaves one spot?
Yeah. So the interesting thing about Liquid and Solary making it is that the fact that they're not in the running for Worlds. So they could confirm spots for teams like Dignitas for Worlds, for teams like Endpoint for Worlds. So any fans of those, you definitely want to see more of those kind of out of Worlds contention teams in the mix. But I'm going for a out of the blue kind of guess. I'm saying based off of performance, I like what I'm seeing from Semper. And I think Semper. I think they're going to be better this regional and even stronger in the 3rd regional. And they're going to be a team that earns their spot at the major through performance improvement across the split.
Yeah, I think that we saw that even in the last event where they started off winning, but winning in a really boring way. And I was very cold on this team. I was like, they haven't got that much. They can't grind their way out to too many victories. But suddenly the next day, Exotic, he was getting on the end of everything. Chaussette looks reborn. They look like they have that next level to go to. I'm not sure Solary have another level to go to, whereas Semper are finding theirs. So I think they would be my call to replace them.
So are we going to lock in this 5? We're going to have to, because I'm saying we're going to have to move on over here. So that is BDS, Moist, Karmine Corp, Semper, and Team Liquid.
Why not? Yeah, that's a fun group of 5. I like that.
All right, and would we think that that's enough to grab us that 7th spot? A quick thumbs up or thumbs down?
No, I don't believe.
No,
I don't back Semper.
And it will be. And other regions might be potentially a little bit too much. Okay, that's perfectly acceptable. Here is today's bracket for those of you just joining us. Those in the upper part are now going to be playing in best of 7s. If you're in the lower part, you need to win one more series before you get over to that. But if you're in the upper part as well, we do have 2 lives. Moist Esports taking on Liquid, BDS against Karmine Corp, Endpoint against Semper, and Luminosity up against Guild as we get a chance to take a look at today's schedule. We've still got some matches to be confirmed later on today over in that lower bracket, but every single game means so much when it comes to Worlds and for London qualification. But before we move anywhere, it is time to get into our first game of the day. Endpoint taking on Semper. Both of these teams having quite the interesting road to get to this point, especially if you are an Endpoint fan, although I'm sure you just call that Friday at this point. But the big story on this one, Gregan, Archie up against his old team.
What a rivalry you have here as well. And we've also got the full French team versus the English and blue flag English team of Metza, Relating Wave, and Archie. You know, this is a rivalry in Archie versus Semper, but it's also, I feel like, an English versus French rivalry, which we're seeing happen more and more in the scene. So I think Semper have got a lot to prove coming into this, saying, hey, we didn't need you, Archie. Everyone was talking about how important Archie was to carrying Semper through results. But actually, this is a chance then to go, we had it, it's just you didn't let us do it.
All right, well, let's find out what you at home think before I try and get a hold of our desk's predictions. Put the hashtag of the team you expect to move on into the best of sevens. Hashtag and or hashtag SMPR to get them through to the next round. We'll be joining you guys in just a moment to see what you predicted. All right. Got a bit of time here as we try and get the players all lobbied up. We're going to go fast side, move it on inwards. So, Johnny, starting off with you, who you expect to take it and why?
This is a really tough one because Endpoint really they showed something versus Solary yesterday that they haven't shown. I think that's all they split apart from that one series. And I'm not talking about their coach Eclipse on the field. I mean, a realistic shot of making a deep run in the tournament. They really came to life there. But is it enough to beat Semper? I'm not sure. This is a very close matchup, but I think I'm going to go Semper because when you've got a close matchup like this, I think it's a player like Archie in his attempt to beat his old team that might actually, end up playing a little bit more nervously, play a little bit more worse than he did when they were just, probably not expecting much against Solary and overperformed there. I think Semper are just going to edge this one out.
For me, it's not really about who wins or who loses, because Rocket League is a beautiful game. It's about skill. It's about great goals. It's about beauty on the pitch. I don't care who wins this series, Shogun. I just hope that we see some fantastic Rocket League between two great teams with such beautiful stories. I don't care who wins it. Put me down as neutral. No, keep flip-flopping in production. I'm completely indifferent. Does it even matter?
Wow, you
I would
coward.
like to go back.
You coward.
I would like to go back on one.
You said Semper make it major.
But that was in the last bit. Now we're in this bit, Johnny. The bits change. I'm in
You know
Stumpy
what,
mode. Look,
Cole?
I'm
I
chaos.
respect it enough. I'm giving you 1 point to the earlier. So you got 1 point for all of that. You're still last.
That's fine. That's fine. Cross that out. Do a little
All
one.
right.
Booyah. There we
Who
go.
are we taking?
My biggest question for Endpoint is, can Metzer deal with chaotic Archie when Archie tries to win a game? That was always a concern on old Semper, was can Cassio and Chazette deal with Archie trying to carry? I wonder if they've managed to hone that in and keep Archie level-headed in these high-pressure games. So I want to see that first before I start backing Endpoint. I'm going to go with Semper, who I've been seeing strong performances from so far. Exotic looks amazing. Chazette and Cassio seem to be playing really well together around him. And as a team, they look like the most teamy of Rocket League teams in this competition. The way they play together, pass together, rotate around each other. And that's what I like to see.
You know what I like? I like the feeling. I like just sitting on this fence, okay? I'm going to go on the fence. I'm going to split us over here with the Endpoint pick. I think Archie, it's a different way we might think about this, Johnny. I think Archie's going to really zone in on this one. I think this might be one of the better performances we see from him. And also at the same time, I'm really looking forward to seeing, though, what we get from Exotic. He's the player that has come into this team a lot to really take on. He's had to come under and just be the new talisman midway through a season for a team that really relied upon Archie. So he's been incredibly impressive. Let's see what you at home think. Maybe you've managed to go as 50-50 as we have. Go, we're in the majority. Let's go.
I love it. For once, the people have gone with the right choice. Well done, everybody. I very much hedged my bets in this pre-show, but yeah, I'm fully team Endpoint now, and I think that Solary are going to make the major.
Tell you what, they get this one right, I'll give you an extra point on top of it, so you can go equal with Gregan. But let's get ourselves into our first matchup of the day. It is Endpoint versus Semper. Archie taking the field with it all to prove, was it the right move, or is Endpoint going to make him pay?
And Turtle, this is an interesting matchup indeed. Archie up against his old team when the stakes really couldn't be higher, especially looking at the majors. Semper and Endpoint both fighting for that major spot. And this rivalry is going to get a little bit more interesting.
Oh, absolutely. And they're neck and neck, James Bodden. I love the way and the path that these teams took to get here. And to this point, of course, the devs talked about it in the pre-show a lot of times with Endpoint, subbing in their coach because Relating Wave had a power outage and then they ended up losing that game, but then winning
horribly
the series.
as well. I think it was like 6-1.
Yeah, but honestly, they stalled enough time to give Relating Wave enough time to get back in. Archie, okay. We don't even have enough time to talk about the history between these two teams. He's starting off with a banger.
And you see Exotic getting 50 there, and then Archie again with the 50 back-to-back quality challenges from Endpoint. And Archie is that player that everyone's looking at. Archie making waves. He has had such a great year, and now on loan from Semper to try to help Endpoint make it to that next level after losing their star player. Seiko obviously is having a lot of success on BDS, but Archie now with a chance to experience some success with Endpoint. And Endpoint already off to a hot start.
Yeah, but those shoes from Archie have been filled rather nicely, I'd say, with Exotic on Semper. I think they played really well as a team, much to what Gregan was alluding to. These guys really love to look for each other on the field. I was watching a lot of their games previously on day one, and their transitions downfield, finding each other. They don't usually overextend too much, and overall, I think that they have a really good foundation here and a really good shot against Endpoint and, of course, Archie. They want to prove themselves that even though Archie ended up leaving that team, they still can make waves without him.
There's a good stint of pressure from Semper, but now on the breakout, Archie off the backward gets bumped, so couldn't follow up on the double, but the rebound's there, double commit. The light tap, and Metzenaris will finish the job. And you see Archie, it all started when he threatened that double tap, but then that double commit really making things difficult.
And what a touch from Relating Wave to get that one back into the midfield. I thought that the whole play had died, but Relating Wave coming off the backboard, getting a touch across the net and setting up one final shot. That was huge on that play to keep it up.
And to get that center ball without it bouncing too high over the crossbar, to put it in a spot that was scoreable for Metza. And we're seeing a very scary Endpoint offense go to work early. 2 goals now. Semper still held scoreless.
At least in game 1, those questions of how Archie are going to handle the pressure. I mean, it really, he's the one dealing with the stress. He's the player who left the team and is now trying to, make his own mark on the scene with Endpoint. And he's stepping up to the plate with that double tap attempt. And now with the aggression, now a good touch in the midfield as well. Archie really coming alive in game 1.
Nice speed from Metza on the 50. And you see 2 go. Casio with the bump. Chaussette trying to collect the ball. Now it's a 1v2 situation. Casio with the 1-2 play. And that's denied. Endpoint still not out of harm's reach. And now they finally do get the clear. But you saw the bump from Casio. Semper recognizing that they had the numbers, but they weren't able to put together a counterattack, and Endpoint counter-swinging quite hard.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, whenever Endpoint on offense, I have seen a couple of double commits, though, from Archie and whoever's in that second man spot. So that's something you need to be cautious of. Endpoint, to Johnny's credit, it seems as though Archie is trying to do a little bit too much. I think if he dials it down a bit, things would get better here on the offensive front. Maybe Archie can make a 50-50 in the midfield, and there we go. Okay, rotating back into that third man slot. This is what you wanted to see from Endpoint. 2 minutes left. We'll see if Semper can build something on offense.
Archie, you saw him hanging out on that post, covering the mid part of the net, but Casio with so much time, able to read that gap. Shoots it low near post. Great vision from Casio.
And it was that first touch with how big of a hit he had in the midfield to go all the way off the backboard. A weird spot to hit in that upper corner. The defense didn't know how it was going to bounce. And within 1, and a good kickoff for Semper. Maybe a follow-up from Chaussette. Doesn't find a touch. And Casio's getting bullied on the goal line. Archie almost getting a setup off the backboard, but Casio still found a way to get touch.
Exotic. Chasing the ball down, going for a ground pinch. It's 50 by Relating Wave. Hard shot. Metza with the tip off his own backboard. Scary moment there, but Metzenaris able to make the defensive play. Now Relating Wave off the ceiling. That's not the ideal touch. Exotic doesn't have boost to go for it. Still panic from Endpoint. Archie clearing it out. Casio hitting the handbrake, passing it back to Exotic, but another challenge from Relating Wave relieves tons of pressure. There's a traded demo. Chaussette not able to get the ball. Does get the corner boost steal, and will turn on it. Trying to cut off the midfield play. Final minute, Semper trailing by 1.
And all I'm looking at right now, James Bada, are these 50-50s that we've seen so frequently from Endpoint. That's a really rough touch from Relating Wave. Not a good clear. Casio has some space, but immediately met. And look at that 50-50 from Metzenaris. It's challenges like that where Endpoint are winning. Another one from Archie in the midfield. That's denying so much from Semper on their opportunities moving forward. Another shot here from Metza, and he's going to get the follow-up. No save comes out. And this all started with that challenge game in the midfield, James.
And not only did Metza get a nice 50 back at the midfield at that mid boost, he also grabbed that 100 boost as well, which allowed him to be in the position to make that play. So you're exactly right, Turtle. These challenges at really critical moments in the game have been in favor of Endpoint. We've seen some panicky defense on both ends, but the offense from Endpoint has been superior, and that goal going to give them a little bit of breathing room as these final seconds tick away in game 1.
Oh, and look, another one, Relating Wave. That one's not even a challenge. He just wins it himself and then goes for the double tap opportunity. He didn't connect. Metzenaris couldn't get the follow-up either, but that's going to waste so many seconds off the clock as Endpoint, of course, going to take game number 1 in this best of 5. Semper, they fought pretty hard here to win this one back and at least get 1 goal on the board. But at the end of the day, the challenge is not enough to stay on offense.
And the 50 game, Turtle, really was highly in favor of Endpoint. And you see Metzenar's 2 goals, good finishes. Relating Wave thinking back to his play, that light touch after the double commit on the goal line from Semper. That was massive. And then Archie as well, slotting in so nicely, getting the first goal of the game with that 50 that ended up just deflecting in, threatening the double tap, which led to a rebound chance for Endpoint. Endpoint really doing so well on offense. They did have a few missteps on defense, but you even saw Semper as well, a few double commits. So there is room for Semper to get back into this one, but they're going to have to figure out that offense a little bit more. They haven't really been able to put together a convincing attack.
Well, and if they're not going to be winning these challenges, a big key change for them in their play styles to be a bit more passive. They can push that offense back just a tad bit and maybe challenge slower to try and get these dunks here on Endpoint, because things are not working for them. But like you said, James, there are opportunities. There are gaps in the defense where things can calm down. And now as we take a look at Semper, we'll see what we have out of them and whether or not they can bounce back. It's going to be difficult, of course, but Semper, they have each other. They're so good at moving down the field, transitioning as a team. I want to see more passing from them, James.
And some of the best passes I've ever seen in RLCS have come from Cassio.
Absolutely.
Cassio, I feel like his vision on the infield passes is remarkable. But what Semper's also going to have to find out is who's going to be that shooter.
Yeah.
The gap left in the offense after Archie left. Someone has to step up and fill it in these high-pressure situations. And we'll see if Semper has what it takes. Now, double tap.
No way!
Archie with a spear into the net. A beautiful goal.
Oh, and he pre-jumped it from Relating Wave. Before Relating Wave even got that touch into the midfield, Archie was already up in the air, had the double tap set up, and he nails it.
And Archie, the player we highlighted to watch in this series, already making clips.
Huge here for Endpoint, and it's got to feel good for Archie. The rivalry, his old team.
Another one.
He's the difference maker. Another one. This one from Archie on the 50-50. It bounced off the ceiling and went right down onto Relating Wave's car.
And I mean, Archie, crazy challenge there.
Yeah.
But Metza, he beat Chaussette to the ball by a far margin. Chaussette wasn't even close to that first touch.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying here for Semper, James, is they're clearly losing that challenge game, and even in the speed department, it seems like they can't get in front of the ball in time, so they have to hit the brakes. They've got to stop rushing and throwing themselves the ball. Another one for Cassio. He gets a bump, but that ball's still floating in the backfield. Wastes a lot of time here, and a lot of boost now from Semper. Archie running back to maybe get a touch. He finds it, and then is patient on the goal line to get the dunk.
Oh, and it looked like Exotic had a window with the camera angle I had. Couldn't really see how much of a lane that he had, but that looked scoreable from where I was sitting.
Yeah.
And then the good defense to follow it up, Semper. That is a painful play. They really needed that one there. Still scoreless as Relating Wave gets a full corner boost and a nice 50 to keep this in his own corner. Another challenge. And now Metza, it kicks right out.
Got it.
And it's a save from Archie. He's got some springs, doesn't he, Turtle?
He can do it all. He's got some springs right there to launch himself up to get the save off the crossbar, pinched and out. And he's been making so much damage on offense and really putting the team on his back. But then you come onto the defensive side. That's the second huge read that he's needed to make on the goal line, James.
And he's made it. And Semper struggling. 2 good looks this game. Still running away empty-handed. Relating Wave.
Look at the speed. He didn't even have any boost, James, and he won that challenge. It's crazy what Endpoint are doing here.
And Endpoint double committing on defense. That does give an opportunity to Semper. Chaussette can't find the top corner. And we've seen now multiple opportunities for Semper that have not been converted despite these double commits. Another double commit from Endpoint, but it doesn't haunt him yet.
And it doesn't seem like Semper think that Endpoint can rotate back and recover so quickly, because when a double commit does come out here from Endpoint, they're quick to get back in position and find themselves organized yet again. And while there's, of course, that big issue of double committing, Semper, they're taking their time. It's not too panicked from them, and I want to see them rush here whenever there is an opportunity. They need to strike faster and quicker and be ready for those double commits. Otherwise, you're giving Endpoint all the time in the world to rotate back, get that third man in the spot, and, you know, win more 50-50s to let the teammates fall back into position.
There's the precision shooting from Relating Wave. That's what's been lacking for Semper. But Relating Wave showing everybody how it's done.
Oh my goodness. And at first it looked like Chaussette was of course going to get the save and was in the right spot there, rotating to the net. But with how much power Relating Wave got on that shot, there's no chance for Chaussette, left in a 1v2 situation. Now off the kickoff, Endpoint want to continue destroying this goal line off the post and out. Another one almost there for Endpoint.
But you can see Metsonoris wreaking havoc on the defensive backline of Semper. No boost, no problem. He picks the pocket, steals the ball, and dishes it to Archie for the 4th goal.
Oh, the man doesn't even stop here. He just keeps going and going. You said it yourself. No boost, no problem. It doesn't even matter. Let's just chase the ball until we get another setup in the midfield. Endpoint 4-0 here against Semper.
And Semper's had just as many chances to score as Endpoint.
Yeah.
And they have not found that accuracy. And Turtle, this has looked like a walk in the park so far for Endpoint. They've had some very big plays. Their defense, their challenges, despite their double commits, hasn't really come back to punish them. Now, Metanoris getting demoed out of the air. We see some life for Semper.
And there we go, the aggression. Somebody taking initiative, and it's going to be Chaussette. He snipes Metza out of the air, deleted from the pitch, and that's going to be the first goal for Semper. There's a chance. 1 minute and 4 seconds, of course, is going to be difficult, but even just getting 1 goal here to start the potential of a reverse sweep if they drop this game is huge.
If they drop this game, it seems like that's a certainty with how well Endpoint's been playing.
Is it though? Oh my goodness.
That's the second time we've seen Exotic shoot a little bit wide.
I would have loved the caster curse, the timing. It was there, James. It was all set up.
I guess that just goes to show you how down Semper is on their offensive game. Not able to convert on that curse. Yeah. And you see Archie converting a hat trick, putting 1 more in, piling on the pain for Semper.
I mean, this is crazy. He gets bumped into the play, lands, and is perfectly fine. That bump actually benefited Archie there, so a bit of some fortune going in favor of Endpoint as they now extend the lead by 4 goals again. 30 seconds left, and you know, I said there might have been a chance earlier on, but now I know for certain that Semper, they're not getting back in this game. They're going to have to look to reverse sweep Endpoint in this best of 5. James, do you think they can do it?
I've seen crazier things happen, Turtle, but this one would be up there, especially with how well Endpoint's been playing.
Another
Archie proving to be an impact player. We're not really seeing the offense come out from anyone on Semper. We did see the nice demo play from Chaussette, but we saw Exotic miss a few opportunities where he had a near post shot, wasn't able to hit the mark. And then on the other end, you've got Endpoint pre-jumping, hitting that pre-jump from Archie, hitting that double tap, the 0 boost pickpocket, the Relating Wave boom from midfield, 77 miles an hour into the net. Endpoint, they're firing on all cylinders, Turtle, whereas Semper, we're not really seeing the same.
Right. Well, we almost saw Semper gain some traction here at the beginning of this game, but it was Archie who got the goal line saves, James Bot, who kept Endpoint in the lead by about 2, maybe even 3 goals at a certain time. And for them, that is huge because they were able to deny Semper any momentum from starting at the beginning of the game with those saves from Archie. And I just want to see him continue that defensive stance because they're going to need it here to stop any reverse sweep, as it seems as though we do take a look here at the Endpoint roster. A difficult matchup here for Semper, James.
And it has to hurt that one of the players picking your team apart is your former teammate out at Endpoint on loan. And it just, you know, while Semper maybe it's starting to lose hope in the long run, you know, Endpoint gaining hope in the short term and the long run. Endpoint still very much a threatening Worlds contender. Right. And now a chance to make a huge stride towards the major, towards World, with 1 more game win here.
This is massive right now for points, for making a deep run in the lower bracket. Of course, Semper, you know, they want to at least put up a fight now, and they're going to have to. But if there's space given to Relating Wave, He is going to make it count. You can't give this man one shot because it's going to be a banger into the crossbar going down and in.
And Endpoint making the most of pretty much every opportunity they've been given, and even scoring when it didn't seem like there was an opportunity at all.
Yeah.
13 seconds in, already an Endpoint goal. Semper have not managed to score more than once.
What is going on right now with this Semper defense? They don't know really how to position themselves forward, how to approach the Endpoint offense. Very awkward timing here for going for the ball, and there's another one where Chaussette was just so late to the ball, didn't even get a piece of it, and they're just kind of falling into the trap of Endpoint with these challenges. The only thing that I've seen work out for Semper has been that demo game from Chaussette. That was it. And another miss, like you said, from Cassio on the defensive side. Semper, something is really breaking them down here. And I want to say it's Endpoint, but at the end of the day, it looks like it's also some mechanical issues here, James.
Yeah, and you know, Cassio, he had boost there. He had the read on the wall, just not enough height on the jump. And so we see two goals now in the first minute. And now a numbers advantage for Endpoint on the attack. Methanor is scoring again quickly off kickoff. The wheels falling off for Semper.
We saw Exotic and Cassio off the kickoff. They were cheating up for the 50-50. They bumped into each other. Both went flying forward. And then you left Chaussette in a 2v1 situation. Another one where the kickoff is going in favor of Endpoint. They're back on offense. 3 goals. We're only a minute in. Endpoint, they're slaughtering Semper on the defense.
Semper still have plenty of time. I think that's the one positive that you can point to.
Definitely.
There's still plenty of time, but also a little discouraging. Down by 3 already, and low boost for Cassio. That one clings off the crossbar. Another backboard pass. Archie will turn, and he lets Exotic take the hit. A Relating Wave will boom it back downfield. Semper struggling to find that breakout opportunity.
And the speed, they just are getting dusted. Again, here's a good win, though, from Exotic. One of the first times that we've seen them take a win in the air, but it doesn't lead to anything. Cassio, another huge whiff on defense where he can't get in front of it. Metzanar is toying and bullying Exotic as that third man, wasting more time. Cassio misses the double tap, but Exotic's there for the follow-up. It's saved again from Endpoint. The defense, for the first time, I'd say, this game getting tested.
And we've seen them be tested before in this series with Endpoint, and they managed to make goal line stop after goal line stop. And speak of the devil, Metzenaris, another goal line stop.
It just feels like the striking department has to improve here for Semper. Of course, there is a solid goal line save, another 50-50 win from Metza. But for Semper, somebody hasn't really stepped up. And normally it's going to be Exotic, who has that star mechanical ability, but we haven't seen too much of it.
Another opportunity for Semper. And you see Archie doing the in and out clear. Semper not able to catch a break.
Wow.
Now, on the other end, Chaussette dribbling in his own corner. Cassio with the demo. Tip from Relating Wave. We'll put it over to Archie, who goes for the backboard. Exotic will clear it down. Metza, light touch. Chaussette, center ball to Cassio. Cassio, a bounce shot. Easy save for Archie. Another setup attempt into the middle, but Relating Wave first to it. Archie, great speed. Double commit, though, from Endpoint. Metzenaris will have to play this smart. And he does keep the ball in. Semper, you see Exotic getting bumped off the play. It looked like Exotic got bumped up the wall here. So we take another look on the replay.
And this was off of another double commit, as you're right. Exotic getting bumped off the backboard in a spot that he could have potentially gotten behind the ball. But all of that started here, James, on another double commit from Endpoint. But Semper were nowhere in position to punish or at least move out on offense. Chaussette looking for a 50-50 off the kickoff. 4-goal lead for Endpoint. They're making double commits. They're being aggressive. It's not a perfect game from Endpoint, but Semper, they have no idea right now how to counter them, how to get in position. The mechanics are off. It has been a very poor showing from them, but Endpoint lights out from their offense, and especially Archie.
You're 100% right, Turtles. We do see Exotic get one A low altitude bouncing double tap. And Exotic. I mean, it was a nice goal, and still there is a chance.
Goodness.
We'll see if they bring out some type of kickoff strategy here.
Yeah.
And they're
I
going
was
to
on
need it.
I was on Archie's cam, James, and he literally just went to the other side. He just left his teammates on defense. That's how
said, "Figure it
confident he is. Yeah, literally. He was going towards the other half to take the boost. So if that doesn't represent how confident Endpoint are feeling, I don't know what will. Here we go. Maybe something here as Semper are looking just to get any opportunities, any ounce of life as they can get it. The oxygen just getting taken out of their lungs here. And it's Endpoint on top.
Back-to-back 5-goal games for Endpoint, and another play where Endpoint is able to get an incredible 50-50 that puts the ball in a rebound scoring chance, and they put it away.
I mean, Endpoint, this is unbelievable here from their offense, from Archie in particular. I think Metanaris is having a wonderful game here on the challenge game. Archie, another shot from the midfield, slotting in rather nicely. And I'd say this game is just about over, James.
Yeah, when you have multiple players scoring hat tricks in a 3-game series, you know that your team is playing pretty dang well.
Absolutely.
And also, even though we've seen a few double commits from Endpoint, we have seen such great defensive stops, especially on the goal line. Endpoint so comfortable sitting on their own goal line. And how many times have we seen that where the ball bounces off the post, bounces off the crossbar, Semper not able to score it.
Oh my goodness. And Archie is dancing in the backfield. I mean, this man is literally, he has no, what is happening? What is going on here? Archie, I was on his cam settings. The man was just break dancing in the backfield because I'm sure he's excited here. And that's got to represent how good it feels now to get a win. I don't know what's
the only
going on.
people that can score on Endpoint is themselves at this point.
And it's got to feel good for Archie. I mean, this is your previous roster. A lot of times when teams make different moves or changes in the roster and swap teams, James, you're left with a little bit of doubt. You know, was this the right choice? Should I have swapped teams? And I think that this win and the style that Endpoint are taking this win as well has got to be reassuring and confidence just flowing through Archie's veins right now.
And looking at the big picture, Turtle, for Endpoint, you know, they have Seiko, up-and-coming player at the start of the year, quickly rising to the top. So much hope for Endpoint. And then to lose that player, that's a punch in the gut. But Archie has come in and made sure that Endpoint keeps on rolling. A sweep over Semper. And that is fabulous for Endpoint and their hopes of making it to the major and an appearance at the World Championships. Such a critical series against another challenger in Semper, and they put them away.
And these teams, they are so close to each other in Europe right now in the rankings, and also, of course, the point differential between the two teams. So this is a huge win for Endpoint to eliminate any competitors, including Semper, from taking away some points from them, of course, looking to make it to London. And I think Coach Eclipse as well is also happy he didn't have to sub in. That's definitely a positive for him. He didn't have to come out here. And although his record is pretty good with at least goals per game, okay?
You know, honestly, though, with how well Endpoint was playing on the goal line, maybe they would have been able to pull something off. But maybe not, let's be honest. But Endpoint, phenomenal gameplay. Archie slotting in nicely. And we saw the rivalry again go in favor of the way of Endpoint. They sweep Semper. Turtle, we're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, Luminosity versus Guild, another elimination match. We'll be right back.
Well, I think it's fair to say that that was a series that Semper will never want to watch back again for as long as they live. Subi, Endpoint absolutely demolished them just now.
No, it really felt like Semper was out there playing their own individual 1v3s. It wasn't a team play at all. It didn't feel like Rocket League. It just, like you said, I think they're going to want to put that one in the back of their minds, completely forget about it, and move on.
Yeah, well, we will move on to the next series, which is Luminosity versus Guild. A couple of teams that maybe we'd expect more from Luminosity. We expect them to be really challenging in that top 5, top 6, which is what the winner of this series will get to, top 6, incidentally. Up against Guild, a team that weren't even in the first regional. You can see them down there in our lovely, massive bracket. They've just faced off against Vitality, have Guild Esports. EXO, CRR, sorry, not EXO, I'm just looking at the in-game now. That threw me. Devo, CRR, and Dorito, they are just looking fantastic together.
They really are. They're finally gelling together. And, it always takes teams, sometimes a split, sometimes a regional, to figure things out. And it's good to see that Guild has figured it out early enough to possibly make a run at things. But the fact that they were able to take down Team Vitality, and I get that they no longer have Fairy Peak on that team, but the fact that they were able to take them down says a lot. And I think that although they have fallen to the lower bracket, they are looking like one of the stronger teams in Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I am still to this day a little bit disappointed in Vitality. When we saw them beating Solary yesterday, I let myself believe, Subi, that Vitality were going to be back and we're going to be a premium team in EU and we're going to qualify for LANs and all of that. And then they went to the low bracket and Guild said, no, we are going to cut them right back down. But it has to be credit to Guild. They're looking great. And CR and Dorito, this is a couple of players who have made it to a big org together from the White Demons days. Isn't it great to see two of them sort of go up that ladder as a pair?
It really is. You love to see players that went on that ranked grind as duos and found a third and were able to make it into the RLCS and then find an org to back them. It's so refreshing to see, especially all these brand new organizations coming into Rocket League, a la Moist Esports. But it's fantastic to see. And another thing, me personally, fantastic to see is EXO still alive and well in this scene. Watching him all throughout the Rival Series, he tried so hard and so long to get there. He finally made it, and now he's here in the RLCS, and he's kind of made himself a mainstay at this point.
Yeah, one of the many success stories of the open world of RLCS X and now RLCS 21-22 was EXO and his team Luminosity. They're looking like they are just able to battle through to make it to the London Major. Guild, maybe not so much after not qualifying for that first regional, but make no mistake, they will be here to play spoiler against Luminosity Gaming. It's going to be an incredibly close matchup right now, and it begins right here. Let's give it a go. Let's get going. Subi, what are you expecting from this matchup?
Well, like you said, they can play spoiler, and not everyone out there can be a hero. Sometimes you need a villain, and right now, Guild looking to put on that mask and play their best villain role.
See who gets the better start. It could be all important in a series that could be as close as this one. It's a little bit of early pressure here for Luminosity, but CRR, his clearances, so solid. The mechanics of the young Spaniard are never in question already. He's trying these little touches, trying these little fakes, and it puts Guild in such a good position that Tox, the sweeper for Luminosity, has to clear away.
And I really want to see how Devo's going to fit in with CRR and Dorito here. We know that CRR and Dorito have the mechanics, and Devo was known for mechanics way many moons ago. And does he still have it? I want to see how he plugs in the rotation, see how the spacing is going to be, because so far they're giving a lot of space over to Luminosity.
And Luminosity certainly have the mechanics to do something with it, particularly their newest player, Atomic. He has been brought in, and he's not let them down too many times since being brought in, as EXO gets that pinch along the way, past CRR, who leaves it for Devo. This is a real chance for EXO now. He's got the flip reset. He just waits for it as well. He wanted Tox to be closing him down. And Tox was a little bit slow there, and that could lead to a counter-attacking chance for Guild, but EXO swallows up that pressure, and I'd say it's Luminosity that are shading it so far.
Absolutely, as Devo gets much needed clear, but the rotations right now from Luminosity on point, not giving Guild any space in this defensive half, and Dorito gets it right over EXO. I love that read. He slows it down. Instead of going for that long booming clear, he kind of baits EXO in and gets that ball towards midfield, but still haven't gotten a clear, and they're starting to have some boost woes.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky just to keep something on the some yellow stuff in the car, especially for Luminosity Gaming. Gregan was saying on the Day 1 broadcast yesterday that Tox is more than happy to play with zero boost. He can just chase, He can do chain dashes and keep his momentum going. So when you think he's at the play, he suddenly appears back in it. The Guild seem to have been able to deal with it so far as Dorito races that Mantox to the ball, and Sierra keeps the attack going. Good play from Guild, slowly but surely making their way to blue, but Devo and Dorito were so far back, so Sierra just has to concede possession.
Oh, a great 50 there as Devo's going to launch one on target, but didn't quite get all of that ball as got away from him. And now we get an opportunity to see what Guild has to present on offense as I say that, Ixo clears that ball towards midfield. How rude of him to do that, but hey, here we go. Guild again launching a shot, and the fake almost brought Tox out of a net.
And Thomas going to boom this one away. And you have to remember that anybody watching this that's battling to get into that top 5 will be rooting for the team in red. If you are a Solary who disappointed yesterday, you'll be hoping that Guild can keep Luminosity down. Even the teams that want to make it to London that are doing okay, such as Karmine Corp, they'll be rooting for Guild as well because they will not see them as a threat. So Luminosity will know they have the eyes of the Rocket League world watching them right now, and they have to ignore all that pressure, something which maybe in the past they haven't done too good a job of doing. So can they change that with Tox in the air? He does have boost this time. He gets it over the top of Dorito, but CRR and Devo do get it away. CRR then gets a second chance just to get something on the ball. Completely boost starved again. It's Luminosity that are having the vast majority of the boost.
Well, and even after all of that pressure, Cole, the first 3 minutes, Luminosity didn't have one single shot on target. We just got to see the first 2, and that one a little wide as Ixo and Atomic fought over who was going to go for that, and Ixo doesn't rotate out, decides to stay in, even though he is very low on boost. Tox is going to clean it up, and CRR passes forward to Dorito, and Dorito is going to be afforded some free space, but Atomic went up a year ago. That pre-jump was insane.
It was insane, and it's exactly what they need. Now we have a huge dunk. The ball's going onto the backboard. CRR puts it to the side, but this is a real chance for some pressure from Luminosity. CRR closing it down quickly, but it does just seem that they're going to be first to pounce Luminosity as Atomic tries to keep that attack going. Devo just in the air slows it down. Devo, whose career just seems to be continuing on and on. He's actually top scored for Guild, or at least most goal participation has been in the lower bracket. CRR comes from nowhere with a bullet, but again, it's just wide.
And as we just saw, 1 minute remaining here in game number 1, and this is where mental fortitude comes into play. First one to make a mistake could definitely lose it for their team, and you know that this is going to be in the back of their minds as Ixo gets bumped off that ball, stays fighting, and about 30 seconds remain here to go up for that ball from Guild. Dorito forced to make a clear, and not the greatest touch from Luminosity, and Guild gonna clean this one up.
Dorito has a chance here, but Tox beats him to it. Devo now tries to keep that attack going. It's a clean 50-50 from Atomic back towards CRR. I think he got caught in 2 minds. Does he tee up Devo, or does he go for the shot? In the end, it was the shot that he chose, but it was pretty weak. And just a few seconds left. Overtime is looming. That might change things. Ixo at the near post, but only tee up Devo, who throws away. Devo had an opportunity, but he couldn't take it, and then CRR's shot is saved as well. Disaster for Guild means that they could have taken game 1, but it's probably going to be overtime unless Dorito one more chance. Can they keep this one up? CRR, does he leave it for a teammate? It's Devo. Will any more opportunities come? It's looking like not, and understandably, Luminosity just say, reset, reset.
That is the definition of feels backflip man right there. Devo had the shot, and instead of pushing forward on the sticks, hit backwards, and it was the picture perfect time for the first demo of the game to come out. It's almost like Luminosity fell asleep on the defensive half, didn't realize demos were a part of the game, and bang, Devo struck, opened up the net, but they just couldn't hit the open target, and Tox almost hits the insane angle, but the crossbar denies.
Luminosity, we're listening to you. They now fully realize that demos are part of the game as Ixo puts straight down. Atomic is steaming in, but can't quite get it. This game has come alive with a few seconds left of regulation time and now into the overtime. Atomic is past 2, gets over the top. Devo with a magnificent save, reminding us all what he's capable of and why he's on this Guild roster.
Okay, there we go. I thought Devo was going to kind of flash jump at that ball. CRR goes up. Ixo had to pre-jump, and a big demo on the back line as we are going to get a pause here. Looks like Luminosity calling for it. We'll figure out what's going on, keep you up to date, but we want to make sure level playing field is game 1, overtime, all tied up, and we saw how important it is for everything to be in sync there.
I was nervous right at the end there when Tox was causing for the pause and there was a clean shot for Dorito. I was thinking, oh no, if he scores this, there could be some controversy afoot, but thankfully, Ixo got that save despite his team being the ones that had called for the pause, and everything can go back to how it was was, presumably when we come straight back. It looks like a controller disconnection from what I'm seeing, so hopefully that won't be too difficult to fix and replicate. But I mean, oh my goodness, that mistake, that miss, there's no other word for it, from Devo at the end, absolutely gutting for Guild.
It really is. You know, it felt like the first 4.5 minutes were almost lulling us to sleep with the back and forth play. Okay, they're kind of posturing up. They're trying to figure out one another. Okay, here's a shot. Nothing too threatening. And then the final 30 seconds, it was just all go for Guild. And you see right there, Devo missing that ball. And Guild are going to have to not try and remember that one too much, because if they drop this one, it's all going to go back to that misplay.
And this is such an important series for Luminosity in particular. For Guild, of course, they want to win it. They want to get themselves some prize money. There are a couple of young careers, and Devo, of course. But CRR and Dorito, they're really making their foothold in Rocket League Esports right now. But Luminosity, they're the team that have all of this pressure. They're currently 70 points below the top 5. And you look at some of the teams that are already out in that top 5. Vitality have gone. Solary have gone. Semper didn't even turn up today. So there really is an opportunity to break into the cherished position of being able to go to a major. But Luminosity have to hold their nerve, and they will be counting their lucky stars that, having overcommitted at the end and succumbing to a demo, maybe being too static in defense, they weren't punished, and they have to take that and run with it.
Yeah, and for Luminosity, they've, like you were kind of alluding to, they need to just put those blinders up. Not worry about London, not worry about what the implications of this match are. Just focus on this match and each game within it. Focus on winning game 1, focus on getting your best of 3 out of the way, then you can focus on what's next. But for Luminosity, yeah, I feel like they got away with one for sure there. They left that back line open up, and no fault of their own. They got demoed off of it, only had one man back at that point in time. But my, oh my, I cannot believe that it happened. And we're still waiting to see what's going on with this controller issue. Hopefully we can get a new cord. Hopefully we got a new controller backup. I don't know what it is. Or maybe we got to play KBM.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking, who is Luminosity's sub? Is it their coach? I'm not even sure, actually. So we'll check up on that. Hopefully it won't come down to that. But we saw yesterday, it only takes a split second for something like that to happen. Their coach is Snasky. So maybe we'll have Snasky making an appearance on the pitch. That wouldn't be too bad. That'd be all right. One for the old guard right there. Seeing Snasky back in the RLCS. But obviously, we don't actually want that. We want to see Luminosity's full roster play in this entire series. And we know that they have... I'm finding out now that it's East, not Snasky. So they do have a sub. I was lied to. Unbelievable. Thank you, T-Rex. Yeah. But yeah, their core roster has so much mechanical potential. And we didn't really see it in the opening of that first game because Guild are defending, for the most part, pretty well.
Yeah, they're playing really well on that back wall. They're always consistently having someone up above that crossbar, someone sitting patiently in net, and someone almost playing like a spy position, able to go through those corners or the top of the box, whatever it is, they're able to pull out and challenge those passing plays. So Luminosity not able to get much going, especially if they're trying to work their offense through the corners or off of that back wall. Easily cleaned up from Guild, but it looks like we are about to get into game here. We're going to test the controller out. Hopefully everything is working well like we were talking about. This is game number 1, our first overtime of the day, 57 seconds into it. And it does look like we are starting in about 5 seconds or so. We'll see if everything goes well, and hopefully this kickoff can go in favor. And I'm going to say it right here. And Luminosity, they had the ball control. I want to see him maintain it here, and boom, just like that, Devo's going to get him started right where they left off.
Yeah, CRR with a snapshot of the near post. Ixo gets the save and then gets bundled away from that defensive position. So it's a really good kickoff actually for Guild right there. Luminosity, though, did do well to survive it, and hopefully everybody can settle down now and get this series on with. As Dorito puts it to the side, CRR's taken out the game. Luminosity, since you mentioned there weren't too many demos in this series, this is really risky. Devo's trying to buy himself some time onto the backboard. CRR wants to follow it up, but can't quite do it. But since you mentioned it, Subi, Luminosity have been going for some demos.
Yeah, no, and I think that's the play. When you have someone as stingy as Guild on that back line playing so patiently, you've got to do something to disrupt that and cause a little bit of panic inside of them so they can possibly have a couple mistakes of their own on the defensive half as CRR looking for a big clear. And I love that, going opposite corner with that ball, catches Luminosity off guard. And as I say that, Atomic gets the pinch to put it right back into the orange half.
You have to credit Guild's defense. I mean, they're up against a team that in the lower bracket, both Ixo and Atomic have averaged over 1 goal every single game just by themselves. So managing to keep all 3 of them down to not scoring and keep a clean sheet up to this point says a lot about the team composition of Guild, but they're not just overly reliant on CLR and Dorito grabbing some goals and outscoring the opposition. Leaves us in this very tight first game. All-important first goal, maybe about to come from Atomic, but he puts it wide. Doesn't get a bump. Dorito and Devo will be able to see it away themselves. Good touch there from Dorito. Tox gets the read on it, but now it falls to Devo, who goes for the instant shot this time, fixing up his approach after going for the backboard earlier. Walker defending from Luminosity. Ixo again is looking a little bit sketchy for them. Guild starting to shade this one.
Yeah, they're working them east to west here, constantly using a lot of boost to get to that ball, and Luminosity, the Atomic and Ixo, got a 3rd boost in the tank. They're going to have to push forward and just deal with it as all 3 go for Guild. Goal line is wide open, but Devo gets a crucial clear back to the blue half, and Ixo pops that one into the corner over to Atomic, and they're passing plays with one another. So far through one game, so impressive. They seemingly always know where each other are.
They do, but Luminosity always seem to be a little bit too boosted for my liking, and I was saying earlier that Tox is happy to play with none, but every time you see one of them coming forward with a chance for a solo play, we cut back to their teammates for Luminosity, and they've just got nothing. They just have to sit still and bull watch and hope the ball's going to fall to them. I do want to see Luminosity maybe time their approach just that little bit better. Make sure there's somebody there that can make the most of the second balls if they were to drop to them.
Oh, and Ixo believed that Devo was going to get that second touch and pre-jumped, going for the block on it, got put out of position, did get the touch, but that's why we're seeing Guild maintain pressure here. Dorito slows things down, has CRR, top of the box, and Atomic smelled that one from a mile away, disrupts the play, and again, we continue in overtime.
And that's great defending from Atomic. He went straight towards where it was needed, but Guild are continuing this approach. So he tries to slow it down, but he gets dunked, and Dorito does get game 1 for Guild.
Oh, Dorito crunches this ball into the net. Ixo tries to slow it down, loses control, and just like that, Guild steal away game number 1.
It was a 3-point attack there with Dorito at the peak of it, just charging down the defense. You cannot take that much time when you are the only player in front of your own goal. It was his 7th shot in the game, Dorito, certainly the spearhead of this Guild attack throughout. And Luminosity, that's going to shake them even more. They had to, survive having a bit of a technical pause there. They got themselves back into the overtime, and still they lost it. They can have no excuses, and I'd say that Guild maybe just about shaded that.
Absolutely. And you've also got to think about what this does for Devo. It could have been disaster for him and put him on tilt mode if they would have lost this game. But hey, you still won it. That whiff means nothing. Yeah, you had to play an extra 4 minutes of Rocket League, but all that does is get those thumbs warmed up even more. So like we said, Guild Esports up 1 game in this best of 5 in the lower bracket. And reminder, the team that does lose this, it's the end of the weekend for them from this point forward.
Yeah, maximum pressure within this game, and as you say, from this point forward as well. It's unsurprising to see Guild with such a close series right now, since they've been in the lower bracket. That win they had against Vitality, the final game they had was a 1-0 victory yet again. So this is a team that isn't afraid to just score 1 goal and hold everything they have. And I think what we're seeing is that Guild are more than capable of doing that. They have to be actively broken down. They're not going to throw away any goals. And when you're sort of the underdog going into pretty much every series, as Guild are on that bubble of 16th, 17th, 18th, you have to be solid first and foremost. And Guild are certainly managing that.
No, definitely. And for any team out there that is comfortable playing on a 1-0 lead, Guild definitely up there. We saw that backline defense being so stingy, not even allowing a shot in the first 3 minutes of gameplay. So the fact that they can do that against a team like Luminosity, who has been averaging, 2 goals per game, it says a lot here to shut them out in game number 1.
Yeah, they looked so good as well, Guild, at doing what it is that they do best, which is just to... Well, I was about to say to take the chances, but I've almost forgotten the fact that there was a huge miss of a big chance at the end. But had Devo taken that, had he not backflipped, we'd be looking at Guild taking the win in regulation time and saying, wow, they did everything asked from them. Luminosity started off a little bit stronger, had a lot of ball control, but as soon as Guild came forward, they started to make Luminosity seem that they were rushing somewhat, and boost control really seemed like it was Guild's more often than not.
Absolutely. Like you said in the game, every single time that we saw Luminosity pushing forward, making an offensive surge, it just really fell down to the second and third members not having enough boost in the tank to follow things up. So they had to either rotate out or go for a 50-50, which, it was a good 50, but it wasn't anything that they could maintain pressure with. So for game number 2, I'd like to see Luminosity definitely focus not only on field positioning, but going for those boost steals in the back half for Guild, trying to boost starve them, but then also tying that in with a couple demos, make them feel uncomfortable on that back line, pull them out a little bit, do something different rather than just slamming the balls into the corners off of that back wall.
It's certainly where Luminosity seemed at their scariest, when they'd taken one of the Guild players out of the pitch. But I mean, again, that's credit to Guild to not succumbing when in that situation. I think my biggest critique for Luminosity right now is twofold. One, I mentioned that when a player is going for a solo play, their teammates tended to be, one, way back in their own half, and two, pretty much boostless, so they couldn't support them. So if the player didn't score a complete solo goal, the attack would come to nothing. But two, the solo plays from Luminosity weren't really all that. I didn't feel scared in Guild's position when Ixo would come forward with full ball control. And we know that when Ixo comes forward with full ball control, he should be able to score against teams like Guild.
Well, and for Guild, it's just so much pressure put on Luminosity. They're not giving them any free space, any time to work with. Someone like Ixo, if he gets that ball and you give him enough space, he can cut you to shreds. But Guild didn't give him any opportunity to do that. And even when he was coming off the ceiling, coming off of the wall, there were no flip resets that were really challenging Guild's defense. And like you said, making them feel scared at all.
So Luminosity are potentially running out of chances if they want to make a late surge to London and perhaps beyond. Guild, they wanted to play spoiler, and so far they're doing that so effectively. Already a chance for them early in game 2. Dorito takes his time, and he dodges it home.
All 3 members of Luminosity put on a clip here. See you later, Atomic, and talks right over the top of you. I love that he slows this play down and then puts it back in fast forward.
I've seen that a few times recently, that first touch that loops over the defense. I think we saw it from Oski yesterday in Liquid, and we saw it earlier on, and at least an attempted effort at it from Devo, who went to the backboard and tried to follow it as well. So first touches are getting more creative from these teams, and that was such a lovely example from Dorito. The hapless defense flying past it. Here he goes again. Guild continue their surge, looking good in game 2.
Oh, and I like that play from Devo, kind of baiting Tox in, saying, okay, you go ahead, challenge first. I'm going to wait to see what your first move is. As Devo moves in and doesn't even worry about the ball, goes for the boost, just causes chaos for Atomic. Causes him to lose the ball slightly there, and a big miss from Ixo off that wall, and we've got to question the mechanics there.
Will keep coming though. Atomic takes out Dorito, wants to get the ball, but instead just leaves it to his teammate Ixo. How much can he do with 100 boost? Going across the center of the pitch, there's Devo just flying past him, but unfortunately, Dorito and CRR managed to combine to get it all the way back. Both teams just lobbying attacks forwards. Not really too much spice on any of these solo plays right now. Things seem to have slowed down in the middle of the pitch somewhat as both teams wrestle for central control. This, though, could change everything. CRR gets one touch, Dorito a second one. Ixo, how much work has he done on the backboard just swatting that ball away?
And Atomic forced to go up as well. No boost left in the tank for Devo. He's going to have to rotate out on this play as that ball's put up. And what a touch there, but Atomic can't catch up. CRR was kind of feeling that pass was coming out from Ixo as Guild doing a great job on this back half. They continue to swat those shots away, and it just seems like everything that Luminosity is pulling out of the bag of tricks, Guild saying, yep, seen that before.
Yeah, nothing's really seeming to be phasing them right now. They always have a third player back, ready just to get rid of things. Tox, can he go solo? Can he do anything? CRR gets over the top and gets a really important touch on the ball, but it still falls to Atomic, who goes for the dunk. Unfortunately for Luminosity, it heads just wide, but maybe signs of danger from Luminosity. That one's going in. CRR, though, he had the reflexes to get it away. The attack keeps on coming, and finally, Tox gets Luminosity's first goal of the series.
And this was just all down to Ixo refusing to be denied, refusing to rotate out of that corner. Got 2 important touches, 2 important 50-50s, and he pulled 2 Guild defenders out of the net. And Luminosity get their first goal of the series.
Luminosity have just bought themselves a little slice of momentum and they have to keep on fighting to try and grab that whole pie, but already it's Guild coming forward straight after the restart. Tox, good pace from him, and this is role in the team. Make sure that he's aware and able to get in the way of any attacks coming up against them, and then link forward some for their own, as he's done exactly well right there. Atomic sadly had no boost though, and that particular attack comes to nothing. But Luminosity showing that their team composition can still be effective against Guild. He's going to lose that ball though. Atomic, Devo, and CRR, can any of them get there? No, not quite. Dorito can't put it home either. The ball just wouldn't fall for Guild, but that was a case of overcommitting for Luminosity.
Absolutely, sending 2 forward, and they almost got punished for it, but thankfully Guild couldn't quite do anything with it as CRR pops that one up and kept it away from his teammates there. I'm not sure if he realized, okay, they're both forward but out of position and can't do much with that ball, so I'm just going to try and keep this one away, buy time for them to race back on defense. But here comes Ixo trying to keep things alive. Atomic puts it into the corner. CRR, big clear downfield, and Tox going to beat out Dorito. You saw that play developing, and you've got to be a little... Okay, this is going to be a big play here for Guild, but I didn't see Tox rotating back. My apologies.
That's all right, good pass there from CRR towards Dorito, and that's actually a huge bump. It will be 2-1, unless they completely fluff this one. Luminosity have turned it round.
Wow, what a challenge here. Atomic goes up, and you see the bump at midfield. Dorito was thinking about rotating back, and that's all it was a thought, as Luminosity going to go up 2-1.
Am I the only one that was scared that Tox was going to save that there? I saw him cutting across the middle, and I thought, oh no, please don't do it, Tox. Stay out the way. Just let the ball roll in. And thankfully for Luminosity, that's exactly what he did. And for the first time in this series, Luminosity have a lead. Now, can they make their, at least on paper, mechanical advantage count? Devo is charged down by Atomic. This is what Luminosity have been doing so well. Against Na'Vi yesterday, they had an on-paper advantage. They won it 3-0. You know, whenever they're expected to win a series, they tend to do so. And Guild will be expected to go on and lose this one from here. So now it's up to Guild for themselves to step up. We know that they can do more. CRR to the center. His pass yet again just slightly off. And for all the good he's doing, his passes haven't quite been working, but that one might. Devo off the crossbar, gets Guild back in it.
Wow, tucks that one in, and CRR gets a nice pass utilizing the side wall as an extra player. 4th man coming into play, and Devo, like I said, just tucks it in and ties it up for Guild.
I had noticed actually that CRR's passes were a little bit wayward, and I thought, I mean, his one just before getting that perfect one was as well. So it seems that he's improved in that regard. Now Dorito can improve their scoreline, not quite, so close for another chance for Guild. I asked them to step up, they have done indeed. They have exactly done that. Atomic is going to just try and buy his team some time. Luminosity have to be solid here because Guild, they're stepping up.
Absolutely, and they're punishing Luminosity as well, as Ixo punishing the back line, and Dorito realized it at the last second, said, wait a second, there was a demo, it wasn't from my team, as CRR goes up and Tox dunks that one in, absolutely destroying the Guild defense.
How's he got that one in then? It was great play on the back wall from Ixo, and then Tox, oh, it was a massive dunk on CRR. There was only one place he could put the ball, and unfortunately, it was into the dive of the eventual finish. Well played, Tox. Sets his team up with 7 seconds to hold to get themselves back in the series. It's a decent kickoff, though, from Guild. Devo onto the back wall. Ixo's touch is far away enough. He had some help from his Luminosity teammate. And that, depending on Devo's touch, should be that. Ixo, though, has left the ball. Dorito finds CRR. This could be a chance for a counter. CRR's getting demoed, though. They're out the game. It's 1-1 in the series.
I forgot to check his rear view mirror there, and Luminosity pulling out the aggression to take game number 2. I love to see it. And, you know, Cole, I don't know what they call it over there across the pond, but over here in America, that's called posterizing someone. And that's exactly what Tox did there, was put the defense on a poster. You love to see it.
Yeah, you do. It's brilliant play from Luminosity. They had to start taking some risks because Guilds were seemingly able to hold them at arm's length for minutes at a time. They did exactly that. And I love that as well. Yeah, Tox squeezing in. CRR would have thought 100% that he had the clear. So a very frustrating way to lose that second game for Guild. And I think Luminosity, they're just sort of suggesting why they were favorites going into this one there.
Absolutely, and that's a big brain play right there. Okay, time's ticking down. We're less than 10 seconds to go. Probably not a good opportunity for Guild. If they do get that touch, it's going to go into their own corner anyway. So, hey, there's not really any harm in us going for a triple commit here. and Talk's going just, okay, we're all in. Let's just go for it. And it paid off so well there. So smart. And that's what separates a team like this from being in the top 10 to the top 5, is making the most of these situations, but also making the most, kind of like what you were talking about earlier, when they're expected to win, that's what they're doing. They can't be losing to teams that they're on paper supposed to be beating.
That's the rub of it as well. You know, it can take you from the top 10 to the top 5. It can also take you from the top 10 to the top 15 if those risks don't work. So you have to be brave on the day. And frankly, you have to hope that luck is somewhat on your side. And for Luminosity, it just seems to be switching as we go into game 3, and they start it off really well. Atomic, a huge hit towards the backboard. But Devo doing some neat and tidy work to defend it as well.
Yeah, and you know what? I agree. I feel like, yes, a little bit of luck on the side of Luminosity. We've seen some balls from Guild that haven't gone in that maybe should have, maybe shouldn't have. But one thing that I am seeing as this series goes on is the confidence for Luminosity is just continuing to grow as every second ticks down off that clock.
Oh, a huge boost grab there from Atomic as well. He's going to keep this attack in play. He can also do a really aggressive half rotation here if and when he chooses to. As Toxic tries to tee him up, his touch is a little bit goal with those, so Devo can just boot the ball away for now. But this is more what we were expecting going into this series. Continued Luminosity pressure. Any second it's feeling like Guild are going to concede a goal. They've all got boost now as well, at least 30 of them between each at minimum. Each with 100, takes a couple of touches. Dorito closes it, and a huge demo from Devo, but that's barely going to slow Luminosity down. Tox around the corner. Guild on the ropes somewhat right now.
Right, and all that demo does is really just force that third man saying, okay, I know what I need to do now. All I do is push forward. I know that we have a third man all the way back on our goal line. So easy decision-making for Luminosity there. Is I do love to see defensive demos, but unfortunately for Guild, that one there kind of worked against them.
Devo's first touch is really nice again, and he has to make sure he's keeping his consistency in that regard because they are getting so many clean ones as Ixo just gets completely faked out by Dorito, and then CRR takes himself out as well. It's going to leave it to Atomic to do a few little dribbles. But Devo's sweet stuff. He's getting better in this series, Devo, as it goes along.
And he's getting more aggressive as Ixo gives a little payback there. Dorito beats out Atomic, and Dorito very brilliant second touch. We've seen so many times Dorito able to slow down that ball, and Dorito also got the bump on Tox, but wasn't able to remove him from the pitch. And Guild going to maintain some offensive pressure here. And as I say, that ball goes right back down the field. And Luminosity, it's your turn.
Yeah, Guild just looking a little bit staggered in attack, but it does seem to be working, confusing Luminosity with decisions that they wouldn't be expecting, like Devo rotating back there. So then he gets to go in there a little bit later. It tees up Dorito, and he puts it away.
Dorito, a goal apiece in every single game here is Devo, nice soft touch, kind of freezes Atomic on that back line, and Dorito gets a nice double tap off of the post to put Guild up by 1 right at halftime.
Tell you what, they like using the walls, don't they, Guild? Like sort of doing these little self-assist, trying to force an angle. And it's definitely something that Luminosity seem to be struggling to deal with every now and then at least. But he can dribble as well, and he can ping it home.
That is just not fair. The ball control here, Ixo shows that his car's made of Velcro, just sticks to the top of it and flicks it at the picture-perfect moment right at the top of the box. And Guild, they got the taste what a lead felt like for 8 seconds, and Luminosity rips it away.
That's what good mechanics and a little bit of boost in the tank can do. Suddenly, you get yourself a goal back, and you're feeling on top of the world. Atomic's lost that 50-50 to Dorito. Ixo, thankfully, for Luminosity, was all the way back. But Guild's going to keep on coming here. Dorito has a chance for a redirect. Tops can only slow him down for now. Devo tries to prod it home. It falls to CRR, and Atomic, with the all-important touch, keeps Luminosity alive.
There was one spot you couldn't hit that ball, and that's exactly where CRR hits it. You hate to see it, but sometimes it just gets away from you as that redirect goes all the way downfield. Atomic just creating pressure, forcing Dorito into a bad touch as CRR goes up. It's the nice touchdown, but Tox ready and waiting on that back line, realizing how important this game number 3 is.
Luminosity, though, are still giving so much space to Guild when they attack, and it's giving a lot of free touches like that one there. They're happy to defend it from the backboard, but at some point, Guild will start punishing this passiveness that Luminosity is showing in defense. The reason they're doing it is this, that when they do counter, they can counter with numbers and speed and boost, and it almost gets all the way through just then and there. It's still 1-1, but the play style of both teams is really clear to see right now.
Well, that's nice dive there from Atomic, and that ball goes right off the hood to Ixo. And yeah, all these plays for Luminosity I shouldn't say all of them, as Demo on the back half traded between Ixo and Devo. We're going to slow down just for a second, but back to what I was saying is, there's a few plays here that I'm seeing from Luminosity where they should be getting scored on. All three members bunched up in the same corner, and somehow, not only did they get a clear, but it turns into a great offensive opportunity as that one rattles off the post.
That's a beautiful note that you just had there, Subi. Thinking, for yourself, mate, as that one almost went in out of nowhere. CRR, thank you, beautiful, yeah. Serenade us as we talk about Rocket League. Here's Atomic. Can he score here with the beauty of Subi sitting behind us? Not quite. Ixo now tries to keep the attack going. Any goal here could be all important with just 20 seconds left. CRR, great touch from him. And he has got boost. He's got Devo in front of him. Devo actually forces the angle past Atomic. Tries to flick it in and pops. Oh my goodness. What a touch that was, but still the attack goes. CRR gets himself a flick reset, but Ixo closes it away. It's looking like overtime all over again.
Yeah, unless this ball just continues to hang in the orange half as Devo launches that one up the side wall and no one there. So Luminosity looking to push downfield, and CRR will gladly send us into our third overtime. And both teams so close-knit, but I'll tell you what, Cole, this series has opened up in terms of offensive production.
It has, and this is the second overtime of the series. The first one won by Guild, lest we all forget. Atomic, though, huge clearance. Wants to get the second touch, but can't quite do it. Still chases his own tail, gets the ball in the end. He won't do too much with it. That's a huge clearance from Devo as well. So Guild going for these massive hits over the top of all the Luminosity players, and they do venture forward. And for themselves, Luminosity defending pretty deep as well. So an intriguing composition right now as Dorito gets this first touch for himself from the ceiling. Tries to follow it up, wanted that next touch.
Not a good touch.
The ball, but it does fall to CRR, and Guild take 2 overtimes in a row.
Oh, not a great touch at all on the back line, and CRR just going to clean this one up. Atomic thought he had a lot more space than he actually did, and I love that little feint from CRR. Okay, go ahead and touch it close, and pounces, and Guild go up 2-1 in the series over Luminosity.
I can see why Luminosity are defending so deep, because when they do get ball control, suddenly Guild have to turn on a sixpence and chase back, and it can be really dangerous against Guild and for Luminosity. But when it doesn't work, when they just hesitate that split second too long, you're really putting yourself in a tough position. And as we look through this replays, for the overtime winner, just keep an eye on Ixo, because he's on that backboard, and I've got a feeling his teammate would have been wanting him to go for the ball, and they just didn't.
That's a tough spot to be going for. I don't know. I think you've got to try and just get a power touch on that ball. Having both players so close to the goal line, I mean, that's a snap call. You either go for it or you don't. And it is tricky, but I like what Guild's doing here because they're kind of capitalizing on what you were talking about that Luminosity is doing, where they're pushing forward and the second and third members don't have a lot of boost. So what's the best way to counter that? Let's bomb that ball downfield, force them to rush back, but they're not going to be able to utilize a lot of boost to get there. They've got to try and flip to gain some momentum, utilize some wave dashes, whatever they have to do, but it's putting them out of position. And right now, Guild is winning that chess battle.
Yeah, I mean, Guild, they're also showing that they are more than up for the fight. Just to qualify to be here, it went to a 5th series, which they won. The tournament before, they lost the 5th series in qualification, which meant that they didn't quite make it. And now they're into Game 5 again. They've been winning overtimes again, had Game 5s. They're just showing that they're not giving up anything right now. As Devo comes in, and CRR just backflips at home for the easiest goal of his career.
Yeah, that's just an easy one. And I think Luminosity forgot we were playing out of the kickoff here. Is nobody home, and 9 seconds in, Guild gonna take a lead here. And one thing is for certain, Luminosity obviously gonna want to try and get that one back, but they're gonna want to try and win this in regulation as Guild on a 5-game win streak in overtimes.
Yeah, you can see why as well. They just don't change their play style at all. And they do seem to be swarming Luminosity every time we do go into an OT. Luminosity have to make sure right now that they don't shrink. They don't fall into their shells and let Guild walk all over them. If you want to make it to London, Luminosity, it's moments like this where you have to fight and keep on pushing and win this series.
Wow.
Ixo tries to get them going, but it's not quite happened. And Tox, it's so frustrating for him. He's just got to turn around, scuttle all the way back, and hopefully build another attack. It has come in the end.
Pass.
Here's Tox, but it's saved by Dorito and Ixo.
Oh, barely missed the power shot there. Had to put a little more oomph behind that ball. Didn't quite get it. And back to what you were saying of you don't want to see Luminosity climb into their shells. I'll kind of go on the opposite side and say I agree with you, but I also don't want to see them get too aggressive. I don't want to see them panic here. They've got plenty of time to work with. Until you get down to about 30 seconds, that's when you need to send everything in the kitchen sink. But right here, just keep playing how you're playing. You had a mistake early on in the game. Don't force a gameplay shift just quite yet.
No, you're dead on. It's why this is such a hard esport to play. The balance that you have to show every second is just so difficult to get right. So far, Guild have been getting it right. Dorito pre-jumping that one, and Tox send the ball to the corner, and then Ixo slightly misjudges the read and has no boost as well. So CRR can escape for Guild and get a huge dunk. Can he get the bump on top? He can. Oh, no one was there, but what work from CRR?
Oh, he wants this one so bad. He got the early goal as here he comes off the backboard as well. That one gonna get away, but no, 50-50, a little neutral there, but Dorito close enough to clean it up, and Ixo gets that boost. Gonna try and work with it, but that second touch, not the greatest. Got away from him. Gonna turn this ball over. And Guild, another opportunity. That one's on target, but Tox rotates back.
Guild at the moment winning pretty much every 50-50 as well, and it just keeps on sending Luminosity back. They have to go for these big air dribbles, but Atomic and CRR taking each other out will open things up a little bit. How's that first touch from the Luminosity player? Not ideal. It does fall to Tox in the corner, who tries to get it past. He does, but CRR manages to recover, and Ixo didn't quite have the power that he needed.
Oh, he was sideways. You got to get the nose towards the front of the ball there and didn't get any power. But again, we've just reached into the second half here. Plenty of time for Luminosity to work with, but going up against one of the stingiest defenses, a team bump on the back half, and Devo going to try and clean things up, but Tox rips that away and gets a little bit of space, comes off the ceiling, Ixo off the backboard, but the follow-up from Atomic. But almost, what? How did Ixo reach this?
What a follow-up there from Ixo. Look at this. He gets the first. Oh, he got bumped. He got bumped and then he fell down. Does he get the dodge as well? He does. That is genius from Ixo. A goal that looks even better in the replay than it does live. Equalizes things for Luminosity.
He doesn't panic as he gets bumped and realizes, okay, I got bumped. That means I still have a flip in my tank. Let's just hold on to this, see what happens. And he's falling from the heavens, uses the flip at the perfect time. Oh my goodness, that's one of the greatest goals I have ever seen.
It was beautiful, and it's exactly the sort of goal that can just wake you up in a series when you know you're not playing your best. Luminosity have to keep on pushing, really trying to make this current mind advantage count. And they're doing some good defending right now, sending Guild back. How's their first touch? Tox's one is just a little bit floaty, so CRR follows it. Atomic then flicks it on up towards CRR. It's just a little bit dangerous for Luminosity in defense again. Maybe just a little bit too hyped up after that brilliant goal from Ixo.
I'm still hyped up. I'll tell you what, woke us up here on the west coast of the United States. That is for sure. But as we near 1 minute to go, will the tides shift back in favor of Guild Esports as Devo looked for a boost steal, didn't quite get it, gets the touch, but he is out of position here. Tox going to push this over to the side, and 60 seconds to go here. Luminosity looking to take advantage of this.
Next goal could be all important in this series. Tox trying to make it happen for Luminosity. Tries to get the next touch as well, but Devo just nips in there. Loses the challenge though to Ixo. Ixo gets it clean, and Ixo then is going for some bumps and stuff as well. So you see Luminosity still playing in front of the ball, despite all the pressure on this situation. CRR is in trouble. He's got no boost. He needs Dorito to help him, and he manages to get the boost. There's a huge miss. There's a massive miss.
No way.
There's a potentially series and London-ending miss.
Oh no, I loved that he went for it, but he was trying to put it straight down center instead of just going for the good angle, hit it off the sidewall, let your teammates rotate back. And CRR, second goal of this game, puts Guild Esports up by 1. 32 seconds to go, and oh no, CRR extends the lead even further.
When it's not your series, it is just not your series. They've fought so hard, Luminosity, but Guild have just stayed in control of the situation for way too much of every single game. And now 2 goals to the good. Surely they're going to see it away, put themselves into that top 6. It might even be another from kickoff. CRR will get some boost. Luminosity look down and out right now. They need something so quickly. And thanks to CRR getting all these extra little touches, they can't even get the ball at the moment.
Yeah, CRR shooting 60% in this game. And it sounds crazy, but when you saw the shot... Oh, wait, hold on. Things are going to get interesting here. 8 seconds to go, Cole. but all eyes have to be on this next kickoff.
It's going to be a sprint finish right now. There was a double commit there from the Guild defense. Luminosity, what do you have left? Turn to your teammates. Hope, pray that they take any chances they get. Ixo loses the kickoff to Dorito, and Dorito is going to want to just take off as much time as he possibly can and then get it to the center. The Top needs to get it here. Top is waiting, but it just falls straight down. Luminosity is straight out of there. Guild remain in the competition, and Luminosity will leave us.
Wow, that was one of the craziest finishes I have ever seen, from that game-tying goal by Ixo, and then the big mistake on the back half. You hate to see it, but sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles in Rocket League.
Yeah, credit to Guild. They played brilliantly. They don't look like world beaters right now, but they do look like they're able to make any team they're up against struggle somewhat. And through it all as well, they took their chances. The opportunities that they had, they generally put them away, barring one or two misses. So I think that for Guild, that's about as much as we can ask from them.
No, absolutely. Take advantage of every situation that's given to you, and that's exactly what they did. Oh, poor kickoff by Luminosity? Yeah, let's make a goal. Oh, missed touch on the back line from the third player? Let's turn it into a goal. And for Guild to find success, they have to continue this trend of punishing mistakes.
Well, that was our lower bracket done for now. We're going to head up there to the upper bracket with Moist versus Team Liquid in a bit.
My heart, don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole, baby. Every piece keeps us together.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We are watching the Tour de Rocket League day number 2 as we slowly whittle down the teams to crown one tomorrow. I'm Leaf. Gregan is alongside me, Subi and Stacks as well to discuss those matches we just saw and some coming forward here. Let's just get right into it here because we kicked off Stacks with Endpoint versus Semper, and it was just a driving force from Endpoint.
Yeah, I think Semper kind of forgot the clause in that little loan of Archie that, oh yeah, by the way, can't play against his former club because he absolutely decimated them, as did all of Endpoint. Endpoint looked phenomenal, and I gotta tell you, I kind of like an Endpoint's chances as we keep going.
I mean, you're not wrong. I definitely love that Endpoint is giving you a little gusto there, but Archie out for vengeance. It seemed like it was all him in that series, and he took every opportunity to just kind of rub it in Semper's face in that one.
Yeah, the way Archie was playing, it was so confident. I mean, we saw him do a pre-jump double tap. If that doesn't exude confidence in your teammates, then I don't know what will. It's really nice to see Archie feeling at home in a team and performing at the level we know he can, whilst also bringing out the best in his team.
And that's the thing that was brought up too. I think it was Johnny brought up. It's like, sometimes going against a team like that, you can be a little nervous because it's a bit of a proving point. But Archie stepped up and said, I'm a professional. I got a job to do, and did that job. And then after that, we had Guild versus Luminosity, where again, Guild continues to show up here. Subi, this is, maybe hopefully they're not shocked, but it is definitely a surprise, I think, for some people that they're continuing to push so deep.
Well, I mean, they surprised us by maybe not making the first regional, but then they come in this one and making statements saying, okay, we're here now, and just really playing solid defense and not flinching at those Luminosity challenges, the Luminosity mechanics. But I'll tell you, that goal from Ixo where he was coming down off that bump, I'm not lying when I say that's one of the best goals I've ever seen.
Yeah, the way CRR and Dorito play off of each other, they've clearly got that synergy, a dynamic duo together, and Devo filling in the gaps around. And I think the big thing for them is if they're shooting well, they do a great job because they're very good at breaking down teams. They just struggle to execute sometimes, and that really decides whether they're having a good day or a bad day, and is why we didn't see them in the last regional. They struggled to shoot in the closed qualifier.
And chat was really liking Dorito too.
Yeah, Dorito.
A lot of Dorito spam.
You think?
I feel like that first whiff that, we kind of talked about for a minute there that Devo had, that was kind of the teetering point. If they lost game 1, I feel like it was going to be a sweep and they would have just kind of laid down. But because they took game 1, okay, we're fine. And they marched forward.
And as we look at the bracket now, we march forward as we slowly whittle down to eventually one victor by the end of this double elimination bracket. But now we head up to the upper bracket here, where we have Team PDS and Karmine Corp waiting there as our second match. But up first is Moist Esports versus Team Liquid. And I feel like this was just before we went live here, a big storm hit me and there's water everywhere. And I feel like this was just foreshadowing what we're about to get. The wettest matchup in history here with Moist and Team Liquid. And I honestly got to say, Greg, and this is a huge, happy surprise for Team Liquid. This is a fantastic performance so far. The best we've seen in a very long time from them.
Yeah, I mean, the org has invested in this young talent roster right now, and they really want them to prove that the youth is what the future of Rocket League is. We've seen it with Moist. They look incredible, and they're a very young team. Maybe this matchup is one of the youngest lobbies we've ever seen in Rocket League history as well. The players averaging about 16 years old, so they're incredibly young, and that's what Liquid are doing right now. And every single tournament they play, they gain experience, and so they're just going through that development journey now. So if they win this, amazing. They're growing, they're developing. But if they lose it, it's fine. It's part of their journey. They're thinking about next season. This is their chance to learn.
And, you also can't feel too bad about losing against Moist. These guys have been making a statement in the European region. Let's get to learn a little bit more about them. We have Joyo talking about their journey to Worlds.
The team spirit's always really high. That's one of the main things that carries us along in all these tournaments. I mean, we're all really good friends, which helps a lot. So even if, we might not be playing our best, we always keep each other on high energy, and, we're all happy, and it always helps us in our tournaments.
Can he finish it right now? And this time it's Moist that have their own own 0-second victory.
If we make the Copper Box Arena in London, it'll be surreal, honestly. I've watched one RLCS LAN in person, and it was that one. And it was one of the greatest experiences ever. If I get to play there, I can't even describe what it'll feel like.
Drops down. Who's there to finish it? Rise is there, as he always will be.
What is it with boys? 0-second goals.
I've always been confident because I know my teammates are so good, and they always lift me up when I'm down. You know, I feel like we can just be the best team in the world in our day, and I trust my team to do that. To make Worlds a major, honestly, I think we just need to keep it up. We're on a really good streak right now, and we just need to keep confident and not let anything stop us.
Rise, 1v1 with Mike.
Oh my God!
Got over the top of him and in. What a regain by Rise.
Going to Worlds is honestly a dream. I mean, if we make it, obviously it's one of the best things that will ever happen to me. And I'm really confident we can make it, but we just need to keep grinding and we'll get there eventually. This split, you can expect us to make the major. You know, we're going to do good in regionals again. I can feel it. We're going to be so confident. Just get ready because we're going to show you what we can do.
Bo, over. Oh! 6 minutes and 50 seconds, and Moist Esports have found the winner.
So I got Statsman direct on the case for the age thing. It is 15.83 is the average age of this lobby. So young.
An 8-3.
I think all of us on the desk just died inside a little bit, realizing how old we were.
My age.
Wow.
Crazy.
If you subtract that, I'd be like almost 21. That'd be cool.
Holy smokes. Well, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's get chat involved here. It's time for the fan vote. We need your hashtags in the chat, MST or hashtag TL. We think we know which way this one's going to go here, but I want to know what the analysts are going to say on their predictions. So let's, Greg, and let's start with you. You've been on the show most today, so you have some time to think about this. So let's get you on the board first.
Well, in the first region of this split, I was quite harsh on Moist. I predicted against them a lot, but I think they showed exactly what they're capable of, and I think they're going to be taking this one here today. I think they're going to make it all the way to the final, and they're going to start that journey in the upper bracket right now, beating Team Liquid. I think it's going to be fairly convincing as well.
Okay, Subi.
Yeah, I've got to agree with him there. I think it's going to be a convincing win over Team Liquid here for Moist Esports. I just don't think Moist are going to be beaten by anyone in this bracket right now. They're looking on fire.
Stacks.
I think Moist has the tougher run up to this point. Their stats speak for themselves. They got their kind of bad game out of the way when they almost lost to Algeria in the very first round. We're not going to see a repeat performance of that. I think Moist win in 5-6 if Liquid's playing really well.
And Leaf, that's me. Why? Yeah. I think I'll go with you guys.
Oh, really?
Why not?
I would say
some sanity.
I would say if the upsets, this is one of the more likely ones. I think Liquid are looking really good right now. Moist are looking a little bit down. They're not looking the same Moist that we've seen in the past. So it could be a chance for an upset. So this was your chance, Leaf. You could have gone for the upset vote.
Yeah, but Moist has not given me any reason to doubt them yet. Really?
So 80-20. I've seen some down tweets from them. Maybe it'll come.
I'll wait till I see it affect the gameplay, and I have. So we'll wait and see. Chat again is on 80%. Kind of expected that one. It's time to head over to the Skybox. James Bond and Turtle are waiting for the wettest matchup in RL history. It's on its way. Liquid is rising to the highest they have in a long time, while Moist is doing what they usually do, and that's winning. It's now time for the Soggy Showdown.
Turtle, I don't know if I'd call it that from Leaf, but this is going to be an interesting matchup. Just as they pointed out, a very young lobby, very promising players. And for me, I remember when Acronic came onto the scene on Godsmilla's team and elevated that team to such unimaginable success. Yeah. And now back deep in the RLCS in this event. And it's going to be a tough matchup for Team Liquid as a whole. Moist Esports has been so good this year once they found their footing.
And I just can't believe how far we've come, as an esport. I mean, Joyo, he said he was at the previous event, the RLCS Championship in London. And now he, obviously trying to get back there, the road to London. And of course, if they win this series, this is huge for Moist Esports. If they win this series, they clinch a world spot. So a lot on the line, of course, for Joyo, his team included. And with such a young lobby, we'll see if nerves end up playing a effect here with what's on the line and what's at stake, James.
Certainly. And we got a glimpse at what they can do under immense pressure. that being, formerly Team Queso, now Team Moist, making such a deep run from the lower bracket. Now threatening an early goal. You're seeing Team Liquid trying to fend off this attack. A demo from Oski.
Oh my
Vatira flipping back, actually denying the angle. Shot coming out. Joyo will stop that.
That was unbelievable from Vatira. As he's rotating back, he demos the player who could have gotten an extra touch on the ball, and then also put himself in between the ball and the goal line to get a touch and keep the ball out, doing so much work with one rotation. Huge play there from Vatira to keep them all tied up. 0-0. We've had shots from both sides. It seems as though both teams heating up.
Joyo. We see another demo from Vatira, giving Joyo space to dribble and gets the mid boost. The challenge will be a high ball for Vatira off the ceiling, going for a ground pinch 50, but Archronic is able to win that out to Oski. Now Oski trying to take it high, does get the bounce off the challenge, but Atal was a little too close on the heels. Wasn't able to follow up the play.
That's a big clear from Joyo. And we'll see if this ball stays in the air. I know that if you're a Moist Esports fan, you're probably going to feel the best whenever that ball is high flying because of the mechanics that can be brought out from Moist Esports. We've seen it all over the RLCS and every single highlight reel. Every single player has a lot to offer in the air, and so does Team Liquid. I'd say that they can definitely match it. As Gregan said, this is a very likely chance of getting an upset here for Team Liquid, but of course still in favor of Moist Esports as they try to keep this ball still in the air and still, of course, on the defensive side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, of course, the desk sweeping the prediction for Team Moist.
Yeah.
And we saw even just moments ago the double commit from Team Liquid. You're starting to see Moist make some progress. Now an infield pass. Joyo will catch the dribble. Boost steal from Rise. Lots of space, but Atao will clear it out. Excellent speed. Low boost as well.
Oh, he can't
And that
get in.
50 trying to tiptoe it in. Not able to convert.
Oh my goodness, Oski was looking for that angle too, coming across the net just a little bit late on the rotation, couldn't find it. Here comes Rise now turning around on the defensive side. We've come to a little bit of a stalemate. Both teams throwing some big clears towards each other's net, but nothing huge slipping up for the defense. Now another 50-50 from Joyo, can't find it, and we've come to a slower approach now from both teams. Looking to see if maybe they can bury something out of the net. A good demo attempt. And Joyo's going to get a free clear.
If that connected on Joyo, that might have been a goal. It's a bang-bang play. Joyo able to dodge the bump.
Ooh.
And get the clear. Now another good challenge by Atao. Joyo can't tip it. Rise will boom it downfield. The Chronic was the last man back. Didn't want to commit the house. Very tight game so far,
Yeah.
Turtle.
And it's a very low scoring game, which I think is more expected. I mean, Moist Esports, they've already played 4 overtimes here in the 2 series that they've had so far in the tournament, and coming away with a 50% win rate there. So they're used to these OTs, but they obviously want to prevent it if they can. Vatira looking for a 50-50. He does connect, and now Raz on the other side.
Great defensive hustle there on the back check, getting the bump, forcing the 1v1. And Vatira in those 1v1 situations been able to stand tall time after time for Moist in game 1. A Joyo bouncing in on that, getting a bump as well. Vatira past Atao. Joyo gets the bump on Atao as well. Flip reset into the center. A miss. Back pass. Rise. Blocked on the goal line by Atao. Somehow Moist does not score there.
Oh, we even got the flip reset, the pass in the midfield, but the defense is just too strong. Maybe they get something down the other way. A Chronic looking to end this one here before we go into OT, but it looks like Vatira will get the clear. Maybe Rise a shot early on, save from Oski. And still, we might not get OT if we go down the other way.
Oh, Joyo is downfield. Atao, not the best touch. We'll get a follow-up. Rise there to keep the ball in play. Rise to Vatira. Vatira now off the ceiling. Joyo can't get it. And we have overtime. Team Liquid surviving by the skin of their teeth.
That's a preview of what this entire series has to offer. I'm excited. You know this is going to be action-packed, still scoreless. But we've gotten plenty of opportunities on both ends. Rise into the midfield, looking for Joyo. Does connect, but they're going to send it to the corner.
Atao It's the bump on the challenge, making space for Oski. The 50 will kick out wide on the other side of the field. The Chronic going for a pinch. Vatira downfield, but Atau.
Oh, big bomb.
Blowing down the play. Joyo with some space. Air dribble. Gets bumped off the ball. Now Rise.
Oh, another one.
Nice pinch up high, but Atau so comfortable on defense in the corner. The counterattack is on. Vatira denying the backboard.
And he's got the double two all the way forward to Rise. He found him. The target man downfield. And I've been noticing more and more physical plays from Moist Esports here. It's slowly been working and causing a couple of gaps in the defense, but nothing that Moist Esports have been able to capitalize yet. Almost a minute into this OT, and it seems like it's been all Moist.
But Team Liquid on the goal line has been a staunch defender of that net.
Yeah.
Oh. Another nice defensive play from Oski. Atau, good read off the backboard and gets the second touch to beat Vatira and the mid boost. Joyo out of boost. The pinch will send it back to Vatira. Vatira lets it bounce up.
How did he read that? How did he know that bounce was going up? I have absolutely no idea. Vatira, the prediction there. Unbelievable. A good 50 win there from Rise 2. Looking to find a pass across. But you were right, James. I mean, this defense from Team Liquid, it's a brick wall.
And the comfort that they've had in very uncomfortable situations has been impressive.
Right.
Vatira losing that ball. You see a Chronic diving in on Joyo. Nice touch from Oski. Will beat it around Joyo. Now Rise blocked out by Atau.
Oh, Chronic gets it.
Shot. It's good. A defender from Moist was in net, but the bounce shot still finds its way through.
Oh, and everybody was on the ground. Nobody early up. And Joyo, you can see,
he went the wrong way.
He decided to rotate back into net instead of coming out to get the challenge. And I think a big part of that, James, was the fact that he had very, very low boost. So he opted to go for the save on the goal line instead of rushing out and risking a potential loss to that challenge and not having the speed and boost to catch up.
Yeah, and you saw him turn towards center of the net and that left the near post vulnerable.
Yeah.
It was a quick play. And Team Liquid steal this first game. And Turtle, I think you said it, Moist had a lot of possession, a lot of opportunities. Yeah. And even seeing these chances on the replay. But Team Liquid, they were able to make save after save after save.
Yeah.
And I mean, that was no fluke. You saw the positioning was there. The reads were quite difficult. They were there. And also they've been able to bait Moist Esports in to jumping up for those midfield challenges when they have that extra touch. And you don't see many teams be able to fool Moist like that, where they can, get them to jump, get them to waste that boost. And then for Team Liquid, they get that extra touch into the middle or into the corner, and then the counterattack is on.
Well, and most of the time against Moist, you can't go for that play style where you're trying to be defensive and you're opting to go for saves because of how good Moist are mechanically. If you give them any opportunities, they are going to punish you. And if you give them any shots, truthfully, James, it might be over just because you're giving them a chance. But with the level of defense and the level of saves that we've seen out of Team Liquid, it has been working slowly. Their boost game has been on point as well. If you notice towards the end of that OT, Moist were very starved. They couldn't find any boost. Their corners were constantly getting taken up. And as a result, of course, we see a Team Liquid win. So we'll see. Maybe that's the same play style that we go for and that we see out of Team Liquid. There have been more demos, definitely on the side of Moist Esports, but it hasn't broken down Team Liquid whatsoever. Oh, and that was a free one from Rise.
That wide open. That was wide open. Moist still searching for their first goal. Rise, nice first touch. Flip reset chance. Will go for the double instead, and it's blocked yet again by Oski, who refuses to let Moist get on the score sheet.
And that was a crazy read from Oski because you normally assume that you get a flip reset out of the striker in that situation, but he went for the double tap instead, called his bluff, and got the save.
Vatira. That shot blocked and cleared off the goal line by a Chronic. And somehow there was no save credited for that first touch.
Oh my goodness.
But Team Liquid, under immense pressure, is holding up in every situation.
And that was the exact same play where they read the striker so well. They knew he wasn't going for a flip reset and was immediately going to take the shot and got the pre-jump save. Team Liquid have the read on where Moist are trying to shoot every single ball, it seems.
And we'll see if that causes Moist to change their look. Vatira, credit to him in those situations. He's had a lot of 1v2s, 1v1 situations where he has denied Team Liquid, but Team Moist need to find something on offense. And now's a chance, but a team bump, and then Oski takes out Rise. A disaster of a play there for Moist.
And Joyo gets bumped, but he still found the recovery and a flip reset. I wanted to see that one going just so I can see it again on the replay because of the recovery. Unbelievable stuff from Joyo.
That's how able to clear it downfield and gets a bump attempt on Vatira. Will steal the corner boost and will turn on this play. Has Oski in the middle. Does find the pass, but Oski doesn't connect on the shot.
And that was one that, of course, had to at least be met with some kind of shot. A big opportunity wasted from Team Liquid. And they're going to look to go back to the drawing board to see what else they can muscle up here against Moist Esports. 2 players in net. Nobody wanted to go for the challenge. A weak shot thrown off from Rise on an opportunity where both teams now have missed a chance of scoring a goal here, James, and at least ending this drought.
Goals have been hard to come by. Chronic hard off the backboard. Rise can't get to it in time. Vatira trying to hit it back. 14 boost, not much. Rise with some help. Man. Rise also low on boost. Boost troubles continue for Moist, but that's a fantastic first touch from Joyo. A tip from Atau. The shot blocked again by Oski, who has been invincible in net.
Unbelievable from Team Liquid and, of course, Oski. And I still think it's coming down to the boost consumption here. I've noticed Vatira, as that third man back, a lot of times he'll get more and more aggressive. But the fact that he hasn't been able to get his own corners to find boost, he's even low here on 0 boost. Vatira rotating back. And that's what's creating this slower approach from Moist when we're so used to them being speedy. If they can't get the boost, they can't be aggressive. Here's Vatira, though, finally getting 100 boost. And, of course, it's met by a challenge.
And, of course, it's Oski who shuts the play down, who gets the other challenge there in a Chronic. Had that ball skip off his hood.
Look at the speed.
And they're continuing it on the counterattack. Joyo, backward bounce, rebound. A Chronic shot will go wide. Wasn't on target. Chance to either score or force a rebound. The shot didn't come out, but Oski trying to march this ball downfield. A pinch. We'll send it to the corner. Atau getting demoed.
There we go.
Now a pinch from Vatira. Oski tipping it around 1. Rise. Solo play potential. But it's shut down again by Team Liquid. Vatira booming it back downfield. Oski against Rise. It's hit hard to the middle. Atau getting a bump on one player.
10 seconds, James. Final moments. Counting down. Joyo's on the backboard. He does find the pass. It's across the net, but to nobody. They do keep the offensive pressure going, but that pass just rolled across, James.
And there we have overtime again. 0-0. Team Liquid able to come out top last time in this exact situation. And you saw the opportunity, and Vatira, as that third man, was pretty far out. We're seeing Moist on these rebound plays not be in that, going for the kill position. They're a little bit spaced out.
They're forced to go all the way back, James, on defense. Instead of finding a midfield boost, or even smaller pads are getting taken from Team Liquid, who not only are finding the saves, but getting aggressive enough to take those midfield boosts. And look at that win from a Chronic. That's huge here for Team Liquid. Another one, challenge from Atau. Finds the 50-50, but Vatira's downfield. Moist Esports, they have been relentless. Even if they're not finding boost, they're still throwing everything they've got at the other side.
Certainly, and you saw Vatira make that pass in on 0 boost. A hard shot blocked by Oski. Oski has been the worst enemy of Moist. Camped out on the goal line, making tough save after tough save. And we're a minute into this overtime. It took 2 minutes before Team Liquid won last game. A Chronic almost getting a flip reset 50. Good speed from Atau. Corner boost steal. Infield pass. Oski tipping it up high. Atau down to a Chronic. And a Chronic. He hits it too lightly. Still keeping the ball in play.
My goodness.
That was a game-winning chance for Team Liquid, but the shot was too weak.
And Vatira, he is the guardian angel for Moist Esports, getting the initial save there on the drop-down pass from their own ceiling, and then recovering in the net to get the follow-up on the midfield pass. Vatira putting in so much work to keep them alive in the OT. And here he is again, looking to find something in the midfield. He might get a flip reset around one
it's
player, but
still
instead
red.
met from a 50-50 from a Chronic.
And a Chronic reading that direction change on the ball on the flip reset. Low boost situation for Atau. Will stay upfield. Now has to retreat. Oski tipping it high. Joyo to the middle of the field. Ball for Rise. Pass to Vatira, but it's right at the defense. Forces the double. Vatira with the half flip pass. He's keeping possession. Rise tipping it up to himself. Taking space. Hard shot. It's high. Rebound out. No one there to hit it. Joyo will get demoed off the ball. Intense gameplay. Moist on the doorstep. Will they be able to close this game out?
Oh, look at the patience from Joyo, though. He thought somebody else was going to go for it. The backboard read jumps on top of it. And still, they can't get a goal, James Bond. It seems like they don't even have enough money to buy one at this point.
Oh, and Atau got bumped and still was able to make it to that play. Chaos on the back line. Team Liquid still make it work. And now Oski with huge space up to Atau, who puts it off the backboard. A Chronic corner pass. Oski up quick. Dangerous ball.
It's not in.
It bounces wide. That 50 was in a dangerous spot. Could have been 50'd in. And we're over 3 minutes in. Our Chronic won't connect. The net was wide open. If that hit went towards net, perhaps it could have gone in. Atau up to the backboard. Vatira all alone and makes the play.
And he makes the play on barely any boost. He finally does pick up the corner boost, which have been so valuable for Moist Esports here, as he's been getting stolen left and right from Team Liquid. Rise is keeping this ball, of course, in the battle from the corner. Oski finding the 50-50. Still very, very neck and neck from both sides. They've had opportunities. Vatira with barely any boost going for the air dribble. If he had maybe 20 more, he could have gotten more power behind the ball. But Moist Esports are continuing this tear, James.
And that was a lovely play by Joyo, getting the first touch off the ceiling, flipping into that ball, trying to challenge it in. The consistency that these players are bringing with their mechanics. Now a chance to end it.
Double tap.
Oh, and Rise could have ended it there. A rare miss on the double tap from Rise. It was the perfect setup. It was the right call. Don't know if he was intentionally going for the fake or what, but you'd think that he would have just gone for the double tap, had the vision that the net was open.
Yeah. It's very rare where we see this from Moist Esports, the mechanics slightly off, and that's just how important it is for these young players now to be on point with their mechanics, because they rely so much on these flip resets. The double tap Joyo there, it looked like a mistake, but ended up working out in his favor.
With no boost, Turtle. He was floating with no boost, and it hit off of him. He could do nothing.
I don't even know what's going on. This is pure chaos, so I'm loving it.
Moist having some good looks. They are not able to score.
And there's a little bit of hesitation you can tell from both teams as that third man. You get so deep into an OT, when you're that third man, you don't want to be the guy who overextends and risks everything with just one push or one miss.
Now it's better to just give up possession and live to fight another day.
Yeah, absolutely.
But now you see Rise hunting for the demo on Oski. Oski getting the touch, dodging the demo, taking it to his other corner. But Vatira up against Atau. Atau muscling through and now getting a pinch down. And Rise will give up possession.
And it didn't even look like he wanted to give up possession there. Was looking instead to find a pass. And putting another shot on net is Rise. It seemed like he was going to go for the give and go attempt. Here comes Atau. This is a big opportunity, a huge breakaway, a 50-50. Even bigger. He stays on the goal line. Back-to-back 50s from Atau.
Holding a brick wall between him and the corner, not letting that ball go anywhere but in front of net. And Oski will steal the second game for Team Liquid. 5 minutes and 45 seconds of overtime. An extra game of Rocket League played in OT. Insane defensive stops on either end. Look at the saves for Team Liquid. 8 saves for Atau. 5 saves for Oski, 4 saves for a Chronic. Another 1-0 game that went to overtime. We're only 2 games in, and we've been doing this for about 20 minutes, Turtle. And this has to be trading, and this has to be tough for Moist.
Absolutely, and that's why we do see a timeout called for Moist. We'll see what they have to fix here moving forward. To me, there's no blatant mistakes out of Moist. They're just getting a bit stale on offense with the shots. I mean, there's opportunities there, James. It's hard to be critical of this team.
It is hard to be critical, but if you're going to pick a moment to be critical of, Rise had the double tap ball to end the game.
Yeah.
He had the double tap ball to end the game. It was a great first touch. If I'm remembering correctly, did have boost to make a slight adjustment to take the shot. And so Moist had a look to end the game, and they weren't able to clutch it. Whereas Team Liquid, they didn't have that many looks. You do remember the one play where I believe it was a Chronic. I could be wrong, but a Chronic had a shot opportunity on net and hit a very weak shot. That was a scoreable opportunity for Team Liquid. But overall, Team Liquid has been comfortable sitting on the goal line. They've been able to read everything that Moist has brought to the table. You see,
which is so difficult, James. That is so difficult. And the main thing that's impressed me the most out of the defense from Team Liquid was their ability to predict the decisions from Moist Esports in the air, which is literally, I think it might be one of the most difficult things to do in this game, especially against Moist Esports, because there's so many outlets that Moist Esports can go for. They can go for flip resets. There's double taps. Vatira, he could have gone for a flip reset right there.
That didn't even count as a save. That's first touch didn't even count as a save.
And
crazy
how do
stuff.
you predict that they're not going to go for the flip reset? That's the thing that blows my mind. They know how Moist want to approach the net, and that's what's keeping them alive in these two games.
And it just goes to show you the future of Rocket League is very bright. The average age 15.83 or whatever years. And this is the future. These players are certainly players that we will be seeing for years to come. And the level of play, the speed, the mechanics has all been there. It has been tough for either team to find the space. Such good reads on both ends. Vatira locking down the back line. We've seen Oski make save after save. The air reads, like you're talking about, from Team Liquid have been paralyzing. Quick shot! A bang play. Oski, who's been lights out on defense, trying his hand on the offensive end.
And this is such a demoralizing goal for Moist coming out of the timeout call. You want to see some improvements, and to get scored on within the first 18 seconds, definitely painful here for Moist, and a really good counterattack on the transition from Team Liquid. My word, James, this has been an unbelievable series from, I'd say, both teams. And it's so hard to be critical from Moist Esports. While they're down 2 games, it's been a hard-fought series, and we can definitely see this one come back in favor of Moist. We're just going to have to see how those offensive shots go.
Yeah, and they're going to have to start putting away the limited opportunities that they do get. And also, Turtle, that was our first goal in regulation. We're in game 3. First goal in regulation.
I mean, it's my favorite type of Rocket League, okay? On the edge of our seats, we're buckled in, we're ready here. Hopefully we get a long one. I'd like to see it go to game 7. That's all we can ask for.
And Moist hasn't even scored yet. Yeah. They're still looking for their first goal.
Oh, man. And Joyo, I think in the last game, had 10 shots to his name. Couldn't find one. It's very difficult here, and you can fall into the side of desperation and start getting too aggressive, looking to get that first goal. So there needs to be a level of composure out of Moist Esports.
Now, I mean, we're approaching 20 minutes without a goal for Moist, which is, Moist, one of the most offensively impressive teams that we've seen in the RLCS. And, I mean, I get frustrated when I can't score in one ranked game. I can't imagine the feelings of this situation where Team Liquid has had an answer to everything.
And James, this is kind of reminiscent here to the first series in the upper round 1 for Moist Esports, where they had to reverse sweep. They didn't score in the first 2 games. They went scoreless. But then in game 3, they got 2 goals to their name, and the floodgates were opened after that point. So maybe it's just a matter of scoring 1 goal, getting that first shot that hits and breaks the back of the net. That could lift this curse from Moist Esports.
And they're getting a chance here. Rise on the air dribble. Joyo waiting for space. Taking it up, now off the ceiling. Vatira in the mid, the shot! And my goodness. Another brilliant passing play, but the shot is lacking from Moist. More chances coming. Joyo on the back pass will get bumped off the play. Akpau beating out Vatira. Rise back to the middle. Oski backwards, and a Chronic will bail out Team Liquid this time. Oski, the 50. Joyo, handbrake turn. And field to Rise, but a Chronic sweeps by and gets the bump and bumps him again. A Chronic taking no prisoners.
Now there's a lot of space for Oski, but he flicks it right to Vatira. Rise has plenty of boost, maybe a double tap from the backboard. He does go for it, but it's immediately met with a smashing clear down the other side. I do like the passing that we're seeing out of Moist Esports. Even if they can't connect on the offensive side with that final shot, they still continue to look for each other and go for passes, which is necessary to break this curse.
And you see Oski getting high on the challenge shot from a Chronic. That's high, but it's a rebound. Vatira floating in front of the ball. Follow-up shot, and it's a deflection and goes in. I think, who was this that tipped that in? Rise was on the goal line. Joyo accidentally hits this in when it looked like Rise might have been in a better position to go for that save.
And even then, with the power of that shot, I don't know if Rise would have been able to react in time.
Yeah, he might have been too far anyway.
And from his position, it looked like he assumed Joyo was going to get the save. So for that to come out and then get an unfortunate bounce into his own net, Moist Esports coming up empty-handed, still scoreless and yet to score in the series. Moist backs against the wall. Of course, if they lose this game, they're on match point and they're going to have to look at a reverse sweep and a best of 7. So, of course, you're going to try and prevent that here. But they're still, stuck on defense, James.
And even offensively, you saw the shot from Vatira went wide. The good look that Moist had. They're running out of gas and they're running out of time. Twitch chat, 80% predicting the victory for Moist Esports. The desk predicting a sweep. But right now, we see Team Liquid doing all the beating. 3-0, less than a minute left. They're on track for a best of 7 perfect sweep, which you don't see very often.
Yeah, and the thing of it is they're getting read in so many plays, and the prediction from Team Liquid, they've got a magic crystal ball here, and they're seeing exactly how these challenges are going to end up, exactly where Moist Esports are trying to go. And I just can't explain it enough how difficult that is against such a highly mechanical team. So hats off, of course, to Team Liquid. 33 seconds left, and we might go to match point for Team Liquid.
It's a nice pass idea, but it doesn't come to fruition. And one other thing that Team Liquid's been doing very well is these bumps. When Moist Esports is trying to get something going, bumps at the midfield, whether it's the player rotating back or whether someone's trying to take it into an air dribble and you just bump them off the ball.
Right.
Team Liquid has been doing such a great job of that.
And I think this has been one of the most frustrating games for Moist, as Team Liquid, of course, forced this game 7 to potentially get a perfect best of 7 sweep. And Moist Esports, James, they have everything they need except for the final shot. That's quite literally what it feels like. Everything is there. We even saw some attempts and opportunities in this game alone where that ball rolled across and the shot was just slightly far right of the net and couldn't go in.
And it's starting to get dire. I mean, the glass has to be broken. You got right there. Yeah, right off the post and out. Moist in over 20 minutes. So, I mean, we're gonna be approaching half an hour potentially of Moist not being able to score, Moist is one of the most impressive, if not the most impressive offensive team that we've seen. They're at the, especially at the Winter Major, they were doing things that we have not seen anyone do at the highest level of competition before. And now to see Team Liquid shut them down to this degree is something no one expected. Well, maybe 20% of the voters. Maybe.
And did they even expect it, or were they?
No, I don't think so. I think they're just playing the numbers.
I don't think anybody would expect this, James.
And even if those 20%, we're probably thinking, this might be a game 7.
Yeah.
Where somehow Team Liquid's
stealing. Nail biter.
But now, it's denied again. Oski, he is parked on the goal line, and there's nothing that Moist can do to get him off.
Gibbs is proud right now. Gibbs and Oski, I'm getting the same type of energy here, okay? Sitting in net, getting every save possible, okay? This man, he knows how to keep those ones out. Vatira, a nice touch there on his own net.
Yeah, I had
a little
to
bit
change.
risky.
I had to change to Oski's perspective to see if he had a hard hat.
Oh yeah, no, exactly.
He doesn't, but I thought he might for a moment.
I mean, Gibbs is his spirit animal, okay?
Oh, and the back pass opportunity. Acronic poking it around the first attacker, going for the bump play. You saw Joyo couldn't take that ball because of that bump positioning. Vatira pinch off his own corner. He's out of boost and low boost for Joyo on empty now. Atau, second effort, potentially Acronic diving in. Joyo has the battle.
Oh my!
Gets bumped. You see the back check.
Yeah. That's so frustrating too. Whenever you're trying to finally start something here on offense, you've been stuck on defense, carrying the ball out, you get bumped from somebody rotating back. One of the most difficult things to deal with in this game. Rise does take the full boost, so there's going to be plenty to work with. Still getting denied, and another 50-50. This has been, what, 6, 7, what feels like challenges in a row that are going in favor of Team Liquid. Another one that just bounces back to a Chronic. Moist Esports can't win that. They're losing on the 50-50s, of course, getting demoed left and right, and they're stuck in their own half, but still standing tall is Moist Esports, but for how long, James?
And it's remarkable how comfortable Atau was just being parked in Moist's half. On the backboard, getting bumps, getting demos. They're in full control at this moment. Right. But Moist, they have that offensive firepower. They need to find it, though, because time is running out.
Maybe this is a plan for Moist. Do they want to play more defensive and try to catch Team Liquid off on the transitions with some very fast and rapid counterattacks? Obviously, holding pressure and keeping possession was not working for Moist Esports, so if you hit the brakes a bit, focus on a more defensive playstyle, you might be able to draw them in and go for some bigger clears down the other side. That could be a potential strategy implemented, or shots given away to Team Liquid.
And now Vatira gets his flip. Woo! Excellent effort from Vatira, but that's shut down again. And we almost saw Team Liquid score just moments ago off a brilliant 50. Team Liquid has been in the grill of Moist Esports. Moist not able to find much space at all, but Joyo shut down, ran out of boost.
And look at Oski. He knew that Joyo was going to go off the ceiling and go for the flip, so he positioned himself to adjust. Now he's getting another follow-up, but it's met really early by Joyo. This is a good sign off the backboard. Early bounce and early read from Acronic.
Oh, nice pinch touch from Vatira, but Atau expecting it. Back pass from Acronic to Oski. Oski poking it around one. Can't get the 50. Looking for a bump. Atau staying in the play. Acronic waiting in the middle. This one high off the ceiling. Oski will take it. Corner pass.
It's open. It's wide open.
The shot is good. Acronic in the wide open net. You saw if Vatira gets that touch, Joyo creeps out too far, and the speed from Oski was too much.
Yeah, and Atau actually ended up bumping Rise. Rise was in position, but got smacked out of the way, and the timing all too good for Team Liquid to go for that shot right as the bump occurred.
We're approaching the final minute. The perfect sweep. The underdog, Team Liquid. Can they do it? This would be a historic moment, especially for them.
And it's up against Moist Esports. I mean, a sweep against Moist Esports in a best of 7, crazy. A perfect sweep against one of the best offenses that we've ever seen, even crazier, James. And now they're looking to extend the lead off the backboard. Oski, he finds it. The double tap. The man can't miss. On defense, he's putting in work, and on offense, he's putting in that same amount.
Oski is the knight in shining armor for Team Liquid, defending the fortress, now going on the all-out assault.
This is something else here from Team Liquid. And it's not like we've seen a flat Moist Esports. They've been throwing everything they can, flip resets, backboard double taps, everything getting saved, and also everything getting scored on offense for Team Liquid.
Unbelievable defensive showing, but there's still time left on the clock. Can Moist not only manage to score the first goal of the series, but tie it up with seconds remaining?
So important. They've got maybe a few more chances here with their lives on the line in the upper bracket. Joyo, this could lead to something off the side wall, but of course it's met by Acronic. Final 10 seconds. I don't think they've got enough time, James. This has been one heck of a series.
Unbelievable from Team Liquid. The perfect sweep. Moist Esports for the upset. and they're moving on to the upper finals. You heard Gregan say this is the upset pick. You know, he criticizing Leaf despite picking Moist Esports himself.
Oh my goodness.
And it proved to be true. Team Liquid, this was crazy. I don't know if I've ever seen a team play better defense throughout an entire series against a team who is so mechanical. But that being said, Moist did have chances to score.
Yeah, exactly.
They had chances to score that they didn't put away.
And it didn't look like I was saying before. Things were there. The foundation was there for Moist Esports. This wasn't, a abysmal performance or a incredibly rough showing in all categories for Moist. They had the opportunities. They were getting the setups in front of the net. At the end of the day, it was coming down to the execution of those shots, and they just simply couldn't put them away. But it was not the same case for Team Liquid as you look at the replays here. They were putting everything away off the backboard, winning challenges, getting those chances. That last game was probably the most possession we've ever seen them have that entire series, and they still looked so comfortable. They weren't getting caught off guard with transitions and counterattacks, which I thought was what Moist Esports was looking to build and establish was a more defensive gameplay. But even that didn't work against Team Liquid.
Team Liquid was the aggressor in so many situations, especially with the bumps, the air bumps, the air demos, the back checking, getting bumps on rotating out. It was all there for Team Liquid. And I truly think the turning point in the series that could have been a positive turning point for Moist was that opportunity from Rise in overtime to hit that double tap.
That double tap.
Who knows where the series would have gone if that play was converted. So Moist will be sent down into the lower bracket. Team Liquid with the historic upset will be moving on to the upper finals. Who's going to play them? We'll find out after the break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Tour de Rocket League day number 2. And Johnny, we just saw Moist Esports get perfect swept. If you weren't here to see that, yeah, I'll say again, perfect swept Moist Esports by Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. By Team Liquid, the team who didn't make it into the very first regional they attempted to play to qualify for together. That was in the Winter Split Regional 3. But they have made 2 in a row now. They're on a great run in the Spring Split. And that top 3 guarantee for them puts them in an amazing spot to qualify for the London Major that's coming up.
Well, let's have a look at how the bracket currently looks. We've only got one more game to play up here in the upper bracket, and then everything else today is going to be elimination. So, as you can see, Liquid awaiting the winner of this one, BDS and Karmine Corp. But down there in the lower bracket, we've got Moist against Endpoint, and we have got the loser of this one taking on... I forgot about it entirely. There we go. Johnny, take me. Which one was it?
Which one is it that you're wanting to find out about? The loser of this one? Well,
yes.
They'll be dropping down to face Guild, who are also on a great lower bracket run. Endpoint and Guild on the lower bracket runs this one, but Guild the longer of the 2.
Fantastic. So we're going to see who can get through this one. As we already saw Moist Esports dropping out in the previous game, makes this prediction maybe a little bit more difficult. I say that, I still get the feeling that we know that this is going to go pretty heavily towards BDS. They have been utterly dominant since making that roster move. Seiko making this position his own. He's the one that caused the entire domino effect of other roster moves that we ended up seeing. But for Karmine Corp, Johnny, at long last, I feel like is the way we describe this run from them. At long last, Karmine Corp are where they should be.
Yeah, and Nolly as well, because he had the very disappointing season with Guild. The Guild are actually doing pretty well now without him, and Nolly's doing great without Guild. So actually both player and former team seem to be thriving on their own different paths. But Karmine Corp, they have been consistently almost there. They're actually pretty close to making a guaranteed spot for Worlds for themselves. But they need to just get a little bit deeper into tournaments. Just, if they could finish top 4 in this one, that would be phenomenal. That would help put a bigger gap between them and the teams who are chasing them for that London major spot. But right now, they are sitting in 5th place overall. Team Liquid jumping ahead of them thanks to that win against Moist. I don't think Karmine Corp are going to get the win here, though. I don't think that's where they're going to secure their top 4. I think it'll have to come in the lower bracket, but I'm so excited to see if Karmine Corp can replicate what we just saw from Team Liquid and upset one of the big 2.
Yeah, and if there is the case where BDS does go on to win this one, I think we get a chance to see what you at home believe is going to happen here. If we do see BDS go on to win, we're going to have that Nolly versus Guild matchup as one-sided as we were expecting to see, but now we'll get to see what the result is going to be. Who is going to move on to take on Team Liquid in the upper final, and who's going to drop down to take on Guild just to stay in the tournament? I'm looking forward to this one. Can Karmine Corp keep their record alive and keep the bounce back for their season? Let's find out. We're over to Manfield Night, Johnny. I know you love this map. I'm sure all of the players are going to love this as well, as long as they go ahead and get the W.
This is it now for Karmine Corp. They've got to defend well. We saw excellent defense out of Team Liquid against Moist. That, I think, was the foundation of their success. Although in offense, Team Liquid are just unreal. Karmine Corp have been unreal this event as well. And just this region, or just this split as a whole, they've been phenomenal. But already, BDS have put one past them. It was an attempted back corner touch here from Astral. He just didn't get it in a safe enough location, though. He's got to hit that next to the wall, not out into the box where Monkey Moon will always be shooting.
Yep, and for BDS, this is the way that you instantly set yourself down into the series. Not going to have the same worries that Moist Esports had in the previous round, where they couldn't get a single goal. Itachi now off the shot. Astral's going to be called off as Nolly is moving in. Have they answered back? Oh, the post will deny.
Yeah, great try there to immediately answer back, like you mentioned. But I think it's going to be pretty tough to break down this BDS team, who have just gelled so well together immediately as soon as they added Seiko to the roster. They're still every bit as dominant as they ever were with Mark by 8, but I think in a more consistent way. They don't look vulnerable. They don't look like they're having to take risks to dominate. The Monkey Moon closes the door on Itachi's flip reset attempt. Karmine Corp steadily getting more and more shots on net though here. This is definitely great output, although none of them have been too much of a problem for BDS just yet.
Talking about the consistency. Oh, my second Astral playing downfield. Almost managed to get his own chance, but Astral just dunked the ball and play on into the other side of the field. This is a team that, with the previous roster, their level of consistency was, can they win 3 regionals in a row? That is what Seiko is trying to live up to here. Can he provide them international glory to go along with what they've managed to achieve, at least regionally? Good infield pass, Extra immediately shut down by Astral, and that leaves Seiko at least 2-on-1 if they can get the play moving nice and quick. I like that jump up early. Know that Monkey Moon is just back. And this with the support of Extra as well. However, Karmine Corp not backing down from this midfield battle. There's the infield, a little bit too close to Seiko. They're holding on well though, not just instantly going for the shot like we have seen quite a few teams do against BDS. Instead, they're happy just to settle down. Didn't get anything from this play, Johnny, but that's encouraging signs.
Yeah, very much so. Karmine Corp are holding their own here, and I think they've got a goal. They have. Astral recovers quickly from a 50-50 win and sends the ball to the bottom right corner.
Astral just went all the way for it, fully believed. Knew he had the support even if it went wrong, and that's the position that Karmine Corp need to find themselves in more often. A rare time as well for BDS. They do not often just lose the challenge. Well, they did get themselves all caught up that time around. 1-1, 3 minutes left. Seiko immediately booms the ball downfield as Monkey Moon against Nolly. Nolly wins that race. Midfield looking pretty good for Karmine Corp.
Yeah, we've got to remember, even before Karmine Corp added Nolly as another shot bounces off the post here, Monkey Moon just denied by Nolly's 50-50. Monkey Moon himself said that Karmine Corp were one of the teams that they were expecting to be a threat, and always wondered when they would show their full potential. That was the team who gave them trouble before this season started, but had never really managed to get to the same gear during this RLCS 2021-22 season. But now, with that rejuvenation, as you know, changing a player can often just completely revitalize a team, and that's what's happening with Karmine Corp here with the addition of Nolly. They look like they're getting more of that success, which has been heralded by many of their opponents. Extra is going to be 1v1 here with Nolly. Stands strong in the way. Extra couldn't get much of an angle on the approach.
Yeah, just the ball always running away from Extra. Couldn't get under it to really set much up. Still 2 minutes left. How important it was for Karmine Corp to get that goal back early, because this is where BDS would have done their best work. Forcing you to take those extra risks, and it still might happen. Astral off the pre-jump. Kept himself open, kept himself available for different options. And he is able to get the block. This is also something we've seen a lot more recently, where teams don't try and hold onto the midfield quite as much. Happy to play back into their own corner and reset.
Yeah, very organized performance so far from Karmine Corp. Now Itachi 1v1 with Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon will keep that one in the back corner, but it's then sent back into the middle by Astral. Karmine Corp, despite having plenty of positions here where they could definitely overextend and really stretch themselves thin looking for that goal, which is often so hard to come by against BDS. They're playing so disciplined at the moment. They're waiting for the opportunities. Monkey Moon's denying every single one of them. Now Extra pre-jumps to the next shot. Karmine Corp are knocking on the door, but can they find a way through?
Yeah, for Karmine Corp, they've just got to accept that it will work eventually. And don't go too much for it unless the goal is pretty much assured. Is Seiko not going to be able to draw? Oh, he does still get close to it.
Wow.
Let's take it away from Monkey Moon, so Karmine Corp at least recover possession temporarily. It's a low boost affair over in the midfield. Everyone else trying to back down, get themselves reorganized. But for now, it's Karmine Corp that are up against it. The positioning a little bit wonky as Itachi gets there just in time. What a shot by Seiko.
Nolly looking to knock the ball on. Couldn't get underneath it despite knocking it into the back corner there. But Monkey Moon is beaten. Seiko needing to come and help him out. Astral able to beat Extra to the punch. As Karmine Corp continue to look lively here. Continue to look very consistent in this matchup. It's been a very evenly matched game one. Mistake early on from Astral, but then he was the one who scored the equalizer. So this one really looking like it could go the right. Pre-jumping Nolly denied by the crossbar.
That was the first time that we've seen them send Astral in afterwards, but Karmine Corp was still covered, even if that went really wrong. But that should have potentially been it. We were talking about not overextending. Can't find the pass over to a teammate. So we have overtime. Karmine Corp might feel like they should have won this already.
I think they've had the more chances for sure. Definitely the volume of opportunities. BDS have been in the way of the vast majority of them. You've always got to get the ball past that extra player. Still difficult to walk it into an open net against such an organized defense, but check Astral out with the floor pinching defense. Unconventional, but incredibly effective. Monkey Moon, flip reset past one, but he's got more players to get past as well. Seiko also blocked by the first challenge. Karmine Corp doing a great job here, just making contact with the ball with the first player that they send. They're not worrying about getting outplayed. They're just playing the ball, making life easy on each other.
There's a lot of attempts to make sure the recovery is as good as possible. They're not trying to win the ball off the challenge and send it to the other side of the field. It's just make sure you're popping the ball away from the original player. And then after that, make sure you're back in position as quickly as possible. It has worked so far for Karmine Corp. As we're back into that midfield battle, Seiko to himself off the backboard. He's going to have to leave it. That first touch far too high. Although two players gone, leaves the option open for extra. Chooses backboard. Where's the follow?
Wow.
There it is.
And all it took was one mistake. One double commit led to a panic play. Astral and Itachi weren't sure whose job it was to go for the ball. Extra perfectly passes off to Monkey Moon, who will not miss if you give him a good look at the goal. He's scored both of his clear-cut chances this game. I think that's still a great effort, though, from Karmine Corp. They panicked at the end there, but their game plan looks to be pretty good. And I think in the mechanical matchup, at least at the moment, with the Game 1 BDS, they look pretty good. But as we know, BDS have got levels to their game. They can definitely elevate here. So, it's a shame for Karmine Corp that they couldn't get the win in the early game here. Tough to come back against BDS.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, it has been BDS's MO just to continuously. Game 1 is typically the weakest. And then by the time we hit game 3, it's like the download's complete. They've got the reads. And then it starts to look a little bit ugly for their opponents. So it is up to Karmine Corp just to settle this one down. They did incredibly well here. Do not let this loss really affect them too much, because for the most part, it was good. It was right. And they just needed the finishing. And they could also have done with BDS maybe not always being right in front of them for it. We'll see what they've got over here in game number 2. Promising start here from both teams. Who's going to be able to capitalize on it more?
Great shot.
Oh my goodness.
The speed that Extra attacked that ball with completely left Karmine Corp as spectators in the play. Extra also quickly up to keep the ball in his back corner. Sent back into the middle, but Itachi knew there's really no point going for this. It is just going to go clear, and you've got to be still pinpoint with your passes in this kind of matchup. Monkey Moon clearly on his game today, reading absolutely everything that's happening. You need to just get the ball past him. You can't try too hard to just directly score. You've got to go for the wide outplay or the high outplay, and then just hope that a teammate can follow up.
Oh, Monkey Moon's past one, almost got it past the second as well, and now it's Astral on the counterattack. No, instantly beats the ball by Extra. Extra is playing no nonsense today. Just making sure that he is outpacing everybody else. This is so important though from Nolly. A little bit of breathing room for Karmine Corp. How long is it going to last for? Instantly, the ball's put back into their own side of the field. Off the ceiling. Nolly over there in support. Seiko's got all the time in the world. Well, he had a little bit of it, and then he got annihilated.
Yeah, it's another good try there by Karmine Corp. They're creating half chances, but BDS are so solid. It looks like you're playing Rocket League in hard mode, trying to get the ball past these guys. Always one man to beat, and Monkey Moon's, I mean, his car looks about as wide as his nameplate there. How are you supposed to get past him when he's playing this well and reading everything you do?
Just confirm as well, if BDS do win this series, then they are qualified for London. The surprise of nobody really in the world. It does almost feel like a matter of time. I'm sure they want that sorted out nice and early before heading over to the Championship Sunday.
You got high standards, high goals.
They're a team that can confirm London whilst other teams are still trying to confirm their spot in the next regional.
Seiko actually getting back to the ball that he initially had taken away from him. Now Nolly, patience. Still not able to get the ball past Monkey Moon, who has been a dominating presence. And we haven't even seen anything wild out of Seiko yet. That's always something you have to worry about. Oh, that could have been it. It's the mind game. Monkey Moon has credited the goal. But I think the defense were all looking at Seiko, wondering where his touch was going to go, and the missed touch actually ended up being just as effective.
Every single week, we see more and more of this. Just send the player and make the defender guess. At that point, it's a 50-50.
Great fake, yeah.
And you will more often than not assume he's got that.
Well, of course he can. I mean, Seiko, he knows that the slightest touch possible on that ball will accelerate it to a ridiculous rate of knots that won't be possible to react to. And if he misses, then that's just as good, because how is the goalkeeper supposed to read it? So really good decision making there by Seiko. The biggest mistake that a lot of players make in that position is going for the redirect no matter what, and actually getting too thick of a touch on it, sometimes hitting the ball wide, sometimes slowing it down as it goes past, and ending up being easier for the goalkeeper to deal with.
Here is Seiko, gets the pass, extra pre-jump.
Oh my.
BDS are showing everything that makes them great.
Yeah, extra jumping. In the exact same moment that Seiko hands the ball off to him here, they just know what is happening whenever Seiko's touching the ball, and their opponents can't read it. I mean, Seiko has been mentioned over the entire year now as the player who's so difficult to read, so difficult to play against. He's not difficult to play with, at least for this BDS team. Extra Monkeymen seem to be just fine. That should be one back though, and it is. Nolly, yelling it comes, it is already on target. It actually lets it go by.
Let's have a look what happened on the defense. Monkeyman and extra over in the corner. Seiko loitering in the midfield, so for once, just getting out of sync over there over on BDS. But Karmine Corp will take it. Gives them at least a decent amount of time to play with when it comes to getting this extra goal. There is Monkey Moon, the reset, not up to his standards. End up flopping past it. Nolly does have options infield. That's a great bouncing ball. Double commit, however. And they had to take that away from BDS, because if they lost that challenge, it was going to be 3-1.
Yeah, Karmine Corp getting a little bit too tightly knit in these plays, and it's difficult to know immediately whose ball that is. Such an unconventional pass from Nolly. You've just got to jump immediately to have any chance to catch up to it. But both players did jump, which is not ideal. We saw a couple of double commits like that from Karmine Corp at the end of game number 1. Seeing them in game number 2 as well. That has to be my number 1 problem with the way that they play. Sometimes they get a bit too close to each other, and it's just difficult to play off intuition alone. You have to rely on comms in those tight positions to know exactly who's going for what.
Oh, extra bumps into it. Actually, there almost was a bump set. Seiko ends up flying straight past it. Nolly tasked with clearing. He's unable to. And extra. Oh my goodness. Has to watch as Astral kept it out first time. But there is no support for the second.
Yeah, Nolly had absolutely no boost here. He just had to make contact. Astral somehow saves it, but it's right back into the middle for Monkeyman to score. Extra making it as easy as possible there. But that was a ridiculous save. I'm not sure how Astral managed to bounce that one off the inside of his own post to keep it out of the net initially. BDS pressure, just too good though. They always had the follow-up.
Yeah, they have been the quicker of the two teams when it comes to follows. Here's Seiko off the fake initially. Now again, still downfield. You can tell from BDS, just their ability to read the game on the transition is still as good as it's always been. There's not a rush. They understand that not everyone's just going to try and instantly get the ball going to your side of the field. So they're happy to loiter, happy to give themselves options. The one option that Karmine Corp might need to be looking at right now is that timeout. They're down by 2. Do they take it now, or do they wait until after the next game?
Yeah, it's a good question. Because even if they do call a timeout now, what on earth are you going to change? This BDS roster just look unbelievable. You mentioned there that if they win this series, they're qualified for London, and I think they might be the only team in Europe at the moment who are looking at nothing else but a win. I mean, anything less than a win in London would be a failure for this for BDS after picking up Seiko, star player in the EU. Corp have called the timeout though. They're going to try and figure this one out. Or at least to slow some of the momentum that BDS built up in that game. For me, it's just got to be giving each other a little bit more space. I really liked how patient they were in game 1. They weren't rushing their opportunities. They probably know we're going to need to set up 20 attacks against BDS before one of them goes in. But they were doing that. They were just taking their time, setting up opportunities, and they were not double committing. And it was only right at the very end of the game we saw back-to-back 2 double commits, and suddenly BDS take the game. It's game number 2, I think. Karmine Corp have started to feel that pressure that BDS just put on all their opponents. Sort of like the impending doom when you play them. You just feel as if nothing is working, nothing is going to work, and you have to push yourself to the limit. And the way they've decided to do that is by bunching up and just rushing every single play. I think they've got to do the opposite. I think they just have to accept that it's going to be difficult. It's going to take time to get goals, but you've got to avoid double committing at all costs.
And I think as well, this is a very important moment for the Karmine Corp coaching staff to make sure that they set this up in the right direction, because if the call is to start playing faster, you're going to get more of those mistakes. You're maybe going to go away from what Karmine Corp were doing well. So when we do bring up these timeouts, typically, we've always seen the right thing said. We typically see a very good bounce back from the team that called it. But for me, this is on a swivel. You need right now to say the right thing and push your team in the right direction, because if the call is aggression, this could be over very quickly.
Yeah, they've got to just keep on playing the ball in defense as well. It's really difficult to do that especially when you've got Seiko coming at you. He's constantly threatening multiple different angles. He's threatening an outplay, he's threatening a solid 50-50, and he's threatening a mind game at the same time on every single dribble or air dribble. So how are you supposed to cover all of that? Well, you can't. You just got to pick the most realistic thing to cover. And I think against Seiko and against BDS, you just have to go the ball. You know, if they outplay you, they outplay you. It happens. But don't let the mind game go through. Don't let the fake, the 50-50 go right through a wild dunk attempt. Can Karmine Corp make the correct adjustments? And would those adjustments matter against a team like BDS? We're about to find out.
Yeah, that's the truly horrible bit about all of this, is that everything could have just been said that was completely correct, and it might not change anything. That's the level that BDS work with. Do have extra looking for that backboard. Oh, Nolly. That was a difficult read to get, but he played that immaculately. With the pass out to Astral, not really, I would imagine, initially part of the plan. There's now Nolly with Itachi. He sees him, and Itachi is just swarmed by blue cards before he can take the shot.
Yeah, Monkey Moon credited with a save there. I think Itachi did get his shot off, but not before Monkey Moon could block it. Those are the kind of half chances that we're seeing from Karmine Corp every now and again. Oh my goodness, what a mind game by Itachi. That was incredibly brave to just let that one roll in front of the net.
Yeah, that is also very quick use of ball cam and reverse cam. Just make sure you've seen everything. Now Seiko back to his own corner yet again. But they're under a lot more pressure this time. A couple of boost steals as well. Karmine Corp are dealing with that better now. The shot extra does keep it out, but now shot after shot should start be peppered in. Itachi can't get it off first time around, off the post. And it seems like it's back to game one, at least in terms of shooting accuracy for Karmine Corp.
And they were very close there. One shot denied from close range. Astral really tested the keeper, but I was more impressed as well with the pre-jump in the next play that they managed to connect, just going wide. And now infield to Astral, places it bottom right, but even that's covered. They're trying everything here. They're trying power, they're trying placement, they're trying passing, they're trying just direct shots. And BDS are stopping everything.
Still 0-0 for them. But you cannot accuse Karmine Corp of at least not mixing it up and varying. Just nothing works. And they'll hope that something eventually does. Itachi reset. They'll have Nolly midfield. This is maybe my one knock on Karmine Corp, is that a lot of their players are starting in the midfield and they're getting passed to the midfield. Makes it a lot easier for BDS to read. As Astral, wait a second. Finally, caught BDS out. That is a monster shot.
He had to start that run a long time before the touch came through. He was in the midfield in the perfect position. Well played to get that on target at pace. Didn't even have a full canister of boost when he got started with that one. Karmine Corp take the lead. They're looking to add to it. Crossbar denies.
First time Karmine Corp have got the lead as well, so we'll get to see what they can do with it and how BDS are going to try and respond. As much as we have been seeing BDS's praises, they've been against it in this game. Itachi makes it too, and Karmine Corp are finding the rewards for their offense.
Brilliant back post lob there from Astral. Anything in field actually would have been covered. That's exactly what Seiko was expecting. He moved towards the near post area, ready for the infield pass. Astral lobbed it over the top of him, and it wasn't too high to go out of reach. 2-0 Karmine Corp.
That timeout buff seems to be working effectively yet again. Although, that's a bad spot. Nolly, I hope you can do well. Unfortunately, he could do nothing. 2-1. And Karmine Corp stuck sending 2 forward when they had a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, extra. Just taking one for the team there. Double demo, and the ball rolls in for Seiko. Karmine Corp with 1 overextension, and there's really nothing Nolly can do there in the last man back position. There's definitely something he can do. First up on this play, Monkeyman gets in the way of him. Now it's infield to Astral. It's hit the bar, and Monkeyman has cleared it. What a rifle it was, though, from Astral. Like you mentioned before, they're mixing up their plays. They're shooting, they're lobbing, they're directly passing. The tempo pace the pace changes from Karmine Corp have been brilliant. Been much harder for BDS to read. But can they do this consistently? They've got a long way back in this series.
Certainly so. Extra leaves it. At least Seiko maybe not expecting that first time round. Nolly booms the clear. I was complaining about this going down the middle every single time, but it's still working. So, despite the fact that it has been somewhat obvious, Karmine Corp going to keep getting plays from it. Why change it?
That shot left a bit to be desired. Nolly kind of messing up the power on that last one. It looked like the goalkeeper is under pressure as well. But with a minute to go, they still lead.
Astral is not, again, they're up with a goal lead and they're still sending players downfield. Karmine Corp have no fear.
Yeah, brilliant awareness by Nolly, completely catching Monkeyman off guard with that break of rotation. Monkeyman thought he had time to get behind this one. Suddenly Nolly, instead of rotating back towards his own half, just cuts across the midfield, centers the ball for 3-1.
It's like lower side of the Premier League over here, Johnny. We just see the teams.
Oh my goodness!
Nolly! How have you done that?
Nolly just got bumped off the back wall by Seiko, but he cancels his momentum by flipping on this spot and clears the ball that was on target. That save was next level.
I really want to push that for top goals of the day. Like, it needs to be changed to top plays. That was ridiculous, Nolly. And that has kept his team with the 2-goal lead that they desperately needed. What
Crazy.
an answer. And the coaching staff over at Karmine Corp need a big amount of kudos from this as well. They have looked outstanding here in Game 3.
Yeah, they've really just used space a lot more effectively. Saw in Aquadome many, many times. They're getting all bunched up and the ball would pop up high, 2 people fly for it, and really, what's that doing against BDS? Nothing. You've got to spread out. You've got to make it easy on each other. You've got to make it possible to threaten multiple options. And I think the main threat that Karmine Corp posed in this game that we didn't see in the previous games were those downfield lobs, those crossfield lobs that allow the fast aerial players like Astral and even Nolly as well, cutting rotation to surprise Monkeyman for the 3rd goal. Those kind of lobbed passes are great when you've got players who are so quick and innate and able to redirect like these guys are. But can they keep it up?
I've been told by our producer, by the way,
really
it absolutely qualifies for top 3 plays. So
yeah,
we're putting that one in over there. Wow. I mean, what a shout that was. It was just send it to the big man downfield and see what they can do. They could do magic every single time. The only question really is, can that be done again? I say you just keep going for it until BDS start to respond. And even if you do get the response from BDS, it means you force them to sit deeper. That suddenly unlocks the individual plays for Karmine Corp.
Yeah, they're definitely not a one-trick pony here. They're going to have other options available to them. Even in that last game, we saw plenty of direct shots and plenty of passes. So that's their main mix-up right now. But when it comes to solo plays, these guys have definitely got the ability there as well. So plenty options for these guys. That was a miss, though, from... it's actually in defense, I believe, or was it Astral? These guys in the Octanes, lovely matching uniforms here, but they'd have to stay so consistent. If they drop off their level for 1 second, BDS are going to punish them. We've seen it time and time again. BDS are not pushing themselves to the limit right now. They're just playing their consistent game. Karmine Corp are being forced to level up. They're being forced to peak almost. So just have a chance in the matchup.
Karmine Corp are doing a great job of making sure that this is not just the BDS procession on their way over to London. Itachi, oh, what on earth? Karmine Corp, we waited all season for this, and it was worth the wait.
Perfect pass. No more to say about it. Astral just delivers it to Itachi, who didn't think twice about slamming that over the top of Extra. No chance for the keeper. Karmine Corp continuing that game 2 momentum. Game 3 momentum, I should say.
So important that Seiko intercepted that as well. Nolly leaves it. Did have Itachi over to help him out. This is the level up from Karmine Corp. Now, this is a team that looks horrifying to play against. Let's get half a shot, and they are turning it in now off the backboard. Nolly needs to get the power clear, and even try and follow it up, although he is running out of boost, and Seiko kind of called him out on his bluff there. Allowed it to be played all the way into the back corner. Extra with Seiko looking to try and do to Karmine what Karmine have done to BDS.
That's open.
Although that's open.
Oh,
Monkey Moon!
Whoa! Pre-flip save by Monkey Moon. He was in a lot of trouble there, but the shot was not powerful enough to go past him. He continues to be that impossible player to get past. Saying that, Nolly's just done so. Karmine Corp swarming.
Karmine Corp are always leaving options open. Here's Monkey Moon with Seiko chasing down Itachi, and nothing that Itachi could do.
They've done it again. It's that same play that we just saw in the previous game. This time, Seiko chasing down the last man. And oh dear, Karmine Corp, you're going to need to have 2 players back in every single play, because if you're in a 1v2, you're getting demoed.
It's just been an impeccable clash of styles here. And lovely to see. Both teams having brilliant ideas about what works for themselves. Nolly straight over to Monkey Moon, chasing down. Because of that chase down, Monkey Moon couldn't quite pass it off the way he would like to. Now Nolly, here's the individual play. Very heavy first touch, but still makes the most of it. He just jump the ball up above the oncoming challenge. Nolly now back to his own corner. Wants to do the BDS. A little bit of their own defensive play. 1-1, 2 minutes left. Itachi leaves it off the backboard. Astral realizes not worth diving on in. Taking a bit of your advice there, Johnny. Don't leave the 2v1, but it still might have happened off the backboard. Who's there? Monkey Moon didn't have the angle for the shot.
Yeah, for once, Extra's pass goes a bit too far away from Monkey Moon, so what would have been a great decision to surprise the defense by just passing off the backboard. Actually, he ends up going too far away. BDS offense fizzles, and Itachi's actually sent down target. Monkey Moon having to stretch his legs out once again. As he does so, he takes control and takes the ball past a couple players, buys his teammates so much time to reposition.
Yeah, Monkey Moon does a great job of just setting up for the worst case scenario for his team. And the only thing he would be disappointed at is that he's had to react to the worst case scenario quite a few times. Rather than be able to set himself up for an offensive rebound or just getting to that ball next. Oh, pinch against the floor by Astral. Did this defensively earlier on as well. This is something they've been practicing.
To generate a pinch from that kind of position where neither Astral nor the ball has a ton of momentum to work with, and he's aiming it. He's actually aiming that. It's really quite crazy to watch. If there's one thing Karmine Corp are not, it's predictable. These guys are impossible to read, and they, might make life difficult in each other at times, but this is something you can't really teach in Pro Rocket League. How do you teach a player to be unpredictable? You could definitely teach formation, you could teach communication, you could teach all the other things that Karmine Corp have lacked in the past, but these guys have got all the flair in the world, and they might have a lead here. Yes, they do. Itachi didn't need any help to shoot from distance. And with 31 seconds left, they lead once again.
And Nolly just started in the midfield and chased after the original demo. That is how much faith they have in each other, just to make sure that midfield play is always going to go well. Karmine Corp have bounced back. They're 30 seconds away from tying up the series. Although that's not the bounce they would have wanted off the challenge. Astral to Nolly. Again, Monkey Moon has to play with his back turned to his opponent's goal.
Yeah, what a regain from Karmine Corp, even mentally, to come back from 2 games down against BDS. And it wasn't a close game 2 either. Incredible stuff to see from a team that have struggled all season, but they're not over that game 4 finish line just yet. We saw a long 0-second play earlier between Team Liquid and Moist. We're not going to see one here. Karmine Corp ground it, and we will be all tied up going into game 5. BDS have still got that timeout available, but something tells me that they're not going to want to use it. They're not really the team who go to the timeouts to try and fix their issues.
I mean, we haven't seen them use it in the past, but they do have new coaching staff sort of at the forefront. Maybe that'll be a new sort of philosophy brought in. I guess that is something that we will wait to see. No calls over here just yet for that timeout, though. The games have still been incredibly close, but for Karmine Corp, this is what you have wanted, and I keep reiterating this. This is what we waited for. This is what we were saying. Regional 1 all the way back at the start of the season. This is the Karmine Corp we were waiting to see. It's taken some chopping and changing over on the personnel, but my goodness, we have got a monster lurking around in the brackets.
It's crazy to see. When the stake gets switched out for Nolly, you're not adding consistency to the team. Nolly is not a player that's known for being that rock at the back, but we've got to give him full credit. Just like Seiko has adapted to Team BDS, Nolly has adapted to Karmine Corp. He doesn't now need to be the player who's confusing the other team. He's got Azrael on his team. He's got Itachi on his team. He needs to just solidify and be a consistent player. But, I mean, they are a triple threat as well. They've got all the benefits of a great Rocket League team at the moment. They're a triple threat. Everybody's scary in solo plays. They're all fast. They're all great mechanical players. And their only real weakness seems to be occasional double commits from getting a bit too close to each other on the field. And that's not really been happening the past 2 games. Ever since that timeout, they've fixed their issues.
So just got confirmation as well from our Statsman Direct. That was the lowest amount we've ever seen from Extra when it comes to points. He's going to get a lot more this time around with the opening goal. I didn't want to mention it previously because I just didn't think it was right. I couldn't imagine a world where Extra finished a 5-minute game with 50 points.
Yeah, it was either a greedy play there from Astral or a bit of a misread on the bounce. He tried to get that one on target. Extra arrived on the scene a bit faster than he was expecting and didn't just block the shot. He actually scored with the same blocking touch. So great start there from Extra. Adding some points to his tally. And he's going to try and keep doing that. He's got stake over help and he gets another demo. Not as obvious as the last game, but just as effective, flipping in front of the ball to take Nolly out the frame.
Ridiculous.
Oh, it's Itachi actually. He took Itachi out. Nolly just got...
Nolly was there just to be blinded by the explosion afterwards. There was nothing he could do. Well, that's BDS for you. We thought they were up against it. And they are right back to a 2. Yep, still 2-goal lead. I'm sure the rest of Karmine Corp needs to do what they have done throughout this series and bounce back. And what a save that is. Could have done with the follow-up shot. Wasn't around for Karmine Corp. And because that was a little sloppy play, has given BDS back control of the territory. Extra backs down for now. Saw Astro over on the backboard. Monkey Moon. Has he got the reset? No, backs down instantly. Seiko with his own opportunity. That was a first touch that was maybe a lot lower than he really wanted. But it's just have a go after you. For BDS, Karmine Corp just looking at defense and nothing else. This scoreline, not a position they want to be in. Maybe Itachi can finally get rid. There's a double commit as well. They needed that to go a bit better. Nolly's already back down. Such an awkward spot to be in, though.
Yeah, Karmine Corp know that they have to break out at some point, but they're not really in a rush yet. They've still got just under 3 minutes remaining. And once they can get the ball into midfield, they look great. When they get the ball into the final third, they look phenomenal. But you might have noticed there a double commit from Karmine Corp in defense. It didn't result in anything too bad happening, but they have to avoid that at all costs. They've got to keep up what they were doing so well in game number 3 and game number 4, and even game number 1 at the start. They've, for the majority of this series, played brilliantly, and they've communicated effectively to allow each other to read each other and just let their mechanics do the talking, let their mechanics and their flair cause problems for BDS. But can they do all that while also playing as a unit? Can they do all that with structure? As Nolly fires from distance, that was open. It was a tough shot to get off quickly, and he did end up missing it.
Yeah, that was just circumstantial that it came over to him, and you're not going to get many of those sort of chances for a series like this. Especially when you're down by 2. There's a bit of a gimme there. Nolly looks to try and make up for it. It's going to bounce away from him. Does still a little bit of boost. Karmine Corp's opportunity now. Can they lock this down, and can they get the play going? We haven't seen many Karmine Corp goals come from long stretches of the ball. It has been the counter-attack that's been most effective for them. And this one's not going to be too much different. BDS pretty calmly deal with the situation.
The BDS are quite happy sitting on this 2-goal lead, but look at these deflections, these redirects from Karmine Corp. They continue to catch BDS off guard by appearing in the side of the screen, appearing from the blind spots and taking the ball away from them. It's a good first touch from Azrael, but with no boost, really, what can he do in the back corner? Not going to be easy to get past anyone in the world from that position. Never mind Monkey Moon. Seiko, flip reset past 1. Itachi does well to keep that out of danger, but with just over a minute to go, the shots from Karmine Corp are just not coming regularly enough for the comeback to be threatened.
Nothing from BDS. Not going to get that second. They probably should have done. I have no idea how Seiko managed to get underneath the ball rather than over the top of it. But with a 2-goal lead, I'm sure it's not going to haunt him as long as his team can close this out. Itachi fakes up the first-time shot, infield pass, and Monkey Moon. Well, tell me if you've heard this one before. Read the game perfectly.
Yeah, it was a great play by Itachi to fake the shot and instead catch the ball to threaten the infield dribble. But like you mentioned, Monkey Moon all over it, one step ahead. Staying active in the play is what Monkey Moon's about. He doesn't want to wait for his opponents to make a play and then have to go and react to it. He closes distance constantly. He cuts off angles. He forces them to make the play more quickly than they're wanting to. Now, he's going to try and make it 3. Not able to, but nearly. Astral actually pulls out a great save to deny BDS that 3-goal lead. Not that they need it. As the time ticks away, we're going to game number 6 and BDS back in front.
I think that pretty much puts to rest any chances that we might have seen a BDS timeout at some point in this series. Can't see them taking it going into a Game 7. They are a team that likes to continue the flow of their series. As for Karmine Corp, I mean, I don't know what to take from them in this game. It looked like it just went really badly before they even woke up for this game. And by that time, BDS had already run away with it and could just settle down on the lead.
Just that one mistake from Astral. He didn't need to play that 50-50 so greedily. He was trying to get the beat on Extra, but really, he just has to accept that it's a 50-50 there. He might have thought that he had a backup on the play, but when you're entering into those kind of positions where you might get dunked on, just simply having a player behind you is not all you need to be thinking about. You also need to think, is this a safe angle? Am I coming in from goal side? Or could this just fly into our net if it goes wrong, which is exactly what happened. So I don't think Karmine Corp need to take those risks. They've done, I think, great in this matchup, just playing for safe outplays and recovering as quickly as possible. Letting, I think, their mechanics do the work for them instead of relying on risky plays like that Azrael play was. He just got dunked on by Extra, and then Extra went and demoed someone else on the goal line for a second goal. BDS, every time they demo someone on the goal line, follow it up with a goal. 3 games in a row now. They just need one more to take it in 6 and advance to the winner final tomorrow.
Waiting for them over in that winners final is Team Liquid with a career best performance from not only their players, but from the org itself. Finally seeing some success over there, and they'll look to try and keep that going tomorrow. Nolly off the challenge, and it has gone in. Nolly solos BDS.
Yeah, he got past Monkey Moon. Seiko wasn't back to help out, and look at Nolly leaning forward underneath the ball to bump Extra. Just as Extra was coming to make contact with the save, he was so close. Extra just a pixel away from hitting that, but Nolly bumps him out of the way.
And for completionist's sake, waiting in the lower bracket is Guild. So if things stay as it was looking like it was going to in this series, we would have had the Nolly versus Guild return. He doesn't want that right now. He wants to play Liquid. He wants that upper bracket finals. He certainly showed it with that first goal. Now Itachi to make it two. Nolly with the extra chance. This is one of the rare times Karmine Corp set all three.
Wow.
And it has worked.
Karmine Corp sends blood in the water here. BDS, we're getting half clears, half saves. Seiko barely blocking Nolly on that one. But Extra couldn't recover to block the follow-up shot. Itachi makes it two. This is exciting from Karmine Corp. They're in a great position here. Can they solidify? Can they avoid those double commits? Can they avoid those risky plays, those misplays that have plagued them? And they've just managed to do so. The last-ditch save by Itachi keeps the 2-goal lead intact.
And now that we're away from the kickoff, they can start to settle down into their own rotation as Itachi try to pre-flip into the ball. It's a role reversal. Uno reverse from Karmine Corp. They were the ones up against this in the previous game. Now they've got the early goals. BDS settled down incredibly well in this spot. Karmine Corp will look to do much the same. Extra pops the ball into the air. Nobody around to help out. Oh, that's a bit risky from Nolly. Didn't get the clear. Seiko will finish it off. But this all came from Nolly's misplay.
And Nolly was trying to go for a defensive flip reset there. Itachi didn't want to dive in too soon before Nolly was done, but really, they've just got to get the ball out of a dangerous area at that point. You have to go. You have to do something. Because if you don't, BDS will. There's great patience from BDS to walk that open net into the
Nolly's in a bad spot here.
Itachi's pre-jump. Monkey Moon, though, great save. BDS have definitely upped the pace now. They are done waiting for Karmine Corp mistakes. They are trying to force them.
Karmine Corp are almost on no boost at all. Finally a player back up to 100. And it is Astral that was tasked with getting rid of the danger. You can see now the rest of the team sorting themselves back out. Itachi was still on 0 though by the time he turned up to the play. Good shot. Where's the follow? Nolly shut down by Monkey Moon. Something I'm sure he's got a bit sick of throughout this series. Now Itachi off the backboard. Karmine Corp understand that there's a lot of time left in this game. They can't afford to just accept the 1-goal lead. Not against a team like BDS. Although Nolly, unconventional shot. Didn't really test BDS's defense too much. And oh no, the lead has disappeared.
And it's another mistake from KC. They just didn't cover the third-man position. Astral advanced, and he had to identify the danger there. He needed to stay back. They already had the lead intact, but he advanced into the offensive position, and the worst possible thing has happened. BDS have just shot from distance, and now they might be able to add to that. Monkey Moon forces it under one. Seiko's there to follow up. BDS have come back from 2 goals down, and they've done it quickly.
Take a look at just how quickly Seiko turned up. And he stopped. He knew that that was the only way that ball was going to go straight over to him. And just like that, the 2-goal lead has disappeared and turned into a 1-goal deficit. BDS on the verge of not only winners finals, but also London.
Yeah, it's a heartbreak for Karmine Corp. This is not the way they would have wanted to go. They have not waited for BDS to outplay them. They've kind of outplayed themselves in the setup for that one. I think the timing of Karmine Corp outplaying themselves has definitely been less regular than what we became used to this season, but it's still too often. You can't be making those mistakes at this level. Can they claw their way back? Luckily for them, the fact that BDS came back so quickly gives them some more time to work with.
Astral off the challenge. They have Itachi midfield. Those infield passes, though, just not resulting in anything this series. Infield passes just turn into taking a 50-50. And hoping that you've got somebody to follow up immediately afterwards. Drop down, Itachi off the 50. Seiko shuts it down immediately. Now off the backboard, Monkey Moon happy to see that one pop over to him. Itachi wants the solo play. Does have Nolly over on the wall. Monkey Moon will just guide it swiftly away from his own net. And every single touch BDS gets is more agonizing seconds taken off the clock for Karmine Corp. They are trying. Itachi's not in the best position. Does turn around very well. And Astral off the solo. Nolly was harassing Extra on the goal line, but Extra escapes and gets the stop.
Yeah, what a save there by Extra. Completely reading Astral. He knew that he was playing for a reset flick there because it was a faster play. It was not on target at the time. Karmine Corp not done just yet, but they might be soon. BDS are so good at wasting the time off the clock. They're playing such a safe 50-50 game. Karmine Corp had to be clinical earlier on. They're going to need to be even more clinical now.
Seiko almost finds the spell. Oh, there we go. Monkey Moon will probably secure the series. And it's all of this from Seiko. Fakes out, going for the first-time shot. And you can even see Seiko in the background. He wanted to find someone to demo. Couldn't find anything. Didn't end up mattering. 4-2. BDS on their way to upper finals.
Yeah, big miss hit from Azrael there. Tried to power the ball clear, but he completely lacked any kind of power in the touch. So it just went right towards Monkey Moon. Shame for Karmine Corp. These little mistakes are what's letting them down here. They looked very competitive in this matchup today. And, you know, with how dominant BDS have been in every match we've seen them play with Seiko in the roster, I still think overall there is a lot to take away from this series for Karmine Corp. A lot of positives to take away from this, but they have to quickly rally. They're going to be playing lower bracket later on today against Nolly's old team Guild, so that's going to be a spicy one. But for now, I'd say well played in some areas. They look great. They look like not just a contender for London, maybe even one of the top 5 favorites, I would say, to make it there with their consistent top 8s and, you know, even top 6 already in this event. Who knows? Maybe top 4 if they can beat Guild. As for BDS, that's them confirmed for London. It's a terrifying fact for any team who wants to go and win that event.
Yeah, certainly so. We will see them at the Copper Box where they will look to try and put Europe on their backs yet again. Currently, they have been putting Europe in the bin for most of these tournaments. They have been that good. I still feel pretty good, though, about us earlier on saying KC will make it over to London. I think I saw a lot of positives here and negatives that maybe won't get capitalized on by teams that aren't BDS. But we're not done just yet. When we come back from break, we've got more RLCS action down in the lower brackets.
'cause we're children of the sun.
Well. You all came back. Thanks. It's nice to have you here. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're on day 2 of the Tour to Rocket League. I'm Leaf. We have Greg in here. We have Shogun in. James Bob joining the desk. Let's get to chatting. We got to talk about those last matches. I almost forgot about the one, James, because it went by so fast. Team Liquid and Moist. A perfect sweep. That was a quick one.
You can't forget about that one, Leaf. That was a historic series. An unbelievable beatdown from Team Liquid defensively. It was one of the strongest defensive series that I've ever seen. The amount of saves that they made, the goal line stops, how quick they were to read, the impressive offense from Moist. Moist did have a lot of looks. There were a few chances that they failed to put in. There was one specifically, a Rise double tap, that I think really could have turned the series around for Moist, but they just weren't able to do it. They were unable to score in over half an hour of gameplay. It was phenomenal defense. That was amazing. I can't wait to see an unstoppable force meet the immovable object in the upper finals.
Yeah, the way Moist play, it relies so heavily on their mental to be strong, on them to be executing well, and when it's not happening, they look like the same Moist, just don't quite finish the final shot. And as James said, there's lots of shots they missed that they would normally be getting, and that's why they couldn't score. Also because Liquid's defense was just so impenetrable at times. They just blocked everything out, saved everything, kept putting pressure on the ball. So fair play to Liquid, but we'd like to see a bit more from Moist in that lower bracket.
And Shogun, we move on to the next one, Team BDS Karmine Corp. There was a little bit more of a closer contest than we saw from that previous one.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was one that I think showed a lot of the credentials of this Karmine Corp roster, where we came into this and I said to you guys that if this was a series that Karmine Corp just rolled over in and got beat 4-0, I would have judged them for it. This is not the standard I'm expecting to be at just yet, but they made a series of it. And because they made a series of it, it makes games 5 and 6 even more. Yeah, no, I've got, like, Greg, you're in charge of this. We're putting that top 3, right?
Oh, 100%. That's one of the best plays I've ever seen. Let's go. It's just so typical of Nolly to do stuff that no other player has done. You know, he's got some of the most famous goals in Rocket League, just doing things that no one else could think of. And that's what he does so well, is he's very creative in a space which you don't expect anyone to be able to do something in. And that was an amazing... He got bumped off the wall, so therefore retained his flip in the air, and then used it to not only save the ball, but clear it away to Itachi. It was unbelievable.
We started with elimination, and we're going to get back to it now. Let's take a look at the bracket as we have our top 6 teams, Team Liquid and BDS, sitting in that winners finals with that second life still intact. Moist, Endpoint, Karmine Corp, and Guild sitting down at the bottom there now. Karmine Corp, Guild will be that second one up, but Moist, Esports, and Endpoint is going to be our next match. So let's dive into this one because, again, Moist, pretty familiar, James, sometimes with these lower bracket runs here, but Endpoint's coming hot off of a 3-0 sweep.
Oh, and they've been looking really good with Archie. And honestly, if you're Team Moist, this is another team that knows how to play goal line defense. This might be a run back of the last series with how good Endpoint has been looking, except that I think, Endpoint might even be a little bit better offensively, having that ability from Archie to come in and just make plays. And we've been seeing a lot of bump plays as well. And that was something Moist was vulnerable to in the last series. They were getting bumped on their counterattacks at the midfield. They were getting demoed out of the air. And so we know that Endpoint has that physical ability as well. So this is going to be a very tough matchup for Moist. I think this is very even.
We usually know which way the fan vote goes when Moist is on the board here. And in fact, I saw some Endpoint fans already spamming them way before, trying to get Edge in there. We weren't counting them. So if you've spammed them before, get them in now, because now we are counting them. If you're an Endpoint fan, you want to rally behind this team if you think they're going to win here. But it is elimination now. So it comes down to the wire. But let us know at #MSD, #END what you got there. Let's go into the analyst predictions on this one, because again, what we saw from Moist here might give Endpoint a bit of an edge. And Gregan, I'm curious which side of the fence you're going to land on here.
I regretted as soon as I left the call the last prediction against Moist that I didn't go with Liquid because I've seen the worrying signs on social media from the Moist players that they're not feeling it today. And that is a big worry when you're a team like Moist that relies so heavily on pop-off potential of the individuals. They've got to really turn it around from that last performance. And off the back of that, I'm going to have to go with Endpoint based off of what I've seen today. Endpoint looked like a really solid team. Moist did not. And just off of that alone, if they were both playing at their best, I'd go Moist. But, on this occasion, I'm going Endpoint.
Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Shogun?
I feel like I've been caught by this every single time where a team doesn't look great, loses in the upper bracket, and then a team looks really good winning in the lower bracket. I go for the lower bracket team because of what I've seen. And I'm always wrong whenever I do that. So I'm going to buck my usual trend here. I'm going to go with Moist.
Okay.
I just don't want to get caught by the same thing again.
Fair. James?
I mean, Shogun, I think Shogun's kind of on the right trail. I think Moist has proven that they are a top team. They're unbelievable. But, after seeing that series and the multiple missed opportunities from particularly Rise, that one play, Vatira also had an open shot that he wasn't able to hit. I just think Moist is off today, and I think Endpoint's on. So I'm going to give it to Endpoint. I think they take down Moist in this series.
Okay, Shogun, unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave you on your own on this one. I said it before, I got to wait and to see if the game plays bad from Moist. And with a loss like that hurts the mental as well even further. And I have to say, Endpoint might edge out a little bit more for me. But chat, did Moist win the popularity vote again? They absolutely did, but it's not.
Me and chat all the way. All right, we're riding into the sunset on this one.
That did drop, but we do have our match ready over in the skybox. Wave and Johnny are there to cast it. Moist find themselves in the lower bracket, but they do have experience with long runs down when elimination is on the line. The question is, can they overcome Endpoint?
The situation seems stacked against Moist Esports here, going up against Endpoint in the lower bracket, but many things hang on the line here. Moist with a win would clinch a berth into Worlds, and Endpoint losing, very important for all the teams trailing behind trying to make it into London right now, Johnny.
Yeah, Endpoint really need this for that London qualification. They would love to ruin all of the teams behind them by just making it past Moist and making an even deeper run in this event. Who knows how far they can go based on today's form.
We've got Endpoint in the orange, Moist in the blue, a best of 7 to survive here in event number 2 of our spring split for Europe. Joyo will punt down the skies out of boost at midfield, just trying to play some chaos, and Vatira will get involved as well, pick up the midfield nugget and rotate back out. Now Rise past one end of Airborne. He's got Vatira in the midfield, loses control of the ball, but still manages to pick it up on the other side from Vatira, put it onto the backboard.
Yeah, lovely little team play there from Moist, although it looked like it might have been unintentional. They put themselves in positions to be successful like that. Can Endpoint match Moist mechanics? That, for me, has to be the key. Endpoint's mechanics looked to be peaking earlier on today against Semper, but Moist are at a different level.
You think Archie had an extra edge against Semper, given the roster change?
It turned out that it looked like he did. I thought it was going to go the other way. I don't usually think that players going against their own team can be the greatest thing. It takes your mind off the game and more about personal rivalries, but maybe he just doesn't really get bothered by that rivalry so much. Maybe he's just having such a great time with this Endpoint roster. Crossed my mind after seeing how well they were doing. This is an Endpoint team who, with Seiko on the roster, we're known for just having such a great vibe and such a great ability to bounce back from losses, from failure. So that could be a nice environment for Archie to thrive in.
Archie is a player with a strong mental game. A strong passion for the game here. Looking for a double tap. Not gonna find it. Relating wave on the follow-up. The other corner snipes it and puts the first goal in.
Placement from Relating Wave, but power as well. He needed to shoot this one quickly. Rise was lunging out the underside of the crossbar. Just barely missed out on getting a touch on that. Key from Relating Wave. Changing the angle of the shot and also not shooting it as high as you can into the net. It's actually further away from the in and out save if you get a little bit lower on the shot like Wave did there.
Rise out of this corner. Clears in front of the box. Joyo's up for it. Misses the ball. Joyo with a few mechanical errors so far here in game 1. Something to keep an eye on as the series moves forward. Rise on the wall. All of Moist here a little bit backwards in their own back third. Lightning Wave putting it right behind Rise. Vatira will close in, cover up the gap, try to take control. No reset yet. Looking for a block. Joyo doesn't quite find it, and Rise not going to be able to pick up the rebound here. Endpoint will emerge with ball control, but I like the way they drew up the play. Oh, off the post. So close. Rise now looking for the counterattack on the field, getting hounded. Lightning Wave in the midfield to keep control, and a follow-up challenge. Vatira has to bail him out on the goal line.
Yeah, Endpoint really starting to pepper and moist net here. Third shot going on target, but these are shots with some venom on them. Every single one of them. Bad intentions. But moist, with every minute that goes by, that's another minute today that they've not scored a goal in. Shots and chances few and far between.
Endpoint to the outside. That's up high. Lighting away with a block. Over another one, Rise coming off the ceiling. I think he used the flip. He'll use it again. Down there in the middle now, Relating Wave versus Vatira, trying to put it onto the backboard. Vatira's a little bit loose, pinches to the corner, and extended by Rise. He'll find a block on the wall challenge. Wow. Now Relating Wave. High again, Rise quickly back into the action. Trying to pass to Joyo, connects with him. Back to the outside, Relating Wave. Clears to empty territory and then chases it down himself to extend the play.
Gotta give Vatira props here. He might get some more, not if he hits the bar with that shot, but that defensive save that he just made moments ago was pretty ridiculous. He flew up to contest the air dribble and then actually turned around, flew back onto the backboard to catch the ball and stay in the play. That's next level mind games in defense from Vatira.
Oh, they look for the bump on Archie, but he gets airborne quickly to break up the pass play. It's been a day for good saves in RLCS. Betsa looking for another shot. Joyo managed to jump over a Lady Wave's demo and then make the stop for another save.
Lots of time now on the ball in this play for Moist, but time getting away from them overall in the game. 24 minutes, still no goals today for Moist. Such a rare thing for a team who have become known as one of the most mechanical teams of all time, one of the most threatening offensive teams of all time. Right now, they just can't create a realistic chance. So net credit to Endpoint, not only for their defense, but their midfield pressure. They're not even giving Moist a close-up look at the goal.
Yeah, the shot differential here not too extreme. Finally, we'll see Rise put in a goal on the pass play and break the drought.
Endpoint all got caught off the goal line for a bit too long there. Vatira sends it towards the goal. Rise there to knock it on one little bit faster. And finally, Moist have broken that streak of minutes gone without scoring. If they went 5 games in a row without scoring a goal, I think it would have started to become a bit of an identity crisis, but that could be Moist back in the play. But they've got this defended here, and they can't miss. The Norris beats them to it. And that's great. You've broken your scoring duck, but you've just got a conceded Vatira with a rare backboard whiff.
A scoring drought is also a game win drought, and that's not looking good here. With only 24 seconds left, they're having to score again. But I think especially like 5 games straight of no scoring across 2 series, like going up against 2 different teams having that problem makes it even a worse situation for them. But so 1 goal game, 14 seconds. Bit of control here. Joyo with an opportunity, but taken off the pitch. 8 seconds now. Vatira's trying to pass to Rise, but Archie's already airborne. Clears it to the backboard. Joyo's up for it, extending to Rise. A nice setup, but blocked by Metanaris. What a pre-jump into the ground. Not quite. Vatira's holding it on, but at 0 seconds, it's off his hood to the back. Relating Wave looks for one more. Not going to find it. Doesn't need it. Endpoint take game 1.
Yeah, no more goals per game for Relating Wave on that one, but they're going to take the win either way, and that's all they care about right now. Endpoint desperately need a deep lower bracket run if they're going to stay alive for Landon, or at least stay one of the favorites to make Landon. Right now, they're outside that top 5 in spring points. The Moist, who are deep inside the top 5, second in fact, they are really struggling today. Very lifeless performance by their impeccable standards, and to see Vatira completely miss a backboard clear for that last goal is so rare to see. He didn't make contact. It's not that he mishit the ball. He just whiffed it completely. That's the guy who's holding it down in defense for Moist. That's the guy who today's been pulling out saves of a ridiculous standard, but he's completely whiffed that one.
I loved the goal Rise hit. It was one of my favorite types of goals. I actually had the scoreboard up, was looking at the shot differential when the goal went in, so I had to catch it on the replay. But those like across goal, like over your shoulders, dump it in the back kind of shots are fascinating to me. I want to see more of that, but you pointed it out in the middle of the game at one point. Endpoint, this wasn't 2 offenses clashing and Endpoint's defense just standing up. Like their best defense was their offense. They were in the blue the entire game.
Yeah, they're really just making life easy for themselves because you don't want to defend your net. You don't want to sit back in goal against Moist because they're too unpredictable. Well, apparently Team Liquid can do that, but no one else historically has been able to just sit back in goal against Moist and survive for minutes and minutes upon a time. But if you're coming forward and contesting the midfield, you can actually, I think, survive a lot more effectively, which is what Endpoint are doing. And they're doing it with a real pace on them. That's another shot, but will be saved. Metza had a lot of time with that one. Couldn't pick out his spot.
He almost had like too much time.
Yeah.
The defense was able to kind of like scramble and find a semblance of presence, just enough to block the one shot that was there. Moist look for another one. Archie now down the length of the field. Joyo bumping by Joyo with the car change.
Yeah.
Moving away from the Mach-E onto the Octane.
Yeah, not too surprising considering that they just haven't really felt like they're peaking this weekend. They've been tweeting about it. They've clearly shown it in their first match of the day here, being perfect swept. They can't get it together yet this weekend. I'm going to say yet because I have seen bounce backs from Moist in the past. We've seen lower bracket runs from them on numerous occasions. Can they figure it out? It becomes all the more difficult. Like you mentioned, the more teams you start struggling against, they are struggling against Endpoint somewhat here. Rise with a tight angle double. The crossbar. Joyo with the follow-up, denied by Wave. Great job by Relating Wave there, making himself huge on the goal line.
Huge block. Metzanar is now looking for the counter-attack on the other end. Tried to hold on to the flip. How does this go in? What happened?
Well, Rise was back, and he was in a 1v1 defensive position, but he didn't expect Metza to get a bump on him. Rise just played the ball. Metza just tagged him barely. Got the slightest bump onto Rise as he was coming in to power clear this. That was a massive play by Metzanar.
I'm about 5,000 miles from the server, so there was my perspective, I'm not quite sure that I still have actually seen what happened in that moment, even in the replay. What a challenge. And Metzanar on another level today. Again, Endpoint in the lead here for game 2, and with so many opportunities. The story from game 1 to game 2 just continuing on. Just a second verse. Tear out of the corner, trying to set up Rise, but blocked at the point of contact by Archie, and Relating Wave puts it behind Joyo as he rotates out. He manages to hit his brakes and gain control, but Metza already up to hit him off the ball. Rise now has to extend it. So much boost being spent on the play here by Moist just to get the ball into the back third, and now the clear going to immediately undo it all.
Yeah, I would love to see more of a focus on team play from Moist. They're doing a great job of solo threatening, but they do need those little passes like so which we just saw there. That's something that makes them so dangerous, is when you mix up these solo plays with the passes, that they end up getting more space to make those plays that they're so well known for. Rise should have control of this position. It's sent back into the middle, but way too high for Endpoint to do anything immediately with. But Metzanar beats Joyo to the ball.
Metzanar is so fast today. Here he comes for another one, but Vatira will take to the sky early. He carries it the whole length. Archie, the clear caddy corner. Relating Wave with a block on Joyo and looking for one on Rise. Rise will sneak the ball past him. Vatira moving up the midfield. Does he take the pass option? Just goes for the fake and gets the ball open goal. Joyo will tuck it in.
Well, no doubt about that one. A little bit more of a blunt bump there from Rise as he mind games one. Gets his revenge on Metzanar. Both players now with physical plays onto each other for goals at both ends of the field.
That was brilliant. What a play. Rise now... so that one technically went to Joyo, but Rise has effectively scored all of Moist's offense today.
Yeah.
Putting the team on his back in a huge way. Here's Vatira. Archie off the backboard, looking for Metz at the corner. Rise challenging, wins. Now on the backboard once more. Metzanar with space, punts it high. Vatira picks it up. And now Joyo looking for the goalie, not going to find him. It's off to the corner. Archie holding on to control, keeping it over here on the wall. Rise has to kind of quickly turn on this, and the ball's lost all its momentum. Maybe difficult to get a solid clear out of this. And there's the challenge. Endpoint now advancing. Metzanar, what a touch. Relating Wave puts it into the box. Archie's looking at it. It's a bit high. It's going to need some help. And Joyo makes it even more difficult, building a wall off that backboard. Archie off of one, and Joyo to the outside.
Endpoint really trusting their pace in this final third. They're attempting to fight Moist, even close to their own goal, for every single touch. Going for the outplays. They're not taking 50s here. They're actually just going for complete beats on these races to the ball, and they're getting them a lot of the time. This speed that we're seeing from Endpoint today is something else. Rise now looking for another slow play. I'm surprised he didn't go for another bump there because it was definitely something he could have pulled off in that position.
Yeah, I was expecting it as well. Relating Wave with a savior medal here, holding the game at tie with 27 seconds remaining. And Moist looking to bounce back, looking to get their first win on the day. To tie the series here. Metz with a challenge. Relating Wave in the midfield. Archie now in the back corner. He'll leave it for Relating Wave on the rotation. A miss from Vatira. Here comes Metz looking to punish, putting pressure on Joyo, who clears it to the corner. 5 seconds left. Overtime lurking on the horizon. As Archie over 1, clock's expired, and Vatira, he's going to keep it alive and go for it in regulation out of the corner. The pinch from Metz goes to the outside, and Relating Wave keeps it alive again. No one wants to go to overtime. Here comes Joyo. Over to the box. Vatira puts it high. Where is Rise? So far back, not going to get a shot. Does he?
Oh, my.
Vatira to the outside, and finally, yeah. All right, overtime, finally.
Endpoint didn't want that 0-second play. They're looking for the grind, and Moist just keeping it alive. I mean, I think briefly their Endpoint are thinking about it, but you don't want to go 0 seconds against Moist. You don't want to fight Rise in a 1v1 at the moment. He is really gunning for not just the ball, but also opponent's cars after being bumped for the first goal for Endpoint. Archie being such a threat in the lobby today, and I've got to give it to him as well. Metz not looking out of this one at all mechanically. So always so impressed to see the older players hanging with the young guns these days.
Yeah, Metz, massive veteran in the scene. And what a shot, what a save. Vatira out of the corner post makes the stop, but the pressure's not out. Here's Relating Wave onto the backboard. Vatira again with the stop. Rise looking for any clear here, just to extend it out, give them a moment to breathe. And Endpoint continues to keep the pressure on. 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touch now for Moist, and the ball's still in their back third. Joyo to the front end. Archie puts it over the top. Metz is looking at it. Vatira's into the sky and has enough boost. Maybe get this to midfield, but he's going to run out at that point. Now Relating Wave to the outside. Joyo rotating into the back of his net. Here's Relating Wave falling on him. Cleared by Rise.
Yeah, Relating Wave looking for the floor double there. It was covered. And now an accidental flip there, I think by Archie in the net, but he's going to quickly recover. Get right back into the play. Good to see the Vatira is seemingly unfazed by his miss in that first game, pulling out ridiculous saves once again. Now, looking to do something in attack. It's going to go over to Rise. Archie alone in the back briefly. Vatira went for him. Archie times his jump to perfection, got past the bump, and still get the ball in the corner.
Vatira is trying so hard in this game. He is doing everything on every end of the pitch. And Endpoint is just 1 step ahead. They haven't managed to put the final nail in, but it does feel a little bit inevitable. A counter-attack from Moist, though, could change everything. Now to the side. Joyo, rotate on this. Vatira moving to the back third. Miscommunications possibly from Moist as they give a lot of space to that ball. And now Vatira down the middle. Rise not going to be there. Archie lofts it high. Joyo's up for it. Doesn't make a solid touch. Archie can't finish it off, but here comes Endpoint. Metz back around 1. Chasing this after full boost after the ball. Relating Wave to the corner. Called off. Archie loses the challenge to Joyo. Demolition on Rise will help slow down the advance from Moist, but an important challenge win in the corner.
Yeah, it looked like Joyo might have made a mistake there moments ago, but he's the player who recovered to get the block in the near post shot that he accidentally created for Endpoint. Starting to feel, as weird as it is to say, like a must-win game for Moist. They're in trouble here. They're consistently being threatened by an Endpoint who have had a phenomenal output of shots in this matchup so far. With the day that Moist have had, they have to stabilize. They're going to concede another shot. Vatira with the last-ditch effort keeps it in the corner. This is just unbelievable for Vatira. But how long can Moist hang on?
As long as Vatira keeps firing on all cylinders, I think there's a hope here. He refuses to lose. The ball going behind him, though, is not a good situation here. Metz will ping it to the corner, and Joyo picks it up, gets bunked by Metz. Relating Wave versus 2. Onto the backboard. Joyo misses. Vatira's got to stop it, and he still does. He needs it again. How they get it again? How do they keep on stopping this?
That's a phenomenal save again from Vatira to not hit the ball too far away from himself so he can get back to it and block the shot that he knows will follow that first save that he makes. We're now over 3 minutes and 30 seconds into OT, and there are so many saves for Moist, but mainly Vatira. This guy just putting a brick wall in the way of the Moist goal.
I thought Vatira was upfield looking for He could have found the bump. Here comes Rise, though, up against another. Can he find the corner? To the pocket. Cleared off the crossbar. Vatir for the follow-up. Looking for the win. Off the backboard. Undefended, but Joyo's facing the wrong direction. Rise now with an opportunity. Loses the ball to the backboard again, and Metzinaris is there this time. Rise will push it back into the box. Archie now challenging out of goal, and Vatir committed on the shot, wanting the pass. Endpoint, though, playing perfect even when trapped in their back third. My goodness. Man, you mentioned the clock a second ago. This has been such a good overtime. I have, not looked at it once.
Yeah, this level from Endpoint is unreal. This team who struggled in Regional 1, now they're thriving in the lower bracket of Regional 2. I don't know how they managed to elevate so quickly after such a disappointing start to the split.
It's how do you lose Seiko and, improve? That's
yeah, this is the crazy thing. I mean, that's the level of a player that Archie is. When Seiko left the team, everybody thought, well, that's Endpoint done. Then we see that they got Archie instead. You think, well, hold on, maybe not. That could actually work, and it does seem to be working today. Moist hanging on for large parts of this overtime. Look at the control in the back corner from Archie. No danger at all. We're looking, we've accidentally bumping Archie there after looking to get a bump onto Joyo.
Here comes Rise. He scored all the goals for him so far today, with the help of Joyo in the last one. Here comes Vatira, though. He has been a man on a mission into the box, up against two. Runs into Metzinaris, who can do no wrong. 5 minutes of overtime come and gone. 2 games for the price of 1. Vatira in the corner, pops it over Relating Wave. Archie on the challenge, wins 1. And now Metzinaris up against Rise. Both players go for the mind games. Neither player making contact. Now Joyo down the field. Archie will stop it.
Archie, he didn't get the touch that he wanted there, but he just managed to get back to the ball to stop the situation completely deteriorating for Endpoint. Another great pre-flip challenge there from Metzinaris. He's done this a few times this game, where he's pre-flipping into the ball. It's very difficult to get a solid 50 at the end of a flip, but Metzinaris showing that he can do it.
And Relating Wave and Archie on that challenge were kind of on top of each other, behind the ball. Metzinaris was genuinely the only line of defense. Had to win 2 challenges in a row. He genuinely can do no wrong is a statement I don't feel like. And here's Archie in front. Metzinaris looking for it. Joyo finds the slot between the players. And now Relating Wave pass 1, flips off the wall, looking for Metzinaris to win the game. Not going to happen. 6 minutes of overtime come and gone.
It's still Endpoint, who look the more threatening of the 2 teams. Archie's actually got half an open net here. Turns on it. Slams it in. They have done it again. And they didn't need regulation for this one. Joyo getting intercepted by Metzinaris. Archie in the perfect spot downfield. And he makes a great open net shot straight down the middle. No doubt, Endpoint lead by 2.
The using the Moist player as a doink pass bank shot. What was that? Oh my goodness. And of course, I felt like that was the only way this game was going to end. I will say Moist's defense looked better and better as this was going on, but mainly was Vatira, man. I can't say enough about how well he played in that overtime.
Yeah, he really was unbelievable. And after making such a huge mistake in game 1, so, great bounce back from him to just ignore that and get right back into what he does best, and that is being a brick wall. And not just a brick wall, but a brick wall who can somehow see 1 second or 1.5 seconds ahead of everybody else. He's in the right place at the right time almost every time. But Moist have to really dig deep here. This Endpoint roster they're either peaking or they've now finally reached their true form, because this is something we haven't seen from them, and they're having a great time with it as well. I mean, look at those face cams. They're of course still doing their getting up, and I don't know if they're getting loud. The face cams are muted, but that's something you could definitely get behind, Waypunk.
Yeah, they're looking good. They're feeling pretty solid. Meanwhile, completely different vibe here for Moist. This 6-game losing streak they're currently on, their longest of the season. This team's gonna have to dig deep, find some new mental edge. I think we saw 2 players pop out of the lobby, so I'm expecting maybe 2 different cars here on the Moist lineup.
Yeah, it's going to be all Octanes. Vatira, I think, was actually playing the Fennec before this. So, same hitbox, but a very different feel of a car. He's maybe going to try and go for a more mechanical, more speedy approach here. But that's not something that Endpoint has struggled with. They've been right on pace with Moist today. And that's, of course, something that we've come to expect from Archie. But Relating Wave and Metza aren't really known as fast players. So that could be something that Archie's bringing to this roster. He's, told the guys who were on the roster before he joined, let's up the pace a little bit. Let's just start really going for it, because sitting back is just asking to let the other team come and pressure you. And You said it yourself, Big Punk. They're defending by attacking. They're defending by pressuring that midfield in this matchup.
Yeah, it's just, Moist cannot find a like field arrangement that they like where they can really get a good offensive rotation going, and they're constantly being interrupted by Endpoint. Nice setup off the wall. Relating Wave will get blocked, but Zanara's trying to build a wall here in the corner, which is honestly an ambitious play. But when Endpoint, if he's going for backup reverse into the enemy corner to try and find a block play, you know he's got confidence in Relating Wave and Archie to hold down the midfield.
And just a full faith team at the moment. Metsonaurus, Relating Wave, and Archie. Looking like they've been playing together for much longer than they actually have. And if you're a Moist fan tuning into this, seeing how the team's been doing today, honestly, I would say the first series of the day, they could have done a lot better. This one, I think they're just running into an Endpoint that are on a different level than what we've seen before literally today in this entire split. Before today, I don't think anybody expected this out of Endpoint. After what we saw what they did to Semper earlier on, we had to reconsider and think, hold on a second. This is a real challenge for Moist, and right now a challenge they have not risen to.
The thing that I think is genuinely scary for Moist too is it's the teamwork from Endpoint and the consistency. Look at it, my God!
Wow,
shot from Archie here on the pass.
Oh my!
So consistent.
I mean, you say teamwork, it's immediately coming through. Archie in the middle, Relating Wave hits it straight to him. Archie hardly had to move, just jumped straight up in the air to get to this one before Joyo can. And they are, one thing that they're doing consistently well is consistently putting out more threatening shots than Moist every single day. Moist have got to start creating chances. They've got to start passing. They've got to start getting the ball into the final third and keeping it there.
This is brilliant. And like the thing is when we see teams like in a situation like this, an Endpoint versus a Moist where, you know, historically speaking this season, everyone's predicting Moist every day of the week. When those upsets happen, though, it's usually on the back of some player who is just having the day of his life, showing up in this huge, and just some incredible goals that were like, surely he can't score that goal again. We're not seeing anything from Endpoint that is particularly, like, exciting in terms of like top 10 wild weird goals. That's just beautiful, consistent textbook Rocket League pass plays, shots with lots of power, placed very well, not losing your challenges. We've been talking about Metsonaurus in game 2. He was the bottom of the scoreboard. It's the challenges, it's the little plays in between the big moments that are absolutely driving a nail into the coffin of Moist right now.
Yeah, and every passing minute, Endpoint are just gaining confidence. They're at this point surely starting to believe that they can take on anyone with this new roster. And going from an outside chance of making the London Major to a very realistic contender. Moist still lacking that flair, lacking that offensive prowess that we've become so used to seeing. It's almost a given that it'll be there. As Metsonaurus completely annihilates Vatira on the backboard. Vatira not ready for that one. He's trying to control this one, but he accidentally runs right into Metsa.
Oh, if their mental had tripped and was laying on the sidewalk, Metsonaurus just picked it up and threw it in the gutter. That's so demoralizing. Like, that doesn't look like a possible shot, and it goes in. What a play.
Yeah, and Vatira, I think he's trying to catch the ball on the back wall there, but it bounced off. So that means that the ball bounced off the wall before it hit his car. But what he's trying to do is either have both those things happen at the same time, or just have it hit your car barely before it hits the wall, so that you can just take control, dribble it into the back corner. So that's very, very small difference timing-wise, but a huge difference in terms of outcome. And it's, once again, another one of those back corner misplays from Vatira. He's not had many. I mean, overall, this match and this series, he's been unreal in defense. But every time he does put a foot wrong, Endpoint are there.
And that is the difference, right? The ability to capitalize, the ability to and the ability to capitalize every time. Oh, you made a mistake. We will make the touch we need, even in extreme circumstances. That goal from Metza might be the craziest goal of this series so far. 0 degrees. Just the plethora of options that a little bit of wall separation unlocks for you once that ball is just not glued to the wall anymore. Absolutely brilliant. Here's Vatira, though. 25 seconds left, trailing by 2. Moist has such a situation in front of them, especially given down by 2. A loss here. They have to reverse sweep on a day they have yet to win a game.
Yeah.
This is a big one.
Yeah, they're going to have to say goodbye to any last-second efforts in this game. Time is gone. Endpoint have done it again, and this is after a timeout. Moist have tried to make the adjustments, but this game looked exactly the same as both of the games before. The only difference being Vatira played the Octane. I mean, that's really all that changed. So if that timeout, if all they got out of that timeout was Vatira and switched to the Octane, then I don't think it was the most effective timeout I've ever seen. You know, Moist, they just can't get it together in this matchup. Wait, do we? So now we've got a Moist timeout. No, was that an Endpoint timeout on a win before?
They didn't. I don't think they actually took a timeout. I think we just.
Oh, they didn't.
I think we just went to cameras first.
Oh, we just went to cameras. I was so confused. I was thinking, right, they've gone to the cameras here. So is this a timeout? No, it wasn't a timeout before. Now it is. Okay. Now that makes a lot more sense as to why there weren't really any changes.
Okay, this is
from game 2 to 3.
They call the timeout though, and all we're seeing is one of the players going to the bathroom. We're not seeing conversation here. The coach is sitting, contemplating. I don't know. Like this is the bio break timeout? Like that's obviously if they need a bio break, that they need a bio break. Sorry, that has to happen. What an unfortunate situation though, to not be able to like regroup as a team, to have to like take care of off the field things during this time.
Well, you know, it could also be that they just want to get a complete mental reset, you know, separate. We see Endpoint doing it like every time that they've taken timeouts all season. They get up, they, you know, stay loose, they try and stay calm. I think it's proven to be a very effective strategy for them to keep their heads in a good space as the series get more and more intense and as the pressure rises. Now for Moist, they've not really been in these positions very often, so this is kind of new to them. BDS have put them in these spots once or twice, but this is different. You know, they're not facing BDS. They're facing a new Endpoint with Archie on the roster, and they can't establish their game at all. I think they're probably going to put this down to themselves, though. They must surely feel like if they were playing well, they would be able to beat Endpoint. Because Endpoint are not a team that are currently in the top 5 in Europe for the spring. Since they signed Archie, they've been very inconsistent. So Moist, they've got to try and get it together here. They're not playing anywhere near their best in this series, and when you run into an Endpoint that are this hot and you're not playing well, it doesn't matter if you're Moist, you're still going to lose.
And Gregan brought it up on the desk. The Moist is, they've tweeted about it. They're not feeling their best right now, and I think even if they came into the series or into the day feeling well, being on now a 7-game losing streak is something I don't think any team in anywhere in RLCS is mentally prepared for. This is going to be one of the most difficult mental battles they've had to fight yet.
Absolutely. The biggest test for Moist yet, a new test for them. They have made so many consecutive grand finals between last split, the major, and now this split. This could be the end of that streak if they cannot dig themselves out of a massive hole and get past Endpoint.
What? Can you imagine the comeback though? Like, they almost get things started off well. A pinch clear from Endpoint will relieve pressure for a moment, but nearly ping-ponging in, and Endpoint comes out looking very flat-footed right now. They're benefiting from a complete lack of accuracy from Moist, and Metanaris will look for a counterattack, but Tira should get this one out of the way. And you kind of wonder, they can't be thinking about it right now, but Moist, that first minute was theirs.
Yeah, they should have scored simply. It was a perfect setup. It was an uncontested shot from close range. There's no way that Endpoint can cover the whole goal here, but it hasn't gone in. And once again, it hasn't gone in. It looked like a shot attempted, which ended up being more of a pass, which is also just slightly too far away. You know, you're between a pass and a shot, ended up being neither. Moist accuracy still not showing up when it needs to.
I would love to eat my words on this, Johnny, but I'm pretty confident this series is over. That's 2 drives in the first minute after a timeout. So, like, the amount, I don't, how many shots do they have right now? They have 5 shots from Moist Esports, and, like, absolute sausages on a platter. Whoa. Just take me home, daddy. And nothing is in the back of the net. And, oh, my gosh, that nice stop. But
yeah,
you got to get the goals.
That was absolutely terrifying. Vatira had to just sit behind the ball and time his 50-50 to perfection, but he did brilliantly. You know, he's had a couple of blunders in this matchup today, but you have to give it to him. He's been unreal at times, just stopping the ball from passing over that goal line. Oh dear, no. That's a complete miss. Wow. I don't think Archie was expecting that to be a miss. Probably set up for more of a blocking touch, but after the whiff, he had an open net, which he wasn't ready for.
Okay, so we've now seen that second shot from Archie also at least should have been on target.
I don't know. Well, I would have to see it again because maybe Archie's playing for the block there. He has to expect the Moist defender to hit the ball. So, that's going to be a goal. Though Rise has done it again. This has been a super messy game for Moist, but it doesn't matter. A win is a win. A goal is a goal. They've done it, but they've still, I think, got to step up from here.
This is a good start. Got a lead. Got the first goal. I think this is their first lead of the day. I don't think they led in game 1. So here we go. Things looking better for Moist. The first of many steps completed. And here's an opportunity to extend it. This would be huge. Joyle trying to put this one on the crossbar. Comes up right off the block. Archie puts in his way. Metzenaris to the corner. So close to having it be 2-0.
What a save by Archie. Now a little bit of a mid-air pull shot. Relating Wave sends Metzenaris more quickly into the ball, but it has been defended by Moist. They're starting to look for more bumps in the final third. Very, very far out of rotation. I think they're just trying to let loose a little bit here. Stop trying to play so perfectly with their rotation and surprise Endpoint with these random positions that they are so known for being in.
Moist pushed all 3 players on the offense on this drive. Ball above the goal, but nobody lurking in front of the box. Joy's going to come in on a sloppy clear and get it past another player. But right away, he's got to cover this up with the back, and he's not going to be able to. Vatira makes it a 2-goal game.
Excellent recovery here by Joyle. That is such a difficult ball to beat Metzenaris to, but he manages to because he lands with the power slide on to keep all of his momentum, immediately jumps up and centers perfectly for Vatira. That was what we've been expected to see from Moist all tournament long. It's what we've been expected to see from them all day. Just clinical finishing off the back of huge solo plays.
And maybe that timeout was just what they needed. Long way to go here. Still a minute 40 in game number 4. A series you have to play perfectly from this point on. Relating Wave up. With an extension, here's Archie in the corner. And gonna miss as well. Metzenaris, though. Possibly some mind games here from the Endpoint players, but more than likely that's an open net. Here's Rise, gonna be able to get back just in time. Relating Wave above the bar. Archie looking at it, thinking about it, trying to push it in. And Vatira with a nice flick. And extend this one, looking for Rise in the midfield. Put back the other way. Archie turns on this one, has just enough boost. Reaching for it, back in front of the box. Cleared again. The Moist defense has found a wonderful rotation finally in game 4.
Yeah, they're starting to get it together here. I think that second goal probably settled their nerves just a little bit, made them think, okay, there we go. That looked like us. That looked like what we were doing when we were dominating EU. Okay. And now they've led into an easy goal. So this game, very much Moist to throw away at this point if they are going to. Metzenaris trying to clear the ball, ends up centering it by mistake. And now Moist have got to keep this momentum going. They need consistency. They can't afford to make any mistakes in defense. And this is the offense that we've been missing. It's the offense that we're so used to seeing from Moist, but not today.
Man, props to them for being able to somehow mentally bounce back from that first minute where everything was just right there in front of them and it fell apart. Well, I think what is more notable for this moment is not that Moist has scored 4 goals to me. It is the breakdown in the consistency of Endpoint, which for 7 games or so from their first series, their second series, very well maintained. We've seen quite a few mistakes on every side of the pitch from them, maybe being too confident here in game 4. I don't know.
Well, you know, Moist have they've started to play a little bit more aggressively in the final third. They're just following up very quickly on each other's touches instead of trying to play the ball into space and then wait and see what happens. This has been a much more difficult to read Moist formation, and it's something that they're very good at. They've shown us many times in the past that they can read each other to a very, very high level. And if they can continue to do what they've done in this game, this is still a competitive series. We've seen reverse sweeps from them in the past, but reverse sweeps in a best of 7 are extremely hard to do, especially when Endpoint still have a timeout of their own and they can still make adjustments. So I'm very much, calling Endpoint the favorite, despite Moist turning it around. You've got to think that Endpoint will be able to sneak a game at some point.
No, and I mean, this is also when we talk about sweeps, and I think the most common scoreline in any series is going to be 3-1, 4-1, and this is statistically the most likely game for the team that loses to win. The team that is better plays 3 strong games. Again, every game feeling a little bit less like they have to try as hard. that lulls in game 4 here, and then in game 5 they buckle back down and finish the story. So I'm still, they're definitely not out of the woods. This was the easiest part for Endpoint, believe it or not, was winning game 4. Winning games 5 and 6 is going to be significantly more difficult. And that final shot from Metzenaris there, it clocks at 0, but the crazy angle he hit there, I feel like just for a moment, remember who we are, remember what Metzenaris can do and how strong he's been playing today. This is going to be a crazy game 5.
Yeah, definitely. Endpoint have been at an extremely high level, and that's what makes it so unlikely that Moist will come back, even though it's Moist. They're one of the best teams in the world, second to BDS right now in EU, in everybody's top 5s, and they're a ridiculous team. But Endpoint today have had a ridiculous level as well. So if Moist can somehow get back into this, turn it into a close series all the way down the stretch, then I'll be amazed. And it all starts here, actually. Joy on Rise, trying to connect on the counter attack, but looked like the flick went a bit too far.
Here's a wonderful stat to support, to give any amount of hopium to the Moist fans out there. There's been 93 reverse sweeps this season between all regions and events, and Moist, the roster of Moist, is tied for the most of any single team at 4. So for out of any team that's got a chance of reverse sweeping in RLCS, Moist is your best bet.
Yeah, they have to be telling each other that right now. They have to be saying to each other that they've got this. They've got to be telling Joyo that he's nuts. And hey, they've got to be shouting it right this very second, because he's got to open the scoring. Vatira just put in a one shot on net, which Metzenaris couldn't control, and then pounces on his weak clear to center to Joyo.
A brilliant start to what is now, they have completed many of the steps needed. Then they're starting, the momentum is beginning to slowly shift here. Endpoint needing to find a way to get strong back on offense here, and all of a sudden they're feeling the pressure on the defensive side of things.
Yeah, that was a great call from Rise. He made it look like he was going to play the ball there, but he's calling faking. Oh, what a shot. It should have been follow-up, but Vatira runs away with it. Where was the follow-up shot there? Or at least follow-up challenge from Endpoint. There isn't one. Vatira fakes out everybody.
Look at what do you do as the defender? You see Vatira here dribbling, like Archie's like, okay, I got this. And he sees Joyo coming up behind him. Who do you block? What do you do? They built a wall behind the ball, and it didn't matter what Archie did. What a goal. 2-0. Moist building the comeback.
Yeah, really tough position for Archie. He's worried about the run-ahead demo there. He thinks that Vatira's going to pop the ball and target and then try and take him out of the picture. And then suddenly it's actually just 2 players playing the same ball in a 50-50. Kind of a side swipe goal there. So good job there from Moist. But this kind of carefree offense that they've utilized in the last 2 games is something that has given them so much success as a roster. They don't look like they care to commit everybody. They're just literally throwing 2 players at the ball there to see if it'll work. And how are you supposed to react to that in Archie's position? It's just impossible to read.
I think that's exactly why the play works. Is like Archie, he's like, oh, I need to be prepared to jump for the inbound demo. And then he's just completely not ready to block at the immediate challenge that comes when the demo's not there. And yeah, all that matters is the defender's not able to block you. The 2 players on top of the ball works somehow in that moment. And now a 2-goal lead. Moist looking strong. Another miss. And the most notable thing for me, the thing that has given me the most hope that Moist can make this comeback, is the inconsistencies we're starting to see from Endpoint on their individual touches.
Yeah, Endpoint in a very back and forth gentleman's agreement to just boom the ball around and let's see who's got the most consistent touches. Let's see who can read each other as teammates the best and who can just go the longest without making a mistake. That was a matchup that Endpoint looked great in. They were playing just phenomenal standard Rocket League, but now that Moist have turned this into an absolute mess of chaos, they're the team who are much more able to thrive in this context. I think Endpoint, now that Moist are just playing so carefree, can't handle them as another goal nearly goes in. Rise thought twice about committing his 3rd man there. I think that's huge as well. Rise could have easily just thrown himself at this, but as 3rd man, you have to be a little bit more careful.
On the top, Joyo puts it wide, gets 2 defenders to bite. Here's the follow from Vatira. It's high again. Archie's able to recover a net relating wave, able to beat Rise. And Metzenaris trying to extend it midfield, but can they find any semblance of offense that's been missing? We've seen them now shut out for about 9 minutes, which, not notable given the shutouts that have already happened to Moist earlier in the day. But given how strong Endpoint's been, it is something to pay attention to. Rise onto the backboard. No one's home, but Vatira to drop in. Oh, Relating Wave covers up the shot. What a block.
Yeah, relevant block as well. Still a long time to go in this game. Still match point for Endpoint.
Oh, no.
Vatira's not going to give any chances to save that one. 3-0. And Moist, the team who couldn't create any chances hardly in the first 3 games of this matchup, have created a mountain of them in game number 5.
This is wild. They have now, in the last 2 games, outscored Endpoint in the first 3. 7 goals. Unanswered from Moist. When momentum shifts one way, it's hard to get it back, and Endpoint is suffering. 1.5 left to go. Give or take a little bit. Rise keeps it to the sky, glues it to the ceiling. Joyo now connected on the backboard. Relating with the stop, and Rise is right there. Can't get it under the post. They're able to avoid complete collapse, but still, Metanaris has to score on the other end.
A couple of ridiculous saves there, but right in between was an open net miss from Rise. Not that they need it. They just need to keep that clean sheet. It's the most important thing right now, and it's looking like a pretty difficult thing to do from this range. Relating Wave opens the scoring with just 54 seconds left. Is still on for Endpoint, though.
I'm still just the thing that's notable about this play to me is Metanaris hitting the crossbar there. His accuracy was a linchpin they could rely upon through the first 3 games, through all of today so far. And the last 2, Metanaris has just been ever so slightly wide consistently every time he's behind the ball on the shot. But here comes an opportunity from Archie. Joyo able to play it slow over the top of him. Metanaris has to clear to his own corner. 43 seconds left. 2-goal game. Definitely a possible comeback, but every second that goes away makes this win for Moist more likely.
And they just have to get across the finish line here. You know, it was all Moist moments ago, but now Endpoint starting to fight back at them in the last few seconds. Moist trying to get the ball up into the air, waste as much time as they can, get into that game 6, still on the comeback trail.
15 left. Need to score on this drive. Metanaris not going to win the challenge. Empty backfield. Joyo's there. Puts it to the outside for some reason. Doesn't need the goal anyways, though. 8 left now. Rise down the field. 5. 4. Vatir's got control. Joyo's on the wall, and that'll do it. Moist rallying huge here. 2 wins in a row. Still on match point. We're getting closer and closer to game 7.
Did we forget? We should never forget that Moist are the best team in the world at avoiding elimination. Once it gets to the elimination game, their record for winning when the other team is on match point is unbelievably good. But something I'm not surprised by is that Endpoint are going to call a timeout right now. Yep. These 2 games have been completely against them. They've got to try and slow down this Moist offense, but Moist look like they're back suddenly. I don't know how they've done it, but they've managed to turn this day completely on its head. Endpoint, they look a bit confused all of a sudden. They're thinking, what happened? What happened to the Moist we were playing in game 1, 2, and 3? Give us that. Yeah. Give us that. We could beat them, but this is just, we can't read the game 4 and 5 Moist.
I think that the Endpoint timeout buff has been like a real thing the entirety of this season. And they don't need much of one here. They just got to get 1 win in the next 2 games. A better scoring line, a few less missed shots here makes such a difference. But also, man, look at the stat line here. They allowed 15 shots from Moist in that game. That's substantial. Moist dominating the midfield here. And it showed that the challenge game is maybe the biggest thing that feels like it's shifted from one side to the other.
Yeah, Endpoint will know. As the map order is the same in every single RLCS matchup, but game 6 is going to be Neo Tokyo, and if you've got weather effects turned on, you'll notice it is slightly drizzling. The ground is wet, moist, you could say. So this is not good news for Endpoint. They can't do anything about that. No map picks here. It's going to be Neo Tokyo. Ground will be moist. Will the matchup be moist as well?
So it's the Endpoint timeout buff versus the Moist Esports map buff.
They've got a couple of map buffs. I mean, Aquadome's beyond moist.
That's true.
They're really laying claim to a lot of these.
They dropped overtime on the water. The key thing on Aquadome, though, is you don't want the water to get into the stadium. That would be catastrophic.
Yeah, that would make the game a little bit unplayable. I don't know if the engines would work.
Yeah, I think Neo Tokyo might be a stronger buff here. Again, chat, if you're just now joining in, Endpoint looked dominant, looked absolutely in control of the series up until 4 minutes left in game 4 when the scoring began for Moist, and it has not stopped. An absolute deluge, 7-1 so far in the last 10 minutes of Rocket League gameplay. Moist in a huge comeback mode. Can they continue it here on Neo Tokyo?
It's been crazy. I mean, Endpoint were on a 6-game winning streak earlier today, and it was a 7-game losing streak for Moist, and suddenly 1 timeout for Moist, it all turns around, but they've got to keep it up here. They cannot make any mistakes. So every time they do, Endpoint are there to punish them. But Vatira starting off well with a mind game win, a flick over 2. Couldn't get past number 3.
Stats have come through. Moist record for when the opponent puts them on match point is currently 33-9, which
unreal.
is ridiculous.
It really is just an unbelievable stat. And it's something that Moist were doing on LAN. It's something they've been doing online. They've got to do it again right now.
Oh, Joyo with a flip reset pass. That was incredible. Rise gets blocked by Metanaris, but man, what a play.
And what a read by Joyo to know where that ball was headed way before the bounce. Metanaris did well to get in the net to block that one. The mechanics look on point. The confidence looks on point for Moist. This is already worrying signs for Endpoint.
Lightning wave to Archie. Out of the opposite corner. Metanaris spawns behind them, fortunately. Lightning wave takes it over the top of Rise, extending the play. The other corner, Vatira's up. Beaten to the ball, Archie. Now in the back corner. Metanaris as well. Over 2, double commit from Vatira and Rise. Open backfield if they can possibly find it, but Joyo will rotate quickly, realizing the mistake that has been made. They won't get punished.
It almost looked like they were somehow going to make that double commit work with a mid-air, again, a mid-air pull shot. Moist, really the only team that make it look like that could be a play that is functional. Unfortunately for Endpoint, they'd hit the counter-attacking pass behind the counter-attacking player.
Joyo beats Metanaris in the midfield. Archie to relating wave to the goal. Off the backboard, Archie's up for it, but he's slow and out of boost. Not going to make it. Now Rise in the midfield. Joyo covered up by Metanaris, relating with the full tank. He's got Vatira on the ground, recovering from a jump. He's going to get the backboard for free, but misses the follow-up. Doesn't even force Vatira to make the save.
Yeah, that wasn't a fake from Relating Wave. You can see he's leaning into the ball even at the last second. I think he realized he was missing and decided, well, no point stretching any further than this, but he should absolutely be hitting that. That's a big miss from Relating Wave.
Vatira puts it up for Rise. Relating Wave beats him to the ball again. Relating Wave quick to the air right now. Joyo will push it back into the orange and Archie out to the wall. Approaching halftime, neither team on the board. And I think from Endpoint at this point, this was considered an improvement given that by halftime they were losing. We're not even there yet. Never mind. Strike by Wards. Joyo puts it in.
Yeah, Relating Wave take notes. Joyo has the backboard read. He's got the goal. And unfortunately for Endpoint, so far, that timeout buff hasn't seemed to take effect. It's the Moist avoiding elimination buff that's just too powerful to overcome.
It's a bit drippy out here. It's a problem. Vatira under 1. Now over 2. Joyo with the stop. Blocked by Relating Wave. Metanaris now on the backboard. Archie's up for it. Vatira going to beat him to the ball. Relating Wave in the backfield. Has it all to himself. Trying to connect with Archie, but Joyo will take it away from him. Metanaris now moving into an empty corner. Joyo quickly closes the gap on him. It's 2 touches in a row. Relating Wave will play to his own side. 2:07 on the clock. 1-0 lead for Moist, who are threatening Game 7 and a reverse sweep. After a disastrous start to the day, getting perfect swept, they might complete it the other way.
Well, brief 2v1. That's a bit of a loose touch, though, from Relating Wave. He had support from Metanaris. Didn't pass the ball to him. Didn't give Mets the time to bump. He's got another chance, but again, shoots straight to the goalkeeper. Endpoint not holding that same level he had earlier on.
Archie had the opportunity to bump Vatira, but flew over his head. What could have opened the gate and tied the game. Archie out the backboard. Vatira leans it long. Now Joy on the corner, past 1. Can he get it past 2? No. Metanaris, though, picking up the corner boost and then rotating out, kind of bumping into Archie on the way out. Archie now upfield, losing a challenge. Metanaris up for it. Struggling to gain control. Joyle going to miss as well. This one bounced to the midfield for a Relating Wave. He's out of boost, but gets it past the front line. Here comes Metanaris onto the backboard, looking for the tap. Doesn't find it. Rise glued on the ground. Off the corner, off the crossbar. Endpoint finding a good step 1, step 2, but at step 3, falling apart every time.
Yeah, it's that last shot. They're just not getting it on target. Earlier on, they were sniping top corners, but now they're hitting goalkeepers, they're hitting crossbars, or they're just missing the ball entirely on these difficult backboard reads. I say difficult, but you know, we expect pros and we expect an Endpoint in this form to be hitting those difficult reads. They need to do it in the next 40 seconds, or we are going to Game 7.
Crazy to think that we could possibly be here. Metanaris up 1. Vatira past 2. Archie down to Relating Wave, looking for the tie, into the corner. 30 seconds left. And Metanaris.
What touch.
Over 1. Here's Vatira. To the corner, and it's in. He's got it for free. 2-0. Moist Esports are alive and kicking.
A great first touch by Vatira, playing it as high as he can to get it over the top of the challenge that he knew would be coming his way. After sneaking it past, he wasn't done. Gets back to the ball to send it on target. Moist are on fire.
Do you remember a minute into game 4 when I called the series?
I do. I do remember that. I don't think the Endpoint fans are big fans of you for you doing that anymore. But oh, hold on. They're going to get one late goal. Relating Wave hits the target, and Moist are in a bit of a mess on that play. They had everybody back, but not really sure where or what to do with the ball.
7 seconds left. A good kickoff could change everything. We could go to overtime and put the end of the series within reach again. How does this go? Stayed on the ground. That's not a good sign for Endpoint. They'll get it lofted here, but it's in the wrong corner. Betanaris, they're struggling to keep this one off the ground. Rye's going to actually keep it alive for a second there, but no. Moist will put it into the ground. Game 7 inbound. How about it? Oh my
Great control. Great patience there from Rise at the end of the game. If he just hit that ball into the ground first time, there's a decent chance it would have bounced on just 1 second remaining, but he took that touch, controlled it just for one moment, and then hit it into the ground. So really good play. Again, you know, Moist, they don't just score in 0 seconds. They just do everything right in 0 seconds, it turns out. But what is going on here? Endpoint just don't look like they've got that same consistency anymore. I really think it's down to Moist rattling them, though. The Moist that came out in game 4 and 5, which just completely took over the game and made Endpoint look silly, while seemingly also pulling ridiculous plays out that don't look like they should work, but they do work because it's Joyo, Vatira, and Rise.
Yeah.
Now, the confidence is completely gone from Endpoint. It's like Moist have taken all of Endpoint's confidence, and now that they've got it, they don't look like they can lose. But Game 7 is going to be a hype one either way. Moist have got an incredible record in that environment. But they still have to prove it today. Overall today, they've had a bad day up until this ridiculous run of form.
They would like set as a record a thing here. Maybe that's an achievement completed that no one else has completed. No one has ever been perfect, swept, and then completed a reverse sweep in the same day. So they would be the first team in the history of RLCS to do that, as well as a fun fact. This is the second best of 7 reverse sweep setup we've had today. Age Light and Detonator earlier over in the APAC went to
no way.
7 in this format. So we'll see what happens here. Reminder, Moist Esports have the most reverse sweeps of any team, tied right now for the most reverse sweeps. They would take the lead with a win here. They would also qualify for Worlds. They would clinch a World spot with a win in this game. So much on the line. Metanaris trying to put a pass down. Vatira gets in his way again. Vatira has been a problem for Endpoint even at the beginning of the series.
At Endpoint, if they want to keep their split alive, they absolutely need a win here. They had a horrendous regional number 1. Just every step further into this bracket they can make just improves their chances significantly of fighting for those spots at the Spring Major and just securing themselves a seed for Worlds. You know, Moist are going to make both the Spring Major and Worlds. It's just a matter of when. But Endpoint, they're actually still in the mix fighting for it. So they've got to dig deep here. They need this so badly.
There's Archie. Long touch Vatira to the outside. Joyo past 1. Archie in the corner up against Rise. Past 1. Archie should try to get it past Vatira here, but loses the challenge high in the sky. Rise turning on this one. Vatira has fallen into the box. Could cause a problem for the Endpoint goalies. Joyo losing control. Archie here now. Oh, going for the fake touches here. Now looking for a goalie. Not going to find anything. Metanaris out of the corner trying to set up a relating wave. The rest of Moist getting in the way. On the outside, Vatira, long clear, able to dodge any scoring opportunities from Endpoint.
Yeah, Vatira decided enough's enough. The ball keeps bouncing around our box. Let's just get some breathing room and start again once Endpoint advance. One reset for Joyo and offloads to Vatira, who beats his man. It's just relating Wave alone at the back, but that's the touch he needed to make. Great control on the backboard by Wave.
Number of 1 challenges. Relating Wave cleaning out the back for his team, and now Archie winning another challenge. Trying to get it off the wall, gets 1 demolition. Going to leave 1 goalie stranded here, but no one really easily taking over control here. Metanaris setting up Relating Wave. We'll see Joyo on the attack. Draws just enough of a touch. Relating Wave touches off the post. It's out. Metanaris back across. Relating Wave, can he do the 180? Just hits the ball back to the corner, just trying to hold on to control. Field positioning here. Relating Wave and Metanaris piled up in the corner. You know Archie's got to play safe. Now crashing into the box as Metanaris rotated out. Now Rise looking to connect with Vatira, not going to touch him here, but wins the challenge on the other side. What a second touch.
Yeah, great look at the goal there from Endpoint. Definitely close to scratch. The now mid-air pinch just hit the post. Demos to follow up. Relaying wave through the smoke. Just had to guess where the ball was. Chips it backboard. And now the post again. It's that same post. And now the crossbar denies Endpoint. Relaying wave unable to get the third shot on target. Endpoint just can't get the ball between the post and the bar.
Their practice field must have a slightly wider goal. Oh, man. So many. That was like 5 missed shots just by pixels.
I can't believe it.
Endpoint.
How many more chances can they hope to get against Moist? I mean, that was the perfect start. We haven't seen any kind of offense like that from Endpoint in the last 3 games.
All right, here's the thing, Endpoint fans. I'm just going to give this to you. I'm just going to call the series here at this point, okay? If they didn't make those goals, Moist is we've even things out right. What a save, Archie. Joy on the outside. Metzenaris trying to give it to Archie. And losing the challenge in the midfield. Metzenaris taking his time, turning around on that one, but Vatira's also backwards to Joyo. Going to emerge with control here. He's the beginning of the offense. Vatira sets it up. Metzenaris blocks. Rise keeps it in the back third. Relating wave picking up 1 boost. Trying to chase this down. Went for the pre-jump block. Guessed incorrectly. Now Rise and Vatira both on the corner. Hanging up on top of each other. This is a big confusion.
Wait.
Relating wave's going to open goal, but Joyo, he saw the play developing and careened back, turned and burned for the save.
That was reminiscent of the Atomic Chicago winner final misplay. Just 2 players drive up to the ball and then confuse each other. Nobody wants to double commit, but you've got to commit someone. Final minute, both teams 1 goal away from top 4. Endpoint need this so badly to keep the Spring Spit alive. Moist need this just for their confidence. Only one team can have it.
To further cement themselves as a dynasty in the current generation. Archie up against 2. Vatira and Joyo double commit, but Vatira measures with control, no problem. And rises up the bumper anyway. He makes the save off the crossbar, no way. And the back passes will keep it in Moist's hands, but my goodness, what a stop.
Insane by Wave. Both teams making great saves, and it's actually Endpoint who are starting to up the pace now. They're fighting for that midfield like they did earlier on in the series, but the net's open, and Metzenaris can only put it in his own net. It might have been in already, but there was no third man, no one at home for Endpoint. And Metzenaris decided, I've got to do something. It's already in. Unfortunately, couldn't hit his own post. And with 11 seconds left, Moist are on the cusp of reverse sweeping.
11 seconds. It all comes down to the kickoff. Archie's got it. And a great start here for an aggressive push. Metzenaris is airborne. Do not miss. Joyo's there. Long clear down the field. Relating wave. Keeping it high. Connecting with Archie. The clock is expired and it's into the ground. You can't stop them. You can't count them out ever. Moist Esports reverse sweep Endpoint.
That is unbelievable. How on earth did Moist level up like this? Look at the energy on the face cams. I don't think they can believe it either. They are now the team with the most reverse sweeps this season, and it shows why. I mean, to take themselves out of that hole, not just to be 3 goals down, but to be 3 games down, sorry. But to be 3 games down against an Endpoint who are playing the best that we've seen from them all season, and to, I think, Moist to make the biggest level up between game 3 and 4 that we've ever seen from them. They completely turned it around. They went back to their best, and even in the moments where things were chaotic, they managed to hold it together.
The amount of crazy statistics that they have put up just in this series to add on to, like, hold on.
This team doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense.
They are 10-1 in game 7s. They are 18-3 in game 5s and 7s since the winter split started. I guess that's now 19-3. They have 5 of the last 6 reverse sweeps. Now leading the league in reverse sweeps.
That's so silly. How is it fair? How are they allowed to be this clutch? It's not. It doesn't make any sense.
And they've qualified for Worlds. Congratulations, boys.
Yeah.
We'll see you in Dallas, in Fort Worth, at the Dickies Arena. This is going to be crazy. That is utter. What a collapse. I mean, for Endpoint, what is even going through your mind in that situation?
Honestly, I don't think they can be too upset because Moist are just like on another level game 4 or 5. But Endpoint, they got to hit their shots. Game 7, they had the chances. They just did not take them.
Here's the thing, chat. If you're playing Moist Esports, do not take them to match point. They are 35-9. Unfortunately, to beat them, you have to take them to match point. So how you beat this team, I don't know. What a series. We got at least one more for you today. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, heading down to the other lower bracket match. Going to be a wild one. You won't want to miss it.
Welcome back to the Tour de Rocket League. Stacks alongside Dazarin after we watch another historic moment in this RLCS season. Moist with a reverse sweep Daz over, I almost said Semper because Archie was there, but over Endpoint. Just an incredible performance late in that series out of Moist, clutching up yet again.
Yeah, right. And clutching up yet again is definitely a big factor here because it's been a shaky event for Moist all the way through, even from their first series going 5 games and then coming off of a perfect sweep in the upper bracket. They definitely had to battle back there. It looked like Endpoint had everything in their hands, but when it came down to finishing the job, they just couldn't do it.
They could not do it, and now we can take one more look at that bracket, and we'll see that Moist does indeed survive into the top 4, into Championship Sunday. They get the winner of our next matchup here. You can see in the upper bracket as well, things have been a little bit chaotic today. Team Liquid sent Moist down to this lower bracket with a perfect sweep in a best of 7. And then BDS, well, they're BDS. They dropped Karmine Corp down to the lower bracket. And that sets us up perfectly to talk about our next match coming up. Karmine Corp fighting for survival, trying to solidify their spot in the race to London. Guild trying to do themselves, and let's be honest here, Daz, the rest of Europe a favor by cutting off Karmine where they're at and keeping them at bay, maybe helping everybody else catch up to them.
Yeah, this is definitely, when you look at the overall points conversation, this is going to be a big one. But also, I feel like this matchup is going to be a little bit personal, especially for Noli here. Seeing as he used to play on that former Guild roster, now they're going to be going up head-to-head. And the way Karmine Corp have looked so far, this event has been pretty solid. But Guild, with that upset, means you don't really know what you're going to expect here going into this head-to-head.
It's been a resurgence for Devo here in the middle of the spring split, saving maybe his best for last at the end of this season. They're also kind of fighting for their coach, Marky, who has not coached a team to a top 4 finish in an RLCS event. Yes, he's still around and trying to do that now for the first time. Devo trying to get top 4 in an event first time since I think maybe spring major of last season. But he has shown up for those majors. So the big spot now for Guild, and of course a much different look. You mentioned no longer having Nolly there, but now it's CRR and Dorito. A little bit of Spanish Bim Bam alongside Devo, and it's working out so far. Let's go to our fan vote now and see what our chat thinks. Do you have Guild going through into Championship Sunday, or does Karmine Corp hold serve? Hashtag KC, hashtag GLD in the chat to cast your vote. Daz, give us just a snapshot here. Try and steer this one way or the other. Who you got?
Well, it's definitely going to be interesting, right? Because I feel like with Guild, you look at how they've been with the communication, seeing the tactical timeout that they ended up taking earlier in the day. It feels like, as Nola clearly has to stream up, it feels like they've been having a much better time together. It looks like they've been communicating more. We've seen Noli and Astral talk to each other over the course of tough moments. Whereas, like you said, this is Guild really having to prove themselves in this particular stance. I think that, right now, I'd probably put Karmine Corp to have the edge here in this particular matchup going in.
Anytime we see kind of one of these long-time grizzled veterans make a run, we find ourselves asking, how are they still here? How are they still alive? And Devo's longevity in his career is something to admire. Alongside now CRR and Dorito, trying again to get to the top 4, get into Championship Sunday for the first time in a while for Guild. And of course, Devo's been there for a hot minute. He's seen a lot with Guild Esports, a lot of different teammates. We've mentioned Nolly a few times, has been there. He's come and gone. And you have to imagine there's just a little bit of extra edge, I would think, for him. That could work against a team like Karmine Corp. You don't want to try and do too much on the pitch, Daz. And we've seen teams go against former teammates do exactly that. Kind of got that feeling when we watched Heroic and Solary play in the tiebreaker coming into this event.
Right. And, when we look at some of the teams, like we've been able to see a lot of like sparks of life in Europe, which has made it very interesting to, keep track of. Even the most perfect brackets have a little hiccups in them sometimes. And for me, like a team like Solar, going into this event, some people would have rated them the top 3 team in Europe. But now looking at where things are, I mean, they ended up losing out to Endpoint, who made it pretty far, lower quarterfinals. It just kind of goes to show you how close some of these teams are in this particular region. But of course, as all teams in Europe are battling for London, that's where things really start to shake up. As sometimes it's really hard to tell who's going to get there.
We were waiting on a player to get in from Guild. I believe it was Devo, and just starting to think about how funny it would be if we've already had one coach play in this event, and I believe Marky would be the Guild sub. They don't have anybody else listed in any roster we can see. It would be the first time Marky had played in RLCS since April of 2018, but it looks like that danger has been averted for Guild. Everybody is here and ready to go. Almost. As we watch Devo exit out for a moment. So we may be just another couple of moments getting started here. Let's take a look at how that fan vote finally panned out. I imagine a lot of hashtag KCs in the chat, but you never know. 74%, almost 75, 3/4 going for Karmine Corp. They're playing the chalk game here, Daz. They're going with the favorites, of course, on paper, but Guild has shown themselves to be anything but ordinary in this event.
Exactly. And I think, also for those who are putting the channel points on the line, be sure to check out which team Jorby's going for on Twitter. That's an easy way to figure out where you should not go. Sorry, Jorby.
Yeah.
But KC,
all 250K, just send them.
Oh boy, some people in that last series are not feeling good watching.
Hey, at least they waited until after game 4 this time.
That's true. That's true. Now, seeing as we do have everybody in here, I think that once we get this underway, it's really going to come down to how these teams work with some of the space they're going to get. Is Astral going to be able to work with some room, and how well is Noli and Itachi going to be able to follow up that? People have been talking about Dorito on the other side for Guild. Is Dorito going to be able to be that impact player that we're looking for as we are ready to get things underway here between Karmine Corp and Guild? Stacks is going to be a good one.
It is our last match of the evening. Day 2 of the Tour de Rocket League. Manfield, as always, for game 1. Nolly queued up to send it on the kickoff against his former squad. How fitting, Devo was there as well, and we are underway. Astral trying to break through contact to get an early look, but it's going to be CRR and Dorito and Devo. CRR with the open shot, and he sailed it high as Nolly sent it away, Daz.
Looking at where this one is going to end up here. Again, have to look out for players like Astral and Itachi as they both come together to move the ball up the field. See Dorito here on the back wall. Good clear out, but he sends it straight towards Itachi. Pass to Noli, and the shot's good. Pass play comes through for Karmine Corp, and they end up getting the first goal in this game.
Well. Nolly, his old buddies. Good to see ya. And you couldn't ask for a much better response out of Karmine Corp to start this game. Now Astral looking for more, but CRR's in his way. Itachi at a real tough spot. Nolly gets in the way of Devo. And Astral's going to stop that effort from Dorito that had nothing behind it. CRR stuffed by Astral. Karmine Corp has it going early on, and you have to imagine, Daz, these are going to be low-scoring games if Guild is going to knock off KC here, simply because Guild has gotten by with their defense far more so than the offense.
Yeah, it seems like we've started to see a trend too of just some more defensive play style teams. And for Guild, that's been kind of their bread and butter right now. But you have to keep in mind the offense of Karmine Corp, if they figure out a way around it, this could go the other way and just be completely high scoring as Itachi plays that off the corner. Chance for a follow-up. Noli puts the shot. Oh, slot bottom right corner. Second goal for Noli.
Nolly, a scoring machine to start things off, but as we've seen throughout this event, it is not how you start, but how you finish. Guild trying to just hang around and give themselves a shot at staging any kind of comeback, but they've got to get some offense going, and this is not the way to do it. CRR just barely getting there to stop Astral. Nolly, launch one for Astral coming in. Nolly bouncer saved by Dorito. And now Itachi getting involved in the act as well, with Nolly circling around at midfield again. He seems to be everywhere and just a recurring nightmare for Guild to deal with.
Oh, I like the fake there from Astral on the sidewall. And a solid pop-up, too. Great speed from Itachi to get there in time. You can see just how Karmine Corp are able to work around the defense that usually is pretty set from Guild, but they're forcing a lot of double commits and early challenges, and that can lead to some holes defensive-wise if there's no one able to back those up. And CRR in a tough spot, but a great low 50 on the goal line keeps this a 2-goal game.
Out and around, and Itachi had Devo in his way. That will bounce harmlessly away from the goal. And Dorito wins a decent challenge over Nolly. But there is Itachi right back at Devo. Has to half-lift to scramble back. And CRR stopped Itachi from centering. Now Astral across, and Nolly thought better of it with Dorito beating him to the punch. And not able to get downfield as Itachi is in the way. Now CRR bumped out of the way by Astral. Nolly takes over. It looked like Guild had something going there, Daz, but again, physical play, the play developing just a little too slowly. They were all sitting ducks as Dorito stuffed here by Nolly.
Astral, solo effort, got the flip reset, top right, oh, but it hit the crossbar. Itachi tries to play that straight down, but Dorito's there to carry it away. And again, this is what we talked about going in. Those solo performances coming out from Karmine Corp have been breaking through the defense. It'll be another goal. This time it's Itachi who slots it in.
But it just feels like this field is slanted downhill towards the orange half. Nothing going the way of Guild here. They've had a couple decent looks. Meanwhile, Karmine Corp have had 4 or 5 grade A opportunities. And now Nolly had Astral cheating up, and he just got clipped by an oncoming cheater from Guild. At least they have the ball on the right half of the field, but still not getting the ball in front of the net in a scoring position, as Itachi will go 1v1 with CRR, who just got back for the save.
And speaking of saves, that's his 5th save of the game. 6 total for Guild. They've just been, they've been sticking to that defensive play style. Can they score on the follow-up? It'll be Dorito, though, who will bring it in, and Guild will get their first goal of the series.
It is the Spanish connection, CRR and Dorito linking up to send one downfield. Dorito getting the first goal for Guild in just their 2nd best of 7 in this entire season. Wow. Going to be relying on Devo's professional experience for sure. Certainly no strangers to best of 7s are CRR and Dorito, but as a team, they do not have a lot under their belt. Devo right at Itachi, couldn't get it away. Itachi flip reset, CRR swatted that away, and Nolly now up the ladder from the heavens, try to swing one down, and he's got it!
Oh, I feel like he's taking a little personal, Stacks. Look at the performance as Nolly gets the hat trick, activates the flip, gets the follow-up in, he plays it past the whole Guild defense.
They replaced him. Not so much. 4-1. Final minute. He's got a hat trick in game 1, does Nolly. As Itachi gets that away from CRR, got over Dorito. It's only Devo to stop. And Astral made that save. Now CRR crossed towards Devo. At least the idea is there, but the execution not, as he wasn't ready for it. And this game seems to be well in hand for Karmine Corp. They struggled early against BDS. Looked like they had kind of turned it around in their upper bracket match. And then BDS clutched up at the end as CRR is right there on the goal line for his 3rd save. Plenty of saves to go around here for, rather, that's his 6th save, a 2nd savior medal for CRR. 7 saves in total, while CRR has 6 of them. And it has been all Karmine Corp in game 1. CRR missing that ball right there, and that is a perfect illustration of how game 1 has gone. The only thing that would be any better is if Astral had managed to slot that one home. He did not, but it doesn't matter. 4-1's a pretty darn good scoreline for Karmine Corp, taking game 1 in convincing fashion.
Big win for K-Corp here, especially for Nolly. 8 shots, 3 goals. Just a leader of the offensive pack here for Karmine Corp. And again, it's one of these things where you look at this series and you can probably feel the energy Nolly has coming into this one. Found out through Twitter that he was getting removed from his team. Now back here with a crazy opening performance. But again, Stacks, this goes back to it. This is a best-of-7 series, and Guild have a lot of time to really figure out the Karmine Corp offense. They just couldn't do it in game 1.
Look, I'll say this time and time again. I know game score is not everything, but you look at those numbers. You see a lot of 585, 348. You see 654 on the side of CRR with his 6 saves. And then you look down at the bottom of the Guild leaderboard. Devo had a game to forget. 66 game score, just could not get anything going. And he wasn't involved much in the defense either as Karmine Corp goes off for the tune of 4 goals in game 1. Plenty of time to turn things around, of course, with this being a best of 7. Our last match of the day, winner gets moist. That's not much of a reward, but here we are.
Fair enough, but I think for Karmine Corp, they're ready for the challenge. Looking at Guild, the challenge is right in front of them. They got to stop the bleeding. Karmine Corp have just been scoring, and it feels like it's not really much of a defensive effort that's being put out. You're seeing individuals get 6 saves, so to speak, but besides that, the lack of offense, you said it yourself, Guild, it's been particularly low scoring when they take wins. They're going to have to increase that scoreline, especially if they're letting these goals come in from the other side.
Off up to midfield where Devo will turn on this. You have to imagine he's got to be a little antsy to get involved in the attack a little bit more. There's a big bump and Nolly will score. It's again about 30 seconds in. Karmine on top again. Astral. Oh my.
Astral says, see you later, CRR. Noli follows up with full faith in the shot and puts it in. Just picking apart the defense, though, is Astral as he helps to get that first goal.
Itachi trying to get around Dorito. That's a good patient play by Dorito. Sky one up for a Spanish teammate, CRR, who kind of flipped away, and Devo has to turn on this. Karmine Corp just threatening time and again to break out quickly. Dorito shot stuffed point blank by Itachi. And there is Devo. Getting at least one touch, trying to stay with the play, but also trying to avoid contact. It almost feels like at times they might be kind of picking on Devo. They have just been bumping him left and right. Dorito for CRR, no. Devo will have a look here, but all he can do is pop one to the backboard where there's nobody else but Astral. Oh, that's a whiff. Oh, almost a whiff.
Almost.
By Itachi. He didn't get the touch maybe he was looking for. And still an opportunity for Gil, but Dorito kind of turned the wrong way. And Astral, it's just that little millisecond there where, you know, Dorito could either turn right or left, and based on that, Astral's able to clear that ball away and at least relieve pressure for a moment. Guild's back at it again as CRR will center for Devo. He's got a shot here. No, he played it across, just could not get around on a shot.
Oh, chance here. Itachi had Astral with full boost. Drops it down for him, and Astral almost found the slot, just a little bit off target. But you're starting to see K-Corp, when they're on these offensive drives, if they have some time, they'll try to figure out the best play possible to get through the defense. Things have been much more faster paced here on the side of Guild, but it hasn't been enough, still down by 1.
CRR and Dorito did lead the scoring against Luminosity when Guild punched their ticket to this matchup earlier today. 7 out of the 8 goals in the series for Guild came from that duo. Now CRR, even though Dorito had the full boost, CRR had the momentum. Dorito waiting to use that boost, and Nolly and Itachi combined on a solid defensive effort. Here goes Astral trying to screw his way through. And now it's Nolly across to Astral. Shots wide, and that's a big break for Guild.
Yeah, it is. Guild, though, have to get things going on, working on the transition. They've been putting up definitely more shots, and you're starting to see demos come out, too, in that front line, but no one able to really follow up to get the finishes through. Devo doing much better as he has 2 shots this game compared to last, but Dorito's been much more quiet, sitting at 80 points right now.
Astral will put one on target, forcing Devo into action at the back. He got a full tank of boost. He can work with it. Trying to get around Itachi. He's done well enough. Tough angle that he couldn't get a shot off. Defensive K-Corp in the way again, but this time only the 1-goal lead for a while here. Devo shot a little high and no real rebound as Astral popped that away. Dorito couldn't get a shot going, and Nolly just kicks one away again, waiting for Guild to legitimately threaten their net. Maybe here as Doritos charging down on Itachi. Out for CRR. Devo waiting to pick his spot as CRR set up Dorito, and Astral again in the way. Devo just trying to play table setter here. He's not taking a lot of shots, just trying to play that ball into space, let his teammates work. I think he realizes what gives Guild the best chance to win. It just has not worked here in a game and a half.
Also, for Karmine Corp, the way they've been working the ball, they've just been passing it a lot. Whether it's in defense or offense, just making sure they play keep away from Guild, not letting them have too much control. And it's been hard for Guild to really set something up. This is a close chance here. CRR pops that up, had a flip, but look at Astral. Great read on the play to get the clear out, and Noli there for the follow-up. 1, 2, 3, as Astral puts the shot on, and it's a 2-goal lead for Karmine Corp.
Nolly's just getting involved in everything. Astral gets his first goal of this series. Nolly his first assist. That goes with 4 goals from Nolly as well. 50 seconds remain in game 2. Aquadome seems to be the domain of Karmine Corp, as Nolly almost faster than Dorito. And Devo has to get this downfield quickly to give Guild a shot. Astral over to Nolly. Boy, it's just a treat watching them play defense and shutting down an otherwise pretty capable Guild squad. This will drop down. Dorito, no. Devo, yes. And Itachi still in the way. It just feels, Daz, like everything's developing way too slowly for Guild in this matchup.
It does. And even when they do try to turn up the pace, still, a player like Astral is just so quick to get on the reads, making it super hard for any setup for Guild. This could be a chance here. They have Itachi in a tough spot, but Devo doesn't want to commit. So Astral will play it low, keep it on the ground. It'll roll up to the back wall. Nope, it won't. The time ticks down, and Karmine Corp take game 2.
Well, at least they were committed to not losing 3-0 as they drop a 2-0 decision now to KC. Guild halfway out of this tournament now with at least 2 games remaining, but Karmine Corp look very comfortable. They only had 4 shots in that game as a team. It felt like they had 9 or 10 with all the possession they had. And Guild, even though they had 5 shots as a team, you're not going to find many of them. There's one that just went a little bit wide, but otherwise, all KC. Astral getting in on the act as well. That put the nail in the coffin in game 2. And now we head on to game 3. No timeout yet from Guild. So we'll see if they opt to use that when they're on match point, if they get there at DFH Stadium.
I mean, the shooting was much better. They slowed down Karmine Corp for most of the game, and they did a solid job of just being able to limit some of their opportunities. But when it came down to Guild actually scoring, they still fell flat in that particular aspect. Now, even with more shots put on compared to what we saw from them earlier, it just seems like, okay, when are they finally going to find a way to kind of break through here? As they're put in a tough spot. This is going to be a big game 3 for them.
Can only imagine what Markey is telling his team. I'm sure we cannot repeat it on the broadcast as we get set for game number 3. It is great to see Astral achieving some success here this season as well as we kick off our 3rd game. Astral all smiles where he was not previously in the loss to BDS. As we get underway, Astral to shoot and score.
And boy, the mic drop, perfect goal explosion there. Touch out from Noli. Everybody on the back wall. CR's trying to put a hand up. Dorito can't get a piece of that one either, as he just picked apart the whole defense with that shot.
All 3 games with goals in the first minute for KC. Devo, nothing there. Dorito will try. Just sky it up to the backboard, but again, that ball's not moving at all. There's barely an orange trail coming out of it once it gets downfield. Astral down towards Nolly. Everybody converges. Best opportunity for Guild maybe to get on the board and tie this game. Devo's there and Astral beat him to the punch. And again, it just feels like Astral has all day to play that ball. Dorito, nothing there. Astral, after the demo on CRR, nobody home. Dorito will score. Everybody got caught kind of spectating here on the right side of the field.
Yeah, Noli thought he would get that one for free, and then, of course, no one was ready for it to be pinched out. The only person who was ready for it was Dorito, who was sitting in the perfect spot for that. So, easy slot goal there. Now, Gil getting one here off of a good challenge, but is it enough to bring them back into the series?
Well, it does tie up this game, and that is more than they can say for the past couple of games. Devo got 3. It's a little bit wide, and Astral First onto the scene, Itachi ahead of CRR. Dorito is at the back. He's got all day to play this ball. CRR still waiting downfield. Dorito up high. Itachi has it. Devo could not commit. He can here. Try and drop it down to Dorito, and that's how Guild is going to have to score. Those crazy redirect shots from CRR and Dorito in the middle of the field. Problem is, they can't get a lot of pace behind those. Devo. Second touch out towards Dorito, and Astral popped it away, so Dorito couldn't commit. 90 seconds gone by in a tie game that just mentally you feel like Guild has to win, and that's not how you do it. Astral with his third goal of the series.
And look at this, not giving any time to the defense here. CRR gets a touch out, but he's sending it right to Astral. An easy follow-up. No one able to get there in time on the defensive Guild, and they'll pick up the lead right back from Karmine Corp. The way Karmine Corp have been playing is just, let's give the ball to Guild because they're going to give it right back to us.
Ollie waiting at the back with CRR trying to get in his way. And Ollie just goes right around Dorito. It's only CRR at the back. Nolly won that challenge. Oh my goodness. Nolly is actually built different today.
What in the world? See CRR. CRR knows he doesn't have boost. He dodges into it, pops it up. Nolly still with 0, puts it into the top right corner. This is a problem. It feels like Guild don't have the answer, even in a 1v1 situation where CRR knows Nolly doesn't have boost. He can tell he's flipping at him. He still can't do anything to stop him.
The disappointment from teams like Vitality, Semper, and Endpoint, immeasurable as they watch Karmine Corp get closer and closer to extending the difference, or the distance between them and those teams waiting below. Devo stops this. And Itachi out to the side where Nolly is waiting, and that's also been the key for Karmine Corp. It's probably the biggest difference in this series, Daz. Defensively, KC just seems to be moving so much faster than Guild does. That's off the backboard, and you wait to see who's going to take charge. It will eventually be CRR swooping in, and Itachi over top of him. Devo still waiting at the back, who's got that clear, but then it goes right to Nolly, and Dorito with a clever touch to send that to an empty space and at least relieve some pressure.
And it's really good positioning here from KC, especially when you look at that last spot. I mean, look at this from Nolly. He almost put it in a top left spot. His positioning in the last 2 drives from K-Corp has just been on point. Itachi went for a solo play, ball pitched out to the sidewall, Nolly's there. Clear out, Nolly's there again. Astral to Nolly, trying to find Itachi, but Itachi respects CR, so he's got to go back. This is that level of just solid positioning and working with the team that Karmine Corp has going on right now.
Itachi around Devo, the shot well wide, a missed opportunity to secure this game perhaps for KC. Dorito about beat Astral and Nolly there, and now it's CRR with Dorito running ahead. Devo waiting for a ball to come his way. He's got to turn on this one. Netward, and Itachi in the right place at the right time. Make yet another save and send this away.
Now a little bit more speed. You can see the kind of pace being dictated here. Guild following the ball. As, again, it just seems like they don't have any control. Itachi gets a great 50. Nolly top right. It's 4-1.
Yeah, what do you want me to say? Nolly, he's not human right now. This is nightmare stuff that Guild can't stop. And they are reliving every regret of letting him go. Itachi waiting to maybe set up Nolly for another. No mercy from Nolly for sure. Astral, that was on target. CRR got to it. And stopped by Itachi, stopped by Nolly. Devo played to the backboard. Astral's waiting for it. Didn't just give the ball away to Guild. He's got possession. And CRR did well to at least cut him off at midfield. But again, this is looking very similar to game 1, Daz. You get down to the final 30 seconds and you realize, look, if Guild is going to do anything, they've got to just sell out on offense. And they're not able to do that. Mostly because they don't have the boost for it, but also they just don't have the pace to keep up with KC. As Dorito gets nudged in the air, Astral will collect here. And CRR has nobody to pass to. He's got to try it himself. That could set up for Devo at least to get one on the board. He didn't get a touch.
Okay. Yeah, this one.
I think that, if you've ever played a pinball machine, You've seen the words tilt come up. Dorito will score here, his third goal of the series, but it's in garbage time essentially, as there's absolutely no way to score twice in 2 seconds. And now you start looking ahead to game 4 and you wonder if Guild's going to use their timeout.
Right, because at this point, also great pass from Astro. From this point, 2 seconds left on the clock, and Astro try to pick up one more. But yeah, it's not. It feels like it's just not working for Guild right now. Karmine Corp will put this series on match point after that win, as again they are picking apart Guild defense, and you're absolutely right. We do have the tactical timeout by Guild, as a minute to talk this over, an extra minute is needed to talk this one over.
Yeah, an extra couple, and they might want to maybe have somebody take a trip down to a local cafe, maybe just get a snack or something, maybe try and put KC on ice, because otherwise there's no way to slow this team down. They outshoot Guild in that game 13-7. It's been a constant theme. There's only one game that KC hasn't had the shots advantage to a significant degree, and that was a game where they were outshot, I think, 5-4, and it didn't feel like Guild had 5 shots at all. It felt like they maybe had 1 or 2 that were legitimate looks at the Karmine Corp net. So now it's on Marky to get the boys back on track, and maybe on Devo a little bit as well, the two who have by far the most RLCS experience of anybody in this matchup, trying to figure out how Guild can start the long road back. It starts, of course, with 1 win on Utopia Coliseum. You don't have any plays in the book to get 4 dubs all at once, so you have to imagine you've got to be slow and steady trying to win this race.
Right. Obviously, taking the time is smart here, I'd say, for Guild. But the problem is that they just look a little slow when it comes to maybe reading the ball and moving upfield. Every time they get some of these drives, Guild immediately take it from them, and then turn it into another pass play or another drive upfield. And the way that this team has trust in each other, and also can tell if someone does or doesn't have the ball, is honestly what's been the biggest factor. Because as Noli especially being in the right places at the right time, he's been able to create a lot of different spots going through this. So it's really going to be, you talk about the timeout here for Guild. It's going to be like what Marky sees and how he can kind of help move Guild in the right direction here.
Guild has goals from Dorito and Dorito. All 3 of Guild's goals have come from him. He's got to find a way to score even more. He's got to find a way to shut Nolly down as well. He's got 6 of his own and a couple assists as well, as we get set for game number 4. Utopia Coliseum could be the site of our last game of the day, unless Guild has a massive comeback in them. Dorito to start it off. That's got to be the hot hand that they feed constantly to try and bring him back from the brink. Astral almost got over CRR. That's a good stop. Can they set up Dorito? No, it's Itachi in the way. Here's Astral. Nolly thought about it. Now he can turn, as Devo gave it to him, and CRR will play that out to the wing, but got to stay with this. That's been the problem for Guild. They haven't worked as a team getting out of the zone, and all 3 converge at the net. They all get swiped out to the left, and Dorito and CRR both go initially. CRR called him off, and that's at least a win for Guild. They haven't given up a goal in the first minute yet in this game. There is still 12 seconds to go. As Itachi, that's going to get over Nolly, and hey, there's objective 1 complete, I would say, for Guild.
Transition here. Noli won't get the flip reset. Astro will take time. Does get the flip. Does put it on target. Devo does come back to save. Yes, you're right. Objective 1 is completed here for Guild. At the same time, they still look really sloppy down the stretch. Triple commits on the goal line, and then you saw, again, double commits. Even when we saw CR get called off for the follow-up touch. It just seems like they're just a little either too slow, or they're just not all communicating properly. As Devo tried to play the low touch and couldn't get it around Noli, who pop this up in the midfield.
And you hate to see that. He had some daylight. Now CRR, that just continues bouncing netward, where Noli will take it away. Now CRR can turn on it, race with Astral. And CRR took ball, Astral took boost. Astral's going to come out the better of the 2 here, as he's got this away right at Dorito. Itachi should be able to send it away as well. Astral's still there. Redirect just a little bit high.
And CRR, I don't know if he would have been able to reach it if it was on target. Fortunately for Guild, it doesn't matter. CRR for Dorito. Got the shot away, but it's high and wide.
Ooh, good touch from Noah. Good transition here. Shots are coming out a little stronger here for Guild, and even some of the pressure. We're starting to see a little bit of shaky touches coming out of the K-Corp side, as they've kind of been under pressure for the first half of this game. They've still got the shot lead, though, but that being said, no one has been able to put this one in. We're 0-0 in the first half of Game 4.
Sounds so easy to just say, play faster. Guild has at least done that. They've played a little bit smarter as a team as well. Some of those misses that would have been fatal in the first 3 games haven't cost them nearly as badly, but that one will. Astral scores on one of the better passes he's received all day.
He pops this one up to Devo. Devo has time here. There's no one instantly challenging him, but I guess he just rushed it, looks very uncomfortable, and the mistouch, he just gives it right back to Astral. It's the first goal for Karmine Corp.
So the clock is ticking now on Guild. A kickoff again going KC's way, and the pressure continues now on the orange half. CRR trying to swipe one away. Dorito has Nolly and Astral to contend with. That got by Itachi, though, at the back. So at least some reprieve for Guild. Pop up where Dorito could turn if Astral wasn't up in the air last week for this ball. And now Itachi couldn't get around Devo. An opportunity every time Devo gets a win here to kind of start the counterattack for Guild. The outlet maybe to CRR or Dorito, but they have to also be in position. Is that one off the corner of the frame? Well, Guild could not buy a break in this series.
Astral, good touch out. Guild still trying to find a way in, but they're chasing the ball. Karmine Corp done a good job of kind of dictating where Guild go, but this could be a chance. CRR got a bump, and this goes straight down, but it's straight to Noli, who ends up pushing it towards the sidewall. Solid chance for Guild, but now the time is ticking down, and they got to make something happen here.
We're seeing it time and again as Nolly does take a shot that's blocked way out in front by Dorito. That KC has been very intelligent in their attacking strategies all day. Devo, right there is Astral. Devo's got to race back with Nolly waiting. Yeah, they haven't just kind of shut their brain off and go directly to goal all the time. They've kind of played to break down defenses, and Guild has been wise to that in this game. They haven't allowed KC the satisfaction, at least in the first 4.5 minutes. Dorito needs to get around Astral. He can, and CRR also went downfield, leaving Devo behind. So now Dorito with 25 seconds. Doesn't matter how many goals you give up now if you can't score any of your own, so it's time to throw all caution into the wind. Nolly trying to get through CRR and Dorito.
Wow.
He does, and how fitting is it that Nolly puts the final nail in Guild's coffin.
Oh, it's all smiles on the side of K-Corp. Noli just dribbles it past the defense, sets up an open net, and with that one in, 15 seconds left in this game, it's looking like we're going to see a sweep as Karmine Corp have been in control the entire series.
One of the matchups we have wanted to see, with this Karmine Corp squad getting back into form. How do they do against a team like, say, Moist Esports? Well, look no further. Tune in tomorrow and you'll find out as Karmine Corp gets into Championship Sunday, a sweep over Guild.
A sweep and a big statement made from them.
Yep.
They're feeling good and confident now. Of course, moving forward, right? They are going to end up seeing just how far they can go. But you got to think, man, this team, this is the best Karmine Corp have looked in a while. Everything flowing in terms of the team environment, and even with the upset on Luminosity, which was a very solid performance from them, they just weren't ready for this K-Corp team.
You wonder if maybe there were some other issues there with Devo in that series. We saw like he kind of, it looked like he lost connection at the end of all of that, and he had some maybe at the start of the series as well. And you just wonder if maybe another day that Guild team puts up more of a fight with Devo being able to play more of an active role. He seemed to struggle, but then again, everybody seemed to struggle against Karmine Corp in this series in particular. And there it is, the last goal by Nolly, of course, very happily pointing out the KC logo as well. Here we are.
our sweep to end it. I mean, we've seen everything, Daz. We've seen reverse sweeps, perfect sweeps. We end with a sweep. I could not think of any better way to end the show other than, getting our ugly mugs off the screen and going back to our friends at the desk to close out day 2 of the Tour de Rocket League.
So from ugly mugs to ugly mugs, we're all losing here. No, we all won because we got some excitement. As Sax was saying, this was across the board. We got so many different kinds of games in series throughout the day, and I guess we should expect that from European region to not expect anything. Let's talk about those series, though. Just before this one here, we had quite the match. It looked like it was in Endpoint's hands here, James, but then all of a sudden, Moist said, we got to show you why we're still here.
I mean, you can never count Team Queso out. Moist Esports. You can never count them out. They're just so good. They're so good. These guys, even when they've had a tough day, and in this series, they lost another 6+ minute overtime. And the mental determination that they showed on the brink of elimination, it truly is remarkable. I thought they were down and out, but they battled right back. Truly, individually, they're incredible players. And as a team, they responded to that adversity. And now they very much still could win this whole event.
Yeah, we said going into that, the Moist we'd seen today wasn't good enough. And the Endpoint we'd seen today was playing very well. And at the start of that series, that narrative continued, but it was that switching moment to start the reverse sweep where we saw a whole different Moist. And I think that really knocked Endpoint back. They didn't know how to deal with it. And actually towards the end, it was in Endpoint's control to finish off that series, but they were just missing shots because of the pressure that Moist put on them by switching it around. So fair play to Moist, finally waking up just in time to survive day 2.
And Shogun Guild had a good run up to this point, but that ended quite abruptly when they hit the wall that was Karmine Corp.
Yeah, this was really the Nolly derby, wasn't it? And Nolly was certainly happy to step up to the plate. I think they managed to fit in every single celebration they could by the end of that. We got a little dance from Astral. We got pointing at the shirt. We got a little sleeping motion from Nolly. if there was anybody that was thinking, okay, this will be an amicable breakup and this will, be very professional and cordial on the field. Absolutely none of it. And tell you what, I'll take more of that in the future as well, because that was highly entertaining, but I'm sure nobody was more entertained than Nolly himself.
Oh yeah, Nolly looked unbelievable. And I think looking at these 3 players on Karmine Corp, you can really see them as individual pop-off players who in the past were the strongest player on their team, had to carry their team, but then it was just too much hard work and then they got frustrated, moved on. They've now found each other on the same team as 3 amazing players who each can pop off at any given moment, and they seem really happy for it. You can see on the cameras how much more fun they're having as a team than we've ever seen any 3 of them before.
Yeah, I mean, this is finally some success for Astral, who's kind of had a bit of a drought. I mean, you even think back to when he busted onto the scene on Dignitas. He was the talk of the town. And so now to finally have a team that he's happy with, confident with, and they're getting results. So you've got to watch out for K-Corp. These guys are here to play.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at that bracket now, though, because as we head into day 3, Championship Sunday is tomorrow. We have our top 4 teams, Team Liquid and Team BDS, sitting in the upper bracket with that second life alive there. And down on the bottom, Moist Esports and Karmine Corp. Again, Karmine, very happy, as James just said, Astral is finding that success now. But we've seen BDS and Moist, Shogun, so many times in these positions here, but it's Liquid that I think is the real big marker that we got to look at.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid, this is a position that we've never seen them in. So hyped up when the organization first came into the scene, but we never got any results to go along with that. And now they've got this young, fresh squad that are so defensively difficult to play against. We saw them perfect sweep a top 2 team from the previous regional. This lot are the real deal, but they are taking on the final boss of European Rocket League. For Liquid, this is a measuring test. If they lose that, no sweat. But if they win, what a statement.
Well, we'll see if they do that, because again, the region can definitely be a bit hard to overcome for every single one of these teams. So let's take a look at points though before we head out, because I feel like this is going to start to change things here, Greg. And looking at the spring points first, there's a lot to talk about, I think.
Yeah, we just focus on the spring split and making the major. Top 5 will make the major. And right now, I think it's fair to say those top 4 in this event and the top 4 on that leaderboard right there are putting themselves in a great spot to not only accumulate more points this event, but go into the final event with momentum. Solary had an amazing regional one, but failed to do too well in this one. So they're going to be wanting to fight back in that final regional. But really, it's the teams like Vitality, Semper, and Endpoint who are going to be wanting to have it in their own control, making Landon, because when it comes to the world's points, that's really where it all matters, because we have the world qualification, which every team in this region wants to find a spot on, and it's probably going to be around 6 teams from Europe making worlds. And so if you can make Landon, that puts you in an amazing spot to carry on and go to worlds. And with Solary and Liquid out of contention for worlds, if they make Landon, it looks great for teams like Endpoint and Semper and Dignitas, who need to just hold their points in the European region.
I got the hint. You want to look at world points?
Yeah, let's have a look at world points.
Let's look at world points.
Yeah, you can see it on here.
You're Gibbs. It's all you.
Yeah, you can see it on here, right? Dignitas, Endpoint, and Semper looking like they're not going to be making London. And if so, they're going to be relying on teams like Liquid and Solary, who you can see all the way down in 14th and 15th. Even if they make London, they're unlikely to accumulate enough points to make Worlds. And then that's where we start seeing teams like Evil Geniuses worried about Karmine Corp hot on their tail. Vitality, if they qualify for London, put themselves in a good spot to make it into that top 5, top 6. And then if there is a strong European performance at London, they may be able to earn a 7th spot for Europe. It's unlikely. Right now, it looks like it's the most likely outcome is going to be 3 spots in the main Worlds event, 3 in the wild card. So 6 teams from Europe likely to make Worlds. And so every team's going to want to fight as far forward as possible to guarantee their spots at Worlds.
I find it exciting that up to the end of a season, we still have these races going on, and that so many teams can just focus in, hone in, and make that final drive as we come closer and closer to the end of this season. But we do still have tomorrow for the second regional and another European after that, and a few more for other regions. So we're going to sign off here today, get some final thoughts, and we'll be back for Championship Sunday tomorrow. Let's do what we usually do. We'll start down at James, Shogun, and then Greg for final thoughts.
Yeah, I don't want to count Moist Esports out ever again, but man, Team Liquid, the question for me is, how good is Team Liquid's defense? You have to tune in tomorrow for that BDS matchup. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, we're coming towards the end of the season now. We've got 4 more European days of broadcast left to go. 1 more tournament after this, and it's still all to play for. Top 2 look pretty secure. Everywhere else, no idea at this point. I can't wait to find out.
Well, Spring Split is showing us who the new talent are in the region, and we're starting to see the likes of Team Liquid come through. Moist really secure their mechanical spot, but it is still the story of who can beat BDS. It seems like it's gone on for years now, but the story remains. BDS are the best in Europe, and they're looking to be taken down in this regional.
Well, the Rocket League Championship Sunday will continue on tomorrow in day 3. That's really it. That's exciting enough. That should be enough to convince you, so you'd better be there. Thanks for watching today, and we'll see you there.